KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
All right, here we go on a Sunday morning. And what a Sunday do we have in store? Alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, I'm Will Chambers here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Happy Sunday morning to you guys. Did you guys have a good weekend? Happy Valentine's Day, post-Valentine's Day. Any good?
Happy post-Friday the 13th survivors? Because some people are superstitious.
I was in the middle of that. I was like, oh, yeah. Somebody told me that, like, Friday the 13th, people are acting weird. Like, what's going on here? Did you have a good Valentine's Day, huh, with the wife?
Yeah. I always say this, and I was talking about it for the last couple of days here. My wife's got it made. You got Christmas, a week later is New Year's Eve. 10 days after that is our anniversary. 10 days after that is her birthday. And 2 weeks after that is Valentine's Day.
Man,
she's good.
That's a slalom right there.
It's like by the time we get to Valentine's Day, it's chill mode.
Little Olympic tie for you there, huh?
Yes. Yeah. So, yeah, we just chill.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
good. Trevor?
Me, myself, and I.
Yeah.
Wait.
I didn't.
Let me set him up. Friday night, I was in for Fred with Blake for Fred After Dark. Trevor came in because he and Blake were going out, and Blake was going to be his wingman to help him find a date.
Okay.
So how did it go, man?
Oh, it didn't go well.
What?
But we set some things up and we knocked them down and we did our best. So would I say
Get
that
a number? Get a phone number?
we didn't even get numbers, man. It was kind of a dry night.
Did something go bad or just nothing happened?
Nothing bad happened.
Okay. Because you said it didn't go well. I'm curious. I'm like, okay, was there some sort of crash out or like what happened here?
It was good to hang out with Blake and his girl. That was more of what my thought process was. It was supposed to be a couple other folks, but it was fun to hang out and chill.
Stood him up.
Yeah, exactly. And supposedly it was a dead night. That's what Blake and his girl said.
The night before Valentine's.
Night. Exactly. Which again, like I feel like that would be, but it was a man. You saw what was it, Galentine's type stuff? There was a lot of girls that were. I don't understand the bottle service thing. The people that come out and they do the sign and like, woo, like I don't get that because that wouldn't get me excited. I'd be like, just if I drank, I'd be like, just give me my liquor and go away. Like I don't know. So I'm just curious, like what that.
Some
thought
people
process
like a show,
is.
right?
Yeah.
I guess.
I have always thought it was ridiculous, to be honest. Every time I'd see it, they did it. My birthday, I think last year, that was how it went. Like, they did this, and I'm just sitting there like I get a little embarrassed about it. Especially because it was like, well, I was celebrating with somebody else. It was just in May, but like, I don't know. Maybe it was nice of my friends that did it, but I was just kind of like, oh, this is so cheesy.
Maybe the wait staff gets more money, tips, because they put on the show. No?
Maybe.
Listen, the way that they look walking out, and they're like, ha, 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 and then I see them turn around and like roll their eyes of like, all right, let's go do another one. I'm just like, again, it's one of those things.
It's like
where
having like the people in restaurants that have to come out and sing happy birthday to somebody whose birthday in the restaurant.
Exactly. And then they walk off and like, I gotta wait my tables. Like, come on. So I don't know. It's just, that's something that I never understood, but it is what it is. But it was a good night. I enjoyed hanging out with Blake and kind of getting some bro time. So,
well, good. Tolos, hit us up. Mm-hmm. Let us know what you did.
Oh wait,
on your Valentine's Day.
I this out there because I was talking about it Friday and I was talking about it yesterday. A lot of people did Valentine's things. Some people went out. Some people chilled at home. They ordered the food or whatever and brought it to the house and Netflix after whatever. But also, Valentine's Day, statistically, is the biggest day for breakups for couples. They break up on Valentine's Day.
On Valentine's Day?
Yes. Shocking. Google it up. I'm just telling you facts. They say there's a window, the build up to Valentine's Day itself, and the day after Valentine's Day. Couples break up because it's like the moment of truth where, am I really into this relationship? And so what happens is, guys know this.
They reach a breaking point?
Yeah.
On that.
Well, they just didn't make a decision. Guys are kind of going into it saying, and so they break up and they say, it's not you, it's me. And for girls, women, they might be saying, you know what, this guy's not, he doesn't even understand Valentine's Day to me. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is important. He didn't even get it. All he cares about is the Olympics or football or whatever it is, basketball.
Well.
So I'm just saying, just Google it up. Valentine's Day is a big day of the year that people break up.
877-881-1053 on the Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. Text us. Let us know how you broke up with your significant other yesterday.
We had a Tolo Friday night that said it happened to him twice. He said the year before last, the girl broke up with him. And then he told his newer girlfriend last year, she broke up with him on Valentine's. And that new girlfriend did it to him too.
Man, that's not.
It's not them. It must be you.
Yeah, I'd maybe try to sleep through a Valentine's Day next year if I were that
got a text right here,
particular individual.
214 says to touch on your Valentine's Day breakup wall. Let's see, break up. Wait till next year when Valentine's Day is on the Super Bowl weekend, and that's going to be something to see.
Well, no, I'm pretty sure it's Super Bowl Sunday.
It is. Super Bowl Sunday and Valentine's Day are both on February 14th.
Oh, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Yes. Imagine the choices you might have to make.
Oh, my.
And for her, too, she might say, I don't know about this guy, or wait a minute, I like football and he doesn't.
Well, I tell you what, that's an easy way for me to bring up the fact that who's going to be playing it. Will it be Seattle? Because I have a question today for you all that we will get into at the top of next hour, and that is, do we have the next dynasty?
Seahawks?
Look, they've won one. If they win two, it's not a dynasty. I'm a firm believer in that. Maybe others are like, oh, yeah, it's dynastic, whatever. However, I want to take a look at whom we all think has the best chance. If you're going to rank the teams in the NFL that have the best opportunity to become the next dynasty, who those teams are, we'll do that at 10 o'clock today.
Are we saying, because I believe this, that Kansas City is currently the dynasty, because, and I'm not even going to say how many Super Bowls they've won in the last 5 years. I'm just the fact that they've been in the AFC Championship game every year until this past season.
Last year, yeah.
I'm just saying, to me, the current dynasty is Kansas City.
Yes.
And before that, it was the Patriots.
Yes. Look, if Kansas City goes to the Super Bowl next year and wins it, we're still in it. Mm-hmm. I think, we look at New England's dynastic run, at least I do, in totality, because they had the same quarterback and the same coach. Now, they did go a decade in between wins, but still won multiple in those times, and that's why we look at it that way. And I see Kansas City as absolutely being one of those teams that could. Now, I do not believe next year. I think they're still going to be kind of in the same place that they were last year, and they might get a little bit better. I really think that they're going to get. I see that Jeremiah Love, right there as kind of their pick or whom they would get, and that could really change the offense. They really do need a running game, but yeah, that's why, honestly, it kind of spurred the thought of, okay, well, who could it be? Like looking at salary cap, how much room you've got, all that stuff.
Okay, so I don't want to give them this credit, okay? But in the NFC, the Philadelphia Eagles have won 2 Super Bowls in 7 years.
You have to put them in the conversation.
And they have been to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years, and they were the defending champion until last week.
Yeah.
All I'm going to say is this. I have no love for the Eagles, but Howie did something that I'm not even going to say the Cowboys.
You're 1,000% correct.
I'm going to say something else here. People know that the 49ers have been to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They have not won a Super Bowl since the year before the Cowboys won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
To put it in perspective.
You know what's wild about it?
But people say, oh, San Francisco. They haven't done it. They've been there, but they didn't close the deal. And I give them credit for being there, and the Cowboys didn't. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying their fans have not celebrated a Super Bowl win since the year before the Cowboys' last Super Bowl victory.
What's wild, and this was talked about, I want to say earlier this week. I think I maybe saw it on Get Up or something like that, where it could go one way or the other, where they could have a great year. They could end up coming right back to where they were and, maybe go to and win a Super Bowl, or their head coach could be on his way out the door, like on the hot seat. I mean, that's absolutely wild. But we'll get to that coming up at 10 o'clock. All-Star Weekend in the NBA. Olympics going on. We're going to talk about the Olympics in about 10 minutes. But you had the dunk contest.
It's always in. What's new? It hasn't been good.
Seriously.
It's not been good. I think the last great one, Aaron Gordon versus Zach Levine. And it was, both of those guys were really good. But the best, most dynamic one that was great was Vince Carter. And that was, I want to say 2000. It was like, it's over.
Well, look,
I mean, he was
dude,
dramatic.
You just, Adam Silver, who's got a lot on his plate, and at the end of this hour, we'll talk about where we are at the All-Star break with the NBA and what he had to say most recently about tanking, but All-Star game, All-Star weekend, you got to figure it out. Look at the three-point contest. Look at that. You have stars in that. Dame Lillard's not even playing. He's still rehabbing from his Achilles, and he won the three-point contest. You have got to find a way to have stars in that. And you got to, and I know that they can, basically refuse it. Well, find a way to make that they can't. Like, you got to say, like, hey, you're going to be in the dunk contest, or at least incentivize these players to do it, because is it Kashad Johnson? I couldn't even remember how to really pronounce his name. I remember him last year in Arizona. Matter. I know. You're just like, and look, they had, Max McClung winging it, right? And he was the most exciting guy in it, but man alive.
So let me tell you what's going on. There's levels to all of this, okay? These are the levels. Players and their shoe sponsors or their brand partners realize that if they don't win it, it could hurt the brand. You follow where I'm going with this? It's not about winning it. It's about if you lose it or don't even make it to the final round. And again, because it's subjective with judges voting or whatever, it's very, very, that's why these guys shy away from it. And at the same time, you've seen the dunks from the past. Yeah. And so these guys are trying to be even more creative, which sometimes is a fail.
Yeah, So again, I'm in agreement. Seriously,
it's done its time.
Get up high in the air, hang in the air for a little bit, and just do something, even if it's been done before. But just do it like, the guy did the, I don't know if it was Johnson or somebody else in it who did the, reverse 360 like Vince did it. Mm-hmm. If you watched Vince's and then watched this guy's from last night, you're like, God, the Vince one was way cooler. Mm-hmm. So maybe that's a way to do it.
I'm just saying
because
they're
doing the prop
and
stuff.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying why they don't.
Okay, and
I wish I could say here are the biggest names and they're dunking. Yeah, but I know why they're not.
Well, I think that even if you lose, if you have a great dunk or a great 2 dunks before you get to the final and you lose, nobody's going to remember you losing. They're going to remember your dunk. Like, did you see that dunk he did last night in the contest?
You know what also hurts
I don't care. He didn't win. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what else hurts it? The do-overs. Oh, he didn't actually dunk. He ran up close and then it's like, no, either you dunk and you miss, or you almost dunk and you miss, or you make the dunk. The do-overs also drives me crazy. Yeah. I don't even want to see that. But at the same time, I have to give McClung credit. I mean, he's a nobody, don't get me wrong. But he was for his height, he knew how to put on a show. And that's part of the thing. And I can't tell you enough. I wish the biggest names would dunk. The in-game dunkers in the NBA are fantastic. And it's like, I wish I could see some of those guys in the dunk contest.
Well, I'm already thinking about some guys in college, like the kid from Michigan State. Like, that dude just is, he's so... I mean, talk about bunnies. But yeah, and these guys, I don't know. They're completely boring. It was disappointing, obviously.
And see, the reason they do the three-pointer is because it's a shot. You know what I mean? It's not, okay, either you shot one or it didn't. And so it's easy to say, I missed.
Disappointing to not have Cooper Flagg in the Futures game. Yeah, the Rising Stars. But was nice to see Baylor's VJ Edgecombe. Now the Philadelphia 76ers taking MVP honors in that one. He's up for Rookie of the Year with Cooper.
And Con Knippel, his roommate, Cooper Flagg's roommate from Duke, he was in the three-point shootout, and he's one of the guys. He was one of the finalists with Dame Lillard won, but he beat out Knippel, and he beat out
Devin Booker in the
Devin
final,
missed his last 3 bonus balls. You know, the extra worth 2 points. So he wound up with 27 points. Dame wound up with 29. Knippel came in third, but Knippel showed up. He's a great three-point shooter.
God, he is.
I will say this about Cooper Flagg. I give him credit. I mean, first of all, that foot sprain thing is real. I'm not saying his ankle is sprained. It's like a foot injury. It's not his heel. It's just a foot thing. He actually, was at that Mavericks-Lakers game on Thursday. Did, I think, some stuff for sponsors or NBA League or whatever a little bit on Friday. Then he flew across the country to North Carolina to be at the Duke-Carolina game with a boot on his foot. And I guess he was checking out a future teammate, Boozer. Cameron Boozer.
Yeah, no kidding.
Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but you can dream.
And hey, we're going to talk a little college basketball coming up in the third hour.
Sir.
Arizona falls again. Texas Tech.
Guns up.
With a win over number 1 Arizona. A wild stat that I didn't know until earlier today. And look out for burning popcorn, all coming up at 11:20 here today. But the Olympics, like today alone, you got the Olympics, you got the men's hockey team going up against Germany. We'll talk about that next. You've also got the Dallas Open final at 1 o'clock today between Ben Shelton and Taylor Fritz. We've got the Daytona 500, Pebble Beach, the All-Star game.
A lot of stuff.
So much stuff going on. We got a lot to get to over the course of the next 4 hours. But has this been an Olympics crash out for the United States? That's coming up next. Just getting started here alongside Chris Arnold. I'm Will Chambers here on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep
win money. Must be 18 or over. Present in Texas. Terms apply. See ads@underdogfantasy.com/web/playing get terms _defense_.html for details. Concerned with play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
This segment of 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Will the United States appearance or competitors in these Winter Olympics be remembered more for their meltdowns than for the glory we have seen with some others?
Ooh, you calling
that
out
is the
calling
question.
the quad god? I already know where you're going.
Man, he ain't the only one. Just absolutely buckling. Winter Olympics continue in Milan/Cortina. Alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, I'm Will Chambers. Trevor, the creator, back at the Pimp Cup. Appreciate y'all hanging with us on this Sunday morning and for the 940. Yeah. It's like Hamilton in the Home Run Derby. No one remembers he lost. It was kind of, it's a good analogy as to what I was thinking.
Josh Hamilton, and you're talking about the NBA Slam Dunk Contest now.
Exactly. So the Slam Dunk Contest, and we were talking about one of the reasons why you don't have stars in it is because of the fact that, they don't want to lose. It's not good for the brand, shoe brand, their brand, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, man, but if you have some great dunks in there.
Yeah.
But, man, I'd absolutely love to see that.
Quick. I was noting a text right here. The weather being crazy and whatnot today, it's not supposed to be that way. And here's what you need to know. I took meteorology in college. I minored in that. I love the weather. It may be looking cloudy right now. And currently outside is like 59 or 60 degrees. It is going to be sunny by the time we get off the air at 1 o'clock. It will be sunny. And it's going to be a high of, I think, 68, 69 degrees. And tomorrow, spectacularly sunny, highs in the lower 70s.
Okay. All right.
So don't let the clouds scare you off. It's not going to be like yesterday where, oh, my God, if anybody survived that traveling around and not just all the rain raining sideways and thunderstorms and lightning and all that. But, man, there was water and splashing, 18-wheelers splashing cars and people having wrecks and getting stuck in the water because they was trying to go through the water and their cars are too little.
That's great. And great to hear from you Tolos out there on your Valentine's Day exploits. Took my wife from the 940 to Kawa Amakaze.
Okay.
Best meal I've had in my 45 years in DFW.
Yeah.
Was $500 and worth every cent.
Good for you.
I don't know if I pronounced it correctly. I don't know that I've heard
Kawa
of
Amakaze.
Yeah.
I think you pronounce it correctly.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. So, anyway, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. 877-881-1053 and the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text.
One more shout out from the 214. Shout out to the TCU women's basketball team on their top 16 reveal.
All right.
Props to the Lady Frogs.
God, I used to love that each and every year. And boy, it's been a minute since I've looked forward to that, top four from each bracket. Now I'm just like, good God. Where are we going to land? College basketball coming up in hour number 3. Guns up. God, what a win that was. Overtime, what a game. God, we've had some great games. Arizona's just lost 2 in a row in 2 really good games. I mean, Allen Fieldhouse. I was texting with Fred Davis, and I'm like, dude, that was exciting to watch. What's not been exciting to watch is the absolute meltdowns that we have seen from really the biggest stars on the for the United
Olympics.
States in the Olympics.
It started with Lindsey Vonn.
Yeah, and so I was saying this last night. I was working over at the Gibson. I said, man, if you think about like just all these people that are buckled, and somebody brought up Lindsey Vonn, I was like,
What she did,
I'm going to pause on that.
No, let me tell you. She said it had nothing to do with her ACL.
Yeah.
Her hand clipped the flag.
Yeah.
And it made her flip and wipe out.
Yeah, she lost control of the ski.
So she fits the category you just said. What did you say?
Yeah.
Did it to themselves?
Okay.
She did.
I guess
she's
that's
the
fair
one that
then.
said it.
All
She's
right.
the one that said it. She said it has nothing to do with my ACL. My hand clipped. She's got a ski, we call it a pole, whatever you call it.
Yeah, pole, yeah.
Pole hit flag, she wiped out. And then her leg is just fractured.
Michaela Schifrin who is undoubtedly the GOAT as far as skiers go, and and in the slalom, and she has big time struggles once again. Obviously, the huge. She wins every. What do you call them in between, like those cups?
Those
World Cups. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she wins every single one. But 4 years ago, really disappointing finish after she opened up in Pyeongchang in 2018 with a gold there. She finished 11th in the giant slalom. She was one of the worst, and that duel, which I really think is really cool, where they have their teammates. One's doing the downhill, the other one is doing slalom. So she will race this Wednesday in the women's slalom, the giant slalom, which was just finished up a few hours ago. She finished in 11th place, so her struggles continue. We mentioned Vaughn. Chloe Kim, also a disappointing silver, in the half pipe and snowboarding. And then Ilya Melanin.
Quad God.
The quad God. And let me say this, too. You can always count on, and I don't know if it's unfair to do this to NBC, because you know what? If Fox had it or CBS, had the Olympics, they'd all be doing it. But man, is it overkill with using Quad God. Like, can you just sprinkle in his name every now and again?
Because people don't know his name.
Lord, I felt like I heard Quad God 100 times in an hour.
To show you how people don't know his name, say his name again.
Ilya Melanin.
There are people who don't think he's from the United States.
Yeah.
Ilya.
Well, damn.
I'm just saying, people who aren't paying attention because they don't say his name enough.
Well, all the men's figure skaters all had like foreign names.
Last names.
Last names, And
Unusual.
they're like, oh, they're from United States.
Are you trying to say the United States is a melting pot?
Now, on the other side of it, you did have Jordan Stoltz, in men's speed skating.
Yeah.
Two golds.
Can I say something about the Quad God real
Breezy.
quick? He could have got the gold medal if he had just done a regular routine, because he had the lead, and I was reading all the different.
Yeah,
but he really is that good, and so he did something elaborate and fell down twice.
Now he was caught on a hot mic, basically talking about They say he was like. I love how this always gets like portrayed. Mm-hmm. And this is exactly why people get so annoyed with the media in a general sense. Like, oh, he's pointing the finger at not being selected for Beijing. And you're like, I think he was just really saying, like, if he went to Beijing, then he wouldn't have had, the jitters that he had. The nerves in these Olympics. I didn't take it as him blaming the fact that he wasn't selected. So he finished second in the World Championships, but was not selected for the U.S. team to go and compete in Beijing. Well, I tend to agree with him.
Yeah, he hadn't been on the big stage. Yeah.
But he also said, I'd probably, if I did compete then I probably wouldn't be competing after these Olympics, and I may not have, gone, after trying to up his game and to become stronger and to be able to do the stuff that he does now, like, the quadruple.
That's why they call him Quad God. For those who don't know, it's not his legs. It's the fact that he can do a quadruple spin.
Yeah.
And it might be partly by his legs, too, though. Shoot.
You got to have strong legs.
That's what I'm saying.
And ankles, too.
So anyway, that's it's been some good parts to it, but also I think this is the takeaway that I think we're going to have from these Olympics have been more the crash outs now as far as Olympic medal count. Norway, the motherland for me, has overtaken
that's
Italy.
Where your family's from?
Yeah, we're Scotch-Norwegian.
Oh, okay.
They now have 24 medals. Italy with 22, United States in third with 17.
Okay, so you're talking about the crash outs. There would have been a crash out and U.S. hockey fans would have lost their damn minds. We're talking about the men's team. Men's team beat Denmark.
Women's team is just flat out dominant.
Oh, yeah. They're taking on Norway. Aren't they taking on Norway? Sweden.
I honestly haven't looked. I haven't paid attention.
It's either Sweden or Norway. You can look that up for us real quick. The women's team the men's team is going to take on Germany the next round. But they almost lost to Denmark because the coach, Mike Sullivan, had the wrong damn guy in goal. And it's not just me saying this because we're totally biased about the Stars and Jake Ottinger should have been in there. That's what the reaction was around the country in the first period when the goalie that he had, Jeremy Swayman, he had given up 2 goals in 7 shots. First period.
Yeah.
The U.S. survived all that and won. But here's a problem. It wasn't even the fact that Ottinger wasn't in goal. The coach didn't have him dressed. He had him like third-string goalie.
Yeah, I think there's a reason behind this. And, yes, it will be Sweden, excuse me, and the United States.
For the women.
That'll be tomorrow. But 2 o'clock today, United States and Germany. And I think I heard this in regards to whomever Canada was playing most recently, that they were playing some backups. Mm-hmm. And so would the United States do this against Denmark? And that's, exactly what happened. And this is just an assumption from my end that maybe the reason why you didn't have Otter in there is because the chance of Otter maybe playing if Hellebuck, has, a bad first period and a half or something and he wants to go to Otter. I don't know why you wouldn't play Otter yesterday in order to get him already. I don't know.
Was the backup goalie. Ottinger, in other words, Hellebuck already got a start. Swayman was in there. Don't get me wrong. Swayman may be a great goalie, but guess what? He wasn't having it. He wasn't looking like that in the first period. And what if he got worse? That was my whole point. And you don't have Ottinger dressed. He wasn't dressed the previous time before that. It makes no sense. Sullivan is the coach. Or somebody cuss him out. His strategy, it could have backfired really easily because you know how hockey go. Anything can happen. Hot goalie, cold goalie. It can happen anytime. Makes no sense. They treat him like he's Robo. Yeah, I said it. Jason Robertson should be on that U.S. team. And by the way, props to the Stars Finnish Mafia. Yesterday, they beat down Italy 11-0 in hockey. If this was football, it'd be 77-0.
Latvia.
That's where Kristaps Porzingis is from.
4-3 a winner over Germany yesterday, and that's who the Americans have today. And I wonder, I don't know how much I like, going up against a wounded animal as the men's hockey team goes up against Leon Draisaitl and the Germans. That is,
I wonder if Dirk's
today.
going to be at that game. He's from Germany, and he's over in Europe.
There you go. Also, shout out women's curling. Friday night. First ever win over Canada. How about that? So there has been some good spots.
I've seen people have office parties in the middle of the day watching the curling. I kid you not.
Dude, I get 2 of my friends are just absolutely obsessed. They are.
They
cannot get enough.
They slide that thing down. They start dusting off the ice.
Yeah. There's been some controversy too, but man alive. But hey, it has been incredibly entertaining. The NBA, we are at the All-Star break. So the odds-on favorite to win, of course, the NBA Finals would be the Oklahoma City Thunder. But we'll take a look at some of the other threats to the Thunder to take the title, and I think Wemby is going to do something that we haven't seen in 60 years. That's coming up next here on The Fan.
Ready to slim, smooth, and tighten all at once? At Soza Clinic, discover our new all-in-one transformation pack.
presents Sean and RJ and Bobby Belt, joined by our draft guru Brian Broaddus. Live from the Combine, the week of February 23rd. The Fans Combine coverage is also brought to you by East Dallas Diesel. Tolos know where the best draft coverage is. It's right here on The Fan.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
I think Victor Wembanyama is going to break one of the biggest records in all of sports. That here in just a moment, alongside Chris Arnold, the three-time Hall of Famer. I'm Will Chambers on this Sunday morning here on 105.3 The Fan, Twitch, YouTube, and 105.3thefan.com. Trevor Beck back in the studio, or back in the Pimp Cup, I should say. We're going to talk a little NFL at the top of next hour. Whom is going to be the next dynasty? Will Kansas City retain that title? Or will it be over? Seattle moving their way towards that? But as we look ahead to the next few years, do we see a team out there that has the greatest opportunity and possibility of becoming the next NFL dynasty? That all coming up at 10 o'clock. It's All-Star Weekend in the NBA. Taking a look at the standings as we stand right now with the Detroit Pistons as the #1 team in the Eastern Conference and OKC in the Western Conference. Are you surprised by what we've seen in the East? With Detroit on top?
Not totally surprised. Detroit should have beaten the Knicks in the playoffs last year. That's how good they were.
I'm with you there.
And I've always been keeping an eye on the Pistons because Cade Cunningham from Arlington. By the way, he's the newest owner of the Texas Rangers.
That was interesting.
Yeah. He owns a
real
chunk.
Quick aside on that. Because I, like most of us, got the notification, from ESPN saying, he's, taking a minority stake. And I was talking about this with my buddy, and I go, he hasn't been in the league that long. I'm like, I'm guessing off the top of my head, he's probably had a second contract. And I know NBA contracts have become, pretty big, but, and I don't know what type of piece he got, but how much money did he spend on that? How much money didn't that catch anybody else? Like, usually got like A-Rod. Now, A-Rod just, bought a bigger stake and all that with Minnesota with somebody else. But I'm just like, man, that kind of caught me off guard. Like, that was really interesting.
So he's already, his 5-year max rookie extension is $269 million. $269 million. When Mark Cuban bought the Dallas Mavericks back in the year 2000, it was for $200 million.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that baseball teams are not expensive. But I'm just saying his little chunk, he might have 1%. He might have 2%. There are teams all over the league that have different former athletes or current athletes have a piece of it. I think I want to say LeBron's got a piece of a soccer team in England. It happens. And they're making crazy money because guess what? And I was listening to Tim Matthews earlier this morning, and he had it all wrong because he's unfortunately blaming the players' salaries for not getting things done when the salary cap is it's like your taxes. If you got a good CPA, you don't have to pay as much taxes. All right? So stop looking at like the reason all these teams have this money and they're worth billions of dollars is because of the TV deals that they have. I'm not talking about traditional, because back in the day it was traditional. We're talking about streaming rights deals. This is the Netflixes or the Amazon Primes or whatever they are. They are giving these owners billions of dollars. NFL, $117 billion. NBA, $76 billion. Their agreements with the players' unions, they have to share that money. The salaries are going to go up. And for people who are getting bent out of shape over, well, this guy's making this much money and I don't know how, it's because of the credit card swipe of the streaming deals. Blame technology. Blame the fact that the owners are making billions instead of hundreds of millions or tens of millions.
I've never, he's 24 years old.
Yeah.
I've never heard of a 24-year-old active athlete, professional athlete, taking an ownership stake in a major American sport.
Put it like this.
Team.
He's from Arlington.
That's wild.
He grew up in Arlington. Family's still in Arlington. Reason I'm not even surprised, a lot of people don't know that the late, great Charlie Pride had a part ownership of the Texas Rangers, too.
Mm-hmm.
And you just didn't know. And it's not like he was making hundreds of millions of dollars. Charlie Pride, he's a legendary country music singer. He's a former Negro League baseball player. And he just happened to have the wherewithal and the connections. They said, you know what? You want to buy part of the team? Because he was always out at Rangers spring training. And so he and his family were able to get a chunk of the Rangers.
Real quick on the East before we get into the Spurs, Wemby, OKC, and all that. Obviously, Boston is without, Jason Tatum for the time being, or very close to returning, but it's been the whole year. So, you didn't expect Boston to be right back to where they were last year as the top of the Eastern Conference, but definitely very much still a threat. New York Knicks, I said last year after they had reached the conference finals, I was like, that's their ceiling. I mean, I know we all love Brunson and all that, but, with Karl-Anthony Towns, this team, I go, that's the ceiling. I will waver on that a little bit just because of the whole scenario with the Eastern Conference, but everybody talking nationally about how, the Knicks, this year, they're going, I'm like, I don't see them as an NBA Finals team at all, as currently constructed. And that's why I thought you got to figure out a way, either you or Minnesota, to get Giannis, or to get that just one thing that's going to, vault you to the top. And no, I know each team had their difficulties because of, money and aprons and all that stuff. But anyway, that's the way I saw it. Watching Victor, Wemby is, he had a first quarter. I can't remember who they were playing, but it was much earlier in the week. And I want to say he had 14 or 15 points, but just it wasn't even about the point total. It was about what he was doing it with ease. He had somebody back down about, I don't know, 2 or 3 feet inside the 3-point line, did one move, one dribble, and dunked. And I'm like, he is going to, at some point in his career, and I think relatively soon, within the next probably 2 years, he's going to break Wilt Chamberlain's all-time. Yeah, he's going to get to 102.
He could easily if they gave him the ball enough.
And I think it will do that. I think they'll do that just on a random, remember the Kobe 80-point game on a random Wednesday against Toronto? That's how I see it.
Well, here's what's so wild. On Kobe's 81-point game, he had to play all those quarters. It wasn't like he was jacking up shots. Chris Bosh was playing for Toronto back then.
Didn't he sit for a minute in the third?
For a minute, but
for a while,
they caught back. Players got to rest. He's older.
Yeah.
The point was, he would have sat down. He was not going for some kind of record. They had to have those points. If you look at the final score, they had to have those points. It's kind of like Luka a couple of years ago in Atlanta when he scored 72, I believe. People are just like, well, it's the 3-point shot. No, he had to play in that game to win the game. And also to show you how dominant Kobe was, that same year, he scored 62 points against the Mavericks in 3 quarters. It was a blowout. Back in the 90s or whatever, or early 2000s. It was a blowout, and he just sat the fourth quarter. He could have had 100 points himself.
Yeah. I mean,
Wemby is so talented.
He did that one shot, and then he just, a possession or two later, came down and just buries a 3. I'm like, this dude.
He's amazing. So here's anybody that saw the season opener, the Mavericks versus the Spurs, back in October. He put on a hell of a show.
Yeah, man.
It was insane. The crowd was just gasping where people were calling him a monster from Space Jam. They were calling him an alien. It's what? Because he was dribbling and going through his legs, and he get the rebounds and he's blocking shots, and he just lean over and dunk on somebody where he wasn't even underneath the goal. It was leaning over to dunk, and he was so comfortable and fluid. Someone best described him as a taller, because he's 7'6", I believe, 7'5" or 7'6". They called him a taller Kevin Durant. Remember, he's not Kareem. Kareem was just hook shots.
Right.
Kevin Durant claims he's not 7 foot. You know he's 7 foot.
Yeah.
And Kevin Durant, you can't stop him.
Yeah.
And especially when he was in his prime.
No doubt.
This is if Wemby stays healthy,
right,
he can definitely
just
do
thinking
that.
the same thing.
And if he stays healthy, he's the MVP. But his health issues, because he's so tall.
Yeah, when you know the stories about Wilt, because I'm 46 going on 47. I obviously wasn't around for Wilt, but. Why
are you looking at me? Because I was.
Will was just, he was it was unstoppable.
He
was unstoppable. And that's what I look at with Victor. I'm like, this dude, what are you going to do? You can't, if they just decide on a, random night against not like a huge matchup, but just kind of one of those one-offs.
Right, not against name a team like the Knicks or the Lakers.
Thunder or something like that.
Actually, they own the Thunder this year.
Well, they do.
So many times.
But it would be... it would be like they're taking on Brooklyn.
Or Phoenix.
Yeah.
Now, I wouldn't even say Brooklyn because, again, they would rest him because they don't want him to get hurt. They wouldn't be saying, let's give him the record.
I think...
I
don't know.
I mean,
saying, I think if he all of a sudden has like 40 points in a first half...
Well, it depends how competitive the game is. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Because this day and age of load management, it's just kind of like saying pitch count in baseball. If a pitch, he might be damn near, not a perfect game, but might be near a shutout. And they're like, no, he's already got 110 pitches. Sit him down and let the bullpen get in, and then they can say they jointly had a shutout. Yeah. That's what they would do. It would have to be a Phoenix game or something where, like you said, nobody's really paying hard attention to it, and it's competitive enough where he stays in, and he's already got 80-something points and could possibly get to 100.
And for that very reason,
if he was totally healthy all the time, maybe. But I don't look at it like this. Pitchers and pitch counts.
To me, without a question, the greatest threat to the Oklahoma City Thunder, with all due respect to Denver or anybody else,
totally agree,
is San Antonio.
And they've got depth now.
Castle, De'Aaron Fox,
Harper.
Harper. Yeah.
They've got the last 2 Rookie of the Years. And De'Aaron Fox orchestrating it. And they got a veteran, Harrison Barnes, on the side, former Maverick Harrison Barnes, who's got a ring with Golden State back in the day. In other words, you got the old head in the locker room, too.
Man.
And he's a solid guy.
All-Star game tonight. I will watch exactly 0 seconds of that.
You mean you don't want to see the world versus stars and stripes?
Still don't care.
Again, all these All-Star games, even hockey, decide, let's do the world versus the U.S. way.
Well,
They're all trying to figure it out. I'm with you. It's not like it used to be. And
these world, when you watch like Luka and Jokic, playing in these All-Star games,
they don't care.
They're worse than the American. Like they literally give 0. You know what? Okay, let's turn our attention to the NFL. We'll do so. 877-881-1053. Hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, and let us know which team that you think, or teams that have the best opportunity to develop into a dynasty over the next decade. We'll have that for you next year on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 on this Sunday, and it's a big one. It's not a super Sunday like last weekend, but I do have a Hall of Famer 3 times over on my right.
Got you down.
His name's Chris Arnold. I'm Will Chambers, Trevor Beck. Trevor, the creator, back in the Pimp Cup as we'll take you to 1 o'clock today. Fred and Eric will take over from us. Whom's the next dynasty? Will Kansas City hold on to their to that title?
Hut.
Or will Seattle become the next one? It's something that we want to explore here. Didn't want to spend too much time on it. Did you enjoy your Super Bowl?
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't expecting much.
God.
What do you mean?
It was so. Becca and I went over watched it with Bobby and Kristen, and it was like
it was a low. I knew it was going to be a low scoring game. Didn't you say the over and under was 45 and a half? Like, it's going to be low.
Well, I said especially in the first half, and hopefully you took that to the bank. Now I also said I thought New England was definitely going to cover, and oh my God, I couldn't have imagined Drake May looking worse than he did.
6 sacks.
Oh, I mean, Bobby and I couldn't understand, and we were like, maybe it's the shoulder, but the throws that he was making, they just looked, like when you're playing, football with your buddies, and like somebody is trying to throw it further than they actually can, and it just kind of floats in the air. You're trying to throw it 50 yards, and it only goes about 38. That was Drake May like all afternoon.
Deer in the headlights?
Yeah, I don't know what it was, but man, it was awful.
Yeah, he had a bad game. I don't think that's going to define his career. That's just one moment.
No.
But some people, he's young. And also, if you're a college football old head guy, you're probably saying, if he had been in the SEC, he didn't been in some big games. But he's now in North Carolina. He ain't been in no big games. He ain't never played no big games.
I hate that.
But they had him as the MVP runner-up, so he should have been ready for it.
Yeah.
He ain't been in no big games.
So, it is what
I put it like this. Props to Seattle. I thought it would be a Sam Darnold feel-good story. Remember I was switching from the Rams to Seattle. My storybook ending for the Rams would be Stafford retiring with his buddy Clayton Kershaw, because they went to high school at Highland Park. I said, you know what? Let's have Tank Lawrence, get his ring the same way DeMarcus Ware got his ring with Denver. So I was like, yep, let's go ahead and let Tank Lawrence get his ring. And he did. And guess what? Did you hear about the bet he had with Dez Bryant?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Dez told him before the season when he went off to Seattle, because he said, I got a better chance of winning with the Seattle Seahawks than the Cowboys. And by the way, Dez and Tank are real good friends. And Dez said, I bet you a Rolex ring you don't get a Super Bowl. So Dez
Rolex ring?
Excuse me, Rolex watch.
Okay.
So Dez all over.
I was like, does Rolex have a new line?
No, my bad. I was thinking about a Rolex to go with his Super Bowl ring. But the point I was trying to make is Dez all on social media laughing about it, saying, I owe Tank a Rolex watch.
That is funny. Well, there's a number of different factors in looking at what could become the next dynasty. One of the things, and this is obviously salary cap and storing on, but things can change there, right? We know from the Cowboys they could restructure, a couple guys and go from being, let's see, where they are, they're like minus $31.5 million over the cap right now. That's obviously going to change quite a bit with some offseason stuff. So you take it for what it is.
Let me give you the number real quick. The Cowboys right now, as we speak, are $29.1 million over the cap. They have till March 11th, the start of the league year, to go under the cap, which they will. Last season, during the year, they were way under the cap. And don't buy this stuff about the cap, the cap. This year, the cap is going to go up for the whole league from $279.2 million to $305 million. So nobody should be complaining about the cap when the cap space is there.
But here, let me give you my biggest worry. So let's talk about Kansas City first. we're never taking him off the board while Patrick Mahomes is still in uniform.
Thank you.
Right? They got a shot. We're not. You're going to give him a shot. However, they're the most over the cap as we sit here than any other team in the NFL. They're also one of the youngest. That is not a great combination. Right now, they're the third average for players on the team at 25, almost like 26 years old. That's third youngest behind the Jets and the Titans. You're that young and that much over the cap. You figure the teams that are high over the cap have a lot of veterans on it. Mm-hmm. You need youth, on rookie contracts, maybe not established stars, all that kind of stuff. That has me worried a little bit. But again, we know the cap can be maneuvered, and I'm sure Kansas City will do some things there. But some other teams that I thought of interest. When you look at cap space, right now, without doing any maneuvering, Seattle has $63 million to work with. Mm-hmm. That's in a really good spot. And we talked over the last couple of weeks about the job that John Schneider has done. He has been general manager, sensational. Mm-hmm. The Seahawks GM, he and Howie Roseman, you got to look at those two as being, the best in the biz.
They are. And throw in the Rams GM, too.
Yeah, Les Snead.
I remember a couple of years ago when they won the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
F them picks. That was right. The T-shirts they were wearing at the Super Bowl parade because so many fans were consumed with the picks without looking at, let's win a ring. How about win a championship and then worry about the picks? And guess what? Rams still in the picture. They're not in hell. They're not in cap hell. They're not had to go down and start from zero and win 4 games a year.
But let's be honest here. Mm-hmm. I'll say this from my opinion. Seattle is not going to be a dynasty. They're not, and I'll tell you why.
Why? And I don't think they were a dynasty either.
Sam Darnold.
Oh, so you still don't trust him?
I trust him to a point, okay? He didn't play that great in the Super Bowl. He made the plays when he needed to, but he even said afterwards that, he relied on the defense. Mm-hmm. He did enough to, manage to where not putting them in precarious situations, too much. But it's not like he played great.
In other words, you feel like, and a lot of people do, that if Seattle were great offensively as well, they should have dominated New England because New England's quarterback was struggling. They should have had a bigger victory.
Yeah, well, New England they played really well defensively. I think that in order to have a dynasty, you can't be good at quarterback.
You got to be great?
You got to be great at quarterback.
Because your quarterback has to save you from games where stuff's not going right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's why, again, we're like, well, Kansas City's just never coming out of this. So whom else in there? I can't do the Rams. Because I think we got one more year of Stafford. Mm-hmm. Now, we'll see if they hit on a draft pick and I move forward with it because, they're actually one of the younger teams in the league as well. At least, so, they're kind of top half younger. So that's good for them. Their cap situation will obviously change quite a bit once Stafford retires, and I think that's probably after next year. Just a guess there on that. So who else is there? Well, then I look at whom I think are the great quarterbacks. Buffalo.
They haven't done it yet.
No, and they need some help there.
I really want them to because I get tired of people saying when they won 4 AFC championships in a row, went to 4 Super Bowls in a row as if they sucked. You don't get to 4 in a row unless you're really, really good. To me, and I've said this on this show, if they had won just 1 Super Bowl, I'm talking about the very first one where the field goal was off, they're the Atlanta Braves of the 90s.
Yeah.
Because Atlanta won all these World Series and only won 1.
So, Philadelphia.
Because of Howie?
Yeah, it's the closest. I think that right now, because if Philadelphia goes back to the Super Bowl and they win one, they are one.
Yes, because for those who aren't familiar, Philadelphia has been to the Super Bowl 3 times in 7 years and won 2, including they went to Super Bowls 2 years in a row up until last weekend.
Yeah.
You cannot say they're not. I can't stand the Eagles, but you can't say that they haven't been a dominant team in the 2020s.
Yeah, and they may be kind of, a little bit of a mess here and there, the A.J. Brown stuff, Sirianni. Crazy. But look, I don't want to do it, but I got to put them in it if they do win. But are they great at quarterback? This goes contrary to what I just said a moment ago. It's also the reason why I don't believe it. Yeah, and he has done such a terrific job there. Then I go, okay, so who else we got here? Josh Allen, okay, Joe Burrow. Nobody in their right mind is going to trust Cincinnati.
No, because they don't know how to build around that great quarterback.
No.
They're going to get him killed.
It's ridiculous. That team is never going to be a dynasty. I mean, we have more people that work on this morning show that scout for the Cincinnati Bengals. Like, no. Sneaky team. Sneaky. Mm-hmm. And again, a lot of things have to happen, but I'm like, okay, let's say Trevor Lawrence turns into the quarterback we thought he was going to. This was a kind of a coming out year. I mean, I know he's had one pretty good season a few years ago. But then it wasn't really materializing. Boy, with Liam Cohen this year, it looked pretty good.
Liam's a quarterback whisperer.
And they're young.
Mm-hmm.
And they're 26, average years old.
Yeah.
So they're in,
It's a shame. I'm happy for him, but we lost Jordan Lewis to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And I'm like, how the hell we do not pay Jordan Lewis, and now you're missing a Jordan Lewis on that Cowboys defense because nobody can cover the slot. You just took it for granted, and I'm happy for him.
Yeah.
But I was always keeping an eye on Jacksonville this year because he was there. And like you said, Jar Jar Binks, the quarterback, Sunshine, pick a nickname, Google him up.
Jar Jar, that's good.
Jar Jar, just Google Jar Jar and look at two images side by side.
I was going into Bo Nick's next, but neck. I was thinking, is the neck, is that part of the Jar Jar Binks?
Yeah. Picture. Go ahead.
Speaking of Knicks, I would not pick Denver. But Denver did just have a good year. Sean Payton's a great coach. I'm not going to do anything with Denver. I have to put Chicago in there, right? Not just because of my own affinity.
Because of Ben Johnson?
And Caleb.
Yep. By the way, there's Jar Jar.
Oh, my.
And Trevor Lawrence. Just Google it.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Okay.
Wins.
That fits. I think I thought it was kind of silly when I heard, while the Bears are making this run and, getting into the playoffs and all that, where people were doing the redraft or whatever, and they would still take, Jaden Daniels above Caleb, those who thought so after the rookie year. And I'm like, you can't be serious. And look, I was a huge proponent of Jaden Daniels coming out of the draft. Mm-hmm. I thought he was going to be absolutely terrific, and I still think he can be a terrific quarterback, but I can't trust. Exactly.
Gotta stay healthy.
He's so slight.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't know about Dan Quinn being, a head coach that can win a Super Bowl, all that. But to say that you wouldn't with Caleb, I think that people are just mental. I couldn't understand how NBA or NFL analysts were saying that they'd still take Jaden over Caleb. So
just for health.
Yeah. The Bears have some things to do with their salary cap, just like everybody else, does. And obviously, look, the biggest thing that they have to look at going into next year is on the defensive side, particularly with rushing the pass. But you figured that is going to be addressed. It's not too far away for that. So I think there are a few teams in there. Detroit was another one I wanted to bring up as well. But do we feel like Detroit, let's say in comparison to Chicago, is Jared Goff great? I don't know.
Or is
he was great with Ben Johnson, right?
Yep. Like the system. They were saying that about Joe Montana and the system with Bill Walsh.
Yeah.
The West Coast offense.
I mean, still a lot of talent there. Detroit's not going anywhere. I think they'll bounce back next year and be really good. I don't know if they will be great. But yeah, that's what I was like trying to think of, like these teams that have a chance to be a dynasty moving forward, and there may not be actually any.
Did you? Yeah, but there may not be any because it's so balanced. You know, the NFL. I mean, any team can go. I noticed you didn't mention Green Bay. I noticed you didn't mention Baltimore.
Oh, I'm sorry. Come on, fellas. No Patriots. They should be mentioned in this. They just went to the Super Bowl. Great defense.
Got some experience out of it.
And a good offseason to help the offense. Absolutely. And I'm a believer in Drake May.
Toll over 940 says, what about the Broncos? Broncos and Patriots, top 2. He said the head coach is more important than quarterback in a dynasty. Something to think about. Again, the head coach, Andy Reid, Belichick, they keep the atmosphere. In other words, we mentioned in the Philadelphia anomaly, it's not Jalen Hurts. He's good. He's not great, but he would have been the MVP of the Super Bowl twice if they had beaten Kansas City the first Super Bowl, and then he was this past Super Bowl a year ago. I'm just saying, he's not great. And we're giving credit to Howie, not the quarterback. See, you're being quarterback-centric, which I think is very important.
But no, I think there's nothing more important than your head coach and the quarterback. I would respectfully disagree that the head coach is more important than the quarterback. I think Brady was more important than Belichick, and Mahomes is more important than Reid. But I think that they're so intertwined.
Parcells in the 90s, his quarterbacks.
Well, he won one with Phil Simms and the other one with Jeff Hostetler. And then, I guess different.
I'm not
a different game back
coaches,
in that.
To me, it's
I'm not dismissing them. You know me. I've been talking about how important the coaches are as a part of getting it. Yeah, Ben Johnson absolutely with them. And then somebody else brought up Chargers are very young for the 940. I wouldn't be shocked if Harbaugh turned them into a power. Absolutely. And that could be as early as next year. I mean, they lost both their tackles this year. It's just like,
and then
they still had a good season.
People say Kingsbury is the only reason San Francisco was any good because everybody's hurt. I'm talking about this past year. That's how big the coach is. And I'm not even a Kingsbury fan. I'm not Kingsbury. Excuse me, Shanahan.
Yeah.
Shanahan, they said Shanahan should have been coach of the year because look what the 49ers did and everybody was banged up. And they give him the credit to Shanahan. And I'm not a Shanahan fan at all. I think he gets hard-hitted in the fourth quarter and insists on throwing the ball when the running game is working for you. It cost Atlanta the Super Bowl and it cost the 49ers their Super Bowl when he insisted on going with Jimmy Garoppolo.
There you go. All right.
By the way, I noticed you didn't mention the Cowboys. Shall we mention them this next segment?
Yeah.
Because what they need to do to even get in your conversation.
We'll do that actually at the end of this hour because our good friend Calvin Watkins, the Dallas Morning News, he gave us an off-season primer. We're going to split that up into 2 parts. We'll have that coming up at 10:40. But pitchers and catchers have reported to spring training. So what the Rangers did in the offseason, is it enough? We'll discuss that next year on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate.
nutrition with chef-crafted flavors that make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car, truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
What the Texas Rangers did not do in this offseason that could already be derailing their 2026 campaign. All coming up in just a moment alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. I'm Will Chambers. Trevor Beck is back in the Cup, just crushing it on a big day in sports, CA.
Oh, yeah. Big day in sports, and Trevor does what he does best.
Thank y'all.
Creating back there. We got there. I am not a racing fan, but we know a lot of you out there are. Our very own Brian Broaddus is.
Yes,
and
the
Super Bowl of stock car racing today, the Daytona 500. I know that I'm going to be locked in as much as possible on Pebble Beach.
I bet you will.
On the golf tournament out there.
Quick shout out to Daytona. G-Bag, we used to go out there every year.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of fun.
I've heard the stories, one in particular. Well, I have a CA stories coming up at 11:40, and I remember one that was from Daytona. But we also, the Nexo Dallas Open today.
Oh, my goodness. The final is at 1 o'clock, and it played out just the way the organizer had hoped. It's an all-USA final. You got Ben Shelton versus Taylor Fritz. We were doing the show out there yesterday afternoon. Through the pouring rain, props to the Nexo people, the Tony Fay PR people, the Cowboys, the Star District. If you've ever been out there, and Will's been out there a million times, it's absolutely amazing. We're talking about Cowboys headquarters.
I was out there a few days ago to meet up with G-Bag.
Yeah.
Because they're out at Sidecar Social.
Yeah, so check this out. A lot of people have been to the Ford Center, which is where the Cowboys practice. You might have had an open house practice one time, get back from training camp. Or you might have been out there for high school football playoffs. Or you might have been out there, for the Country Music Awards. Or you might have been out there for boxing. Or you might have been out there for college football championships, NAIA or whatever it is. This tennis thing, oh my God. I felt like I was not even in Frisco, not even in Texas, not even in the United States. I felt international. I felt like it was the U.S. Open or Wimbledon or the Australian Open. You had players there from Italy, United States, France, Croatia, Canada, Bulgaria. They're all there. And you get Ben Shelton versus Taylor Fritz. And for those who are loving Instagram and you keep up with who's hot and what's not, the hot couple, last weekend it was Stephon Diggs and Cardi B. Ben Shelton's girlfriend is Trinity Rodman.
Yeah.
The highest paid U.S. soccer female ever. And she helped U.S. win the gold and all that. But she's also playing for a professional women's soccer team in Washington, D.C. They've been on social media back and forth on the gram. They're like the hot sports couple.
Yeah.
And Ben Shelton, all this year, he's made it to the quarterfinals of wherever he played. Right now, he's in the finals. He's in the finals. For those who say, Trinity Rodman, yep, that's Dennis Rodman's daughter. Dennis Rodman, Dallas's own, South Oak Cliff's own. She, however, does not have a relationship with him because when he was married to his first wife and they had the kids and whatever, she stayed in California. Dennis went on and started dating Madonna and everybody else and blew up big time. So she doesn't have a relationship with Dennis, but she does have a very strong relationship with Ben Shelton. And she even has teased him about he should have his tennis coach do a little dance like her coach did in soccer when she won something. And so if he wins this title, all eyes for all the people who are going to show up at this thing are going to be on Ben Shelton's coach to see if he might do a little dance, a real dance for, when I say real, REEL, like a TikTok dance.
I grew up in the Cincinnati area going to the ATP Championship, and now shoot, I forget what I think it's called the Masters now, and it's always the pre-up to the U.S. Open. Tennis events are awesome.
They really are.
They are so awesome. So if anybody's going out there today.
Earlier this week, yeah.
So cool stuff having here at the next Dallas Open.
1 o'clock is when they start that final. And like I said, you walk around in that crowd. First of all, they have a merch drop area. There's Hugo Boss. It's Boss everything. Mm-hmm. They got all kinds of other sponsors, big worldwide brands. And they've turned that Ford Center. They got a stadium inside the stadium. They got different practice courts in there, and they got the main court. They built. They've spent millions. Everything is there first class. And I'm like, they didn't just slap something together. And they got this big tent where you walk in. If you ever go up there and there's an outdoor field where kids can play around, if you're going with your families and just outside play, they got this huge fan zone tent. And it's like they got the bar set up. They got areas. They got music inside. It's just insane.
It's awesome stuff. And by the way, U.S. hockey men's team taking on Germany today at 2:10. So among many things, the NBA All-Star game. We'll give you all the latest news at noon today at 12. The Rangers.
Pitchers and catchers have reported.
I was reading, first news this week on they're getting Jordan Montgomery back on a 1-year deal. Mm-hmm. Not exactly a great year last year in Arizona.
He had the injury. And by the way, he won't be back until at least after the All-Star break. Here's what's so wild. A lot of people are looking at this like, whoa, when you got him for that World Series run, and he was a huge piece of that pitching staff that won the World Series. I mean, he was that good. They didn't get him until around the trade deadline anyway.
Right, from St. Louis.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So it's like, and he knew he should have stayed here. Here's the backstory. Everybody remembers this. He wanted to stay here, but his agent was Scott Boras. And Boras said, we're going to wait it out. I'm going to get that money. And he waited around, he effed around, and found out he wound up in Arizona, and he did not want to be there at all. And all of a sudden, they're like, well, why is he even here? Turns out the owner wanted him there. I mean, the coaches didn't want him there. It was crazy.
Wow.
So he's back with the Rangers.
I was reading ESPN.com's baseball writer, Bradford Doolittle, which if I could try to find, or if I were to come up with a movie and movie characters for a 1920s baseball writer, I don't know if I could come up with a better name than Bradford Doolittle.
Yeah, for real.
I mean, I just imagine him with a popcorn hat and here, anyway. What your teams didn't do on this offseason or something to that effect. But anyway, when he was talking about the Texas Rangers, why the heck didn't the Rangers get a Marcus Semien replacement? And boy, does that ring out true considering the fact of the news we got this week with Sebastian Walcott, the top prospect in the Rangers organization, having elbow surgery.
Dun, dun, dun.
It's going to be at least until the All-Star break and beyond, when if he is indeed going to be available at any point during 2026. And we don't even know if he was, what kind of role he was going to play. 19 years old, right? He may not have been ready, but that is one of the things that Doolittle brought up.
Well, you know what? That just means the Rangers are doing second base by committee, and I hate the by committee thing. It drives me nuts.
Yeah. He mentioned the fact that it's probably looking at Josh Smith there. He's with Ezekiel Duran and Cody Freeman.
Josh Smith, he is a Swiss Army knife. When he was filling in, every time he filled in for Corey Seager, dude was special. And 2 years ago, he should have been on the All-Star team. That's how good Josh Smith is.
Yeah.
Low-key.
It's
and Josh, he's filling for Josh Young, too.
It is.
He's doing everything.
The season of hope and optimism. I mean, we're still in winter, but anytime pitchers and catchers report to me, that means it's spring.
You know what the problem is? Health. You're hoping the offense is healthy. The pitching staff, especially the rotation, is great. It's going to be dominant. They don't have a real closer. They're going to try with Garcia again. They need to add to that. Or to me, they need to go ahead and make a trade Maybe they're going to wait till the after the All-Star game, the trade deadline, like they did when they brought in Chapman, and that helped them win the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
But they had 29 blown saves last year. 29, which meant, seriously, you don't blow 15 of those, you're in the playoffs. You win 90-something games.
Yeah.
My whole point is, and this is despite the lack of health. Notice I said lack of health. Every time I hate to say this, but I'm just wondering, and I love Josh Young, but is he not Evan Carter? Because both of them are great when they're healthy, but you just don't know.
Yeah.
They're the same thing.
No doubt.
I hate that for
No
them
doubt.
because both of them are Sean Lee or Omarion Overshown. I mean, it's the same thing. They're all unhealthy. They're great when they're great, but what's the best ability? Availability.
So, anyway, we're inching closer to the beginning of the Major League Baseball season.
Do you like the fact, and I'm looking at Trevor because he's a guy, you're going to talk about that rotation. DeGrom, and I think DeGrom is healthy, but he's a little older. You got Evo. You got the new guy, what's his name? Gore?
Mackenzie Gore.
Yeah, Gore is really good, and he's only going to get better. And the young gun, he might be ready. We're talking about Jack Leiter. He might be your number 4. Again, I have no problem with the rotation, and you got a decent bullpen, but give me a real closer, not closer by committee, and hopefully, that's where I just hate this, on the offense, it's all about health. I hate that.
Yeah. Well, we will see. And what is a loaded American League, too. So, and the division, it's going to be a wild year. All right. Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News, with an off-season primer for the Cowboys.
Yeah, and we're going to break this down on what they need to do if they want to be in the conversation of even going to the playoffs next on 105.3 The Fan.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending.
March 2nd through the 6th with access you won't find anywhere else. The Fans coverage is also brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano and On Time Experts Heating and Plumbing. Your one and only home of the Rangers is 105.3 The Fan.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Trevor. The off-season primer for the Cowboys from one of the best in the business, Calvin Watkins, in just a moment. Great to have you with us here on this Sunday morning here on 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers, Chris Arnold, here with you with Trevor back in the Pimp Cup at the top of next hour. Who's going to be next year's Patriots? Who's going to emerge? The surprise team
the
to make it to
losing record and flips it.
Conference championship, maybe even a Super Bowl appearance. We'll give you the candidates and see whom you think, give you who we think could be that big surprise, that big up-and-comer in the NFL next year. But let's get into some Cowboys.
Let's talk about these Cowboys, and props again to our buddy Calvin Watkins from the Dallas Morning News, longtime Cowboys beat writer. He put together yesterday a primer of everything the Cowboys need to take care of this offseason if they expect to compete. And it's an excellent breakdown. I kid you not, it is worth, and it's in order. It's totally organized, and it's got categories. I'm like, damn, Calvin, did AI help you with this? It's that good. It is really that good. I asked this question yesterday on the air because, not to be a trick question, Super Bowl was just last Sunday, so we're officially into the offseason for all the NFL. Can anybody in this room remember the Cowboys' record last season? Do you remember what their record was? We know they didn't make the playoffs. It seemed like it was so long ago. Do you know what their record was?
They 7 wins.
I think it was. Were we 8-9? I think we.
It's so funny because nobody remembers.
God,
it was 7-9-1.
Right,
everybody forgets about the tie.
The tie.
That's the Green Bay Packers tie game. That's how bad it was. You kind of like, let me get that off my mind. Okay, so we talked about they got some cap space to work with. They're going to adjust some contracts like they always do. The cap is going to go up to $305 million. But what they need to be doing right now is deciding on who they keep and who they're going to let go. We're talking about 15 unrestricted free agents, 4 restricted free agents, and 2 exclusive right free agents. He named the Fantastic Four. Well, I know it's been a long day and night for you this weekend.
Yeah.
Can you imagine, off the top of your head, who are the Fantastic Four that they better do something with? And we're talking about you either sign them or you better trade them for some huge value.
Number 1, obviously, is George Pickens.
That's right, number 1. Number 2.
Jadeveon Clowney.
That's correct. Number 3.
Let's see. Javonte Williams.
Yes, you're on fire for somebody who hadn't much sleep.
Yeah.
The last was pretty difficult because nobody really thinks about this, but he is a part of the Fantastic Four. And Trevor, if you think you know it, raise your hand.
Off the top of my head, I can't remember his exact contract situation, but would it be Deron Bland?
No, Bland just signed a $90 million contract extension last August.
Let's see.
Malik Hooker?
No, Malik Hooker, they can cut him. He's one of those guys who are going to what are they going to do with him?
I'll say.
And by the way,
Overshown is too young.
But he's not the Fantastic Four. I want to clarify that. Hooker is a free agent, but he's one of those guys.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if
this is a Fantastic Four. I'll give you guys a hint.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Here's your hint. He grew up in Plano. I give you one more hint. Dak gave him a nickname. This always stumps everybody because everybody just kind of takes it for granted. How about he was probably the MVP of the season most of the time?
Clowney?
No, he already mentioned Clowney.
Oh, okay.
Brandon Aubrey?
Yes. Ding, 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 ding. Butter Aubrey.
Right.
The Plano thing should have got.
That's where I'm like.
Yeah.
Well, I just looked up the depth chart, and I'm looking now. I'm like, oh my God, yeah, that is Aubrey.
Yep. So the bottom line is they got to make some decisions on which way they're going to go with free agency. We already know what they had been doing in the past, which is, well, we don't really go into the first week of free agency and overpay somebody. They like the Walmart Great Value second week specials, which have failed.
Yeah.
So they need to go ahead and do it right. In my personal opinion on those Fantastic Four, you tell me what you think. They need to get the George Pickens situation done immediately. Before the end of March. And it's not just about, okay, we know Jerry loves drama and that keeps the team relevant. And he has Jerry likes to say, I have a high tolerance for ambiguity, which means he'll take this thing to the first game of the season. Ask Dak and ask Micah Parsons, right? My whole deal is if you're trying to get into the playoffs, go to the NFC Championship game. You got to organize your team now. This is the high priority, get it done. I know the franchise tag is a placeholder. That's fine. But that doesn't mean, we can wait until training camp starts. That's old business. I know deadlines make deals. That's old business. If you got a superstar, you get it done. And guess what? To me, if he's under contract, he's even more valuable if you want to trade him, let's say a year from now.
Yeah. I find this to be really tough. I really do. Because he's so good. He really is. And there's no question that the reason why the Cowboys, when they were at their best, looked like every bit the best offense in the NFL with whoever you want to put up there as the best. And they won't be without him. But can you sacrifice a little bit in order to have more flexibility on defense when you also consider drafting? Now, here's where the rub is on that. Because like I said, I popped in and talked with G-Bag for a quick segment, just stopping by because they were in my neighborhood-ish at Sidecar Social earlier this week in Frisco. And I posed that question, and they got 2 first-round picks, and then not a lot of picks.
So let me say this about the picks. I would think Cowboy fans and Tolos who love to team build, and team building is a sport, you would think you would know by now that every pick doesn't hit the ground running. They're not... plug and play. There's on-the-job training. And I've said this for 2 years now when Steven started saying, we're a draft and develop team. Well, guess what? You're still waiting for Tyler Guyton to develop. You don't know because he's always hurt. You don't know if he's Mozzie Smith or if he's going to be Tyler Smith. Mozzie Smith or Tyler Smith. You don't know about Tyler Guyton. You have no idea because he's developing. You got a quarterback who's 31 years old, who's coming off his best season. You got an offense that was top 5. You want to take advantage of that. There's some urgency here. This is not a team that's young and one day we'll get to the Super Bowl. And that's why a lot of people overvalue draft picks and they love a team build. But we're not talking about building a team from scratch. We're talking about augmenting a team whose offense was good enough to get you through the playoffs. So with that mindset, you can't just say, well, let's just draft or let's just trade Pickens for a high draft pick. What if you wind up getting the wrong damn receiver with that draft pick?
Yeah,
it happened where you got rid of Amari Cooper.
I know, and the thing is, to me, the biggest reason why you do Pickens is because you do not have a second or third round pick.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it for me.
Okay.
Because college football is supplying so many really good wide receivers in the NFL, and not all of them are first-round draft picks.
Correct.
And you do have a one in CeeDee Lamb. Is it a great luxury having Pickens? Absolutely. If you had at least one day 2 pick, then I would take it. Now, in saying that, if you were to sign him or tag him and then trade him, and then you do get a pick like that, I think it does help because then that saves you money. I think that is a very real possibility because, look, they need so much help on defense.
They really do.
And
that's
if
why
they
you
could
sign
get
Clowney. That's why you got to make sure you sign him.
Yeah. So that's the biggest, rub for me on it because, damn, the kid is so talented. But name me the Super Bowl teams or Super Bowl winning teams with two great wide receivers.
Rams, St. Louis Rams. I'm talking about the St. Louis Rams.
Yeah.
The greatest show on turf.
Bruce.
I'm just trying to say, and you don't know if one of them
actually,
and you have no idea. Yeah, and you have no idea how healthy both of them will become playoff time. Just saying, you know what you got, and you're not crossing your fingers that this next kid out of college doesn't turn into Mozzie Smith. Now, I'm not talking about defensive players. I'm just talking about the talent ain't there. The name was there, but the talent ain't there, and it doesn't fit. You know it fits. You know he fits the system. You don't have to ramp him up, and you don't say, well, he's going to figure it out in about 2 or 3 years. You need to there's some urgency here, only because your quarterback is coming off of his best year. He's 31 years old. The offense is set. Leave it the F alone. Yeah. That means you also got to sign Brandon. To me, you got to take care of Javonte Williams, too, not have this committee. Your MVP of the Super Bowl was K9. The running back, the backup running back for Seattle. You got Brandon, excuse me, I keep saying Brandon. Javonte Williams, you know what you got. He's tough. He's really, really good. Stop playing games with your running game. You got it. It's fixed. Give him his money. It's not going to be crazy. And Brandon Arby, you'd be a fool not to give him his money. Give him what Dicker the Kicker makes for the Chargers, $6 million. That's not the highest paid, but it's right there. He's top 2 or 3. The other thing we're going to go into.
Well, I was going to say real quick here.
We had 2 parts of this.
When it comes to wide receiver, because I was just looking and thinking, I was like, okay, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
2 really good ones. Devontae Smith is like his base is like he's not making a whole lot. So, and I think that's really the difference there. And when the Bengals went with T. Higgins and Jamar, T. Higgins wasn't making a lot. I think the point being having 2 great wide receivers that you're paying a lot of money for is really what's really difficult.
So let me calm everybody's nerves down. CeeDee Lamb has already said he'll restructure. You know, and by the way, Zach Martin does this. He was doing this every freaking year, but people weren't talking about it. They always ask the guys to restructure. It's not giving up money. It's just rearranging the same money you're going to get. CeeDee already said, yeah, I'm going to restructure. Dak's going to restructure. I've already told you the salary cap is going from $279 to $305. The Cowboys will be on. They didn't even spend all of their cap money last year. There's no excuses, and it's not about the money. I get irritated about this because too many people are drinking the Kool-Aid that all the owners are saying about, it's the cap. Don't get me wrong. I know people enjoy team building, but to say they can't because of the cap, that's not an excuse. Ask Howie. And, it's going to bite Howie. How about 3 trips to the Super Bowl in 7 years, winning 2, and having that fan base and the merchandise to go along with it? Just stop with the salary cap. It's stopping you. I understand it's part of the game, but it's no different than doing your taxes. If you got a great CPA, you're not paying taxes. Or you're not paying as much as a lot of people. Ask rich people about that. All these owners, ask them how many taxes they pay. So just saying the cap, we can't, that's a BS excuse that owners try to push to the fans and blame the players. When it's in the players' union agreement, you got to spend $48.7 million on the players. And if the salary's out of control, it's because of the streaming right money. The owner's going to pocket that. And it's not hurting you against the cap. That's their lie. Wake up, everybody. I'm getting off my podium. Drop my mic.
It's well done.
Thank you. And we're going to do part 2 of Calvin's primer.
Oh, it's already over?
We didn't even get to the draft stuff.
Yeah, but I was still into it. I didn't even look up at the clock.
Yeah, we got to talk about a couple more things.
Okay. Who are the next year's Patriots?
Ooh.
I think I'm going to really surprise you with one. But there's a few teams in there. We'll also get into what was a wild day in college basketball, and a CA story is confidential. Hour 3, all up here next in The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Hey, Tollers, RJ Choppy here for the Zero Res Month of Love sale. Not only is that carpet of yours one of the biggest investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. And if it hasn't been professionally cleaned, you're breathing in unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again. Looking for you, Zero Res is here with the RJ Choppy Fan Special. 3 rooms pre-treated, clean, and sanitized for $109, plus a free hallway clean and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 214-37-CLEAN or ZeroResDallas.com.
Hey, it's Tony from East Dallas Diesel. And if you're tired of the big box dealership runaround, I get it. At East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars, we do things differently. You're not just another number. You get concierge level service from start to finish. We make the process easy, from finding your perfect ride to fast financing and same-day pickup. You can even start everything online and be in and out in under an hour. No games, no hidden fees, just good people and great cars. Check us out at EastDallasDiesel.com or EastDallasMotorCars.com, where custom comes standard and service actually means something.
The recent freeze was another reminder backup power matters, and that is why thousands of Texans are switching every month to Base Power. Base Power is the only power company with home backup built in, so when the grid goes down, your lights stay on automatically.
And right now, if you switch using our special link for fan listeners, we'll cover your current termination fee up to $250. See if your home qualifies. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/thefan.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, Mom. It's me. Oh, my gosh. You'll never believe what I just opened for Valentine's Day. A sapphire ring from Helzberg. Just like the one I lost years ago. Remember how excited I was when you gave it to me? I cannot believe you remembered that story. I guess you were right. I really found the one.
This Valentine's Day, create a moment that means something with up to 40% off gifts at Helzberg. Shop in store or at Helzberg.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 here on this Sunday morning. Great to have you with us. He's Chris Arnold. He's in 3 Hall of Fames. I'm Will Chambers. Trevor Beck. Trevor, the creator. He's back in the Pim Cup. We got a lot to get to this hour and next hour before we give away. That Calvin Watkins primer for the offseason for the Cowboys was so good, we're going to do it twice. The second part of that coming up next hour. I was so immersed in all that, I had no idea what time it was. Of course, I'm on about 3.5 hours sleep, but hey.
You're powering through.
We're making it through here today.
And by the way, after we get off the air, 1 o'clock, sunshine.
Love it.
All these clouds, they're blowing away. It's going to be high day is going to be around 68. Right now it's about 60. Tomorrow it's going to be 70 something. Not a cloud in the sky.
A lot of big sports today. You've got men's hockey, U.S. hockey taking on Germany at 2 o'clock. The Nexo Dallas Open between Ben Shelton and Taylor Fritz at 1 o'clock. You've got Daytona 500, golf at Pebble Beach, All-Star Game, all kinds of stuff. So, big day here in sports in America. Who's going to be next year's Patriots? We've seen it before, right?
A team with a losing record, and all of a sudden they get good and go to Super Bowl?
Yeah. We saw it years ago with Jimmy Garoppolo's 49ers.
Yep.
The next year with Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. Hell, last year, Washington had the number 2 pick in the draft and went to the NFC title game.
Yep.
So whom do we look at in this NFL season? There's only a handful of teams in here, but I'd say we can kind of widen the scope here. And not just looking at 4 and 5 win teams. Like, let's just throw out Kansas City, right? They're 6-11. I'll say they're going to go ahead and be better. You know, and they get Mahomes back, you know, and all that. I can't imagine that they're going to replicate 6-11. That, to me, is a one-off. But there's a number of teams on here that I find very interesting. Now, the darling pick for this is, and everybody's been talking about, you know, the Giants in their offseason. Because the fact that they feel, most do, that they have found their quarterback in Jackson Dart. And now they've got John Harbaugh in as their head coach. Well,
and he does not answer to the GM.
No. No. Did you see he had, he said lengthy discussions with Rex Ryan about the defensive coordinator position?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. That'd be.
Could he look him in the eyes? He's staring at Rex's teeth like the rest of us do on his teeth.
You can't look directly at Rex's teeth.
Those veneers.
So
it's so bright.
It'd be hard to imagine Rex coming out of his TV job as a coordinator.
Right.
Yeah. I know he wants to be head coach.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
now, he would do that.
Yeah.
Coordinator, that's too much work.
Yeah.
Late hours.
Yeah, I'm not trusting the Giants in Jackson Dart. And it's similar to the reason why I have a hard time trusting Washington, except I think this is actually Jackson's fault and not Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels can't help the fact, of what his size is. He's so talented.
He's thin.
He probably does need to protect himself more than he has, but the injury thing really worries me. Jackson Dart, I think, is just reckless. So I'm not going to, and he's defiant.
I think he wants to be like his best friend, the running back Scatterboo.
Yeah, no kidding.
He just wants to be reckless. He kind of wants to be a Josh Allen type.
Yeah, or John Elway. That's what it reminds me of. You're like, man, that is just not the smart way to go. Josh Allen also is gigantic.
Yes.
It's different. It's like what I was saying earlier between, Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. You go all right, you trust the health moving forward, knock on wood, with Caleb because Caleb's a big, sturdy guy.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, anything can happen.
You saying size matters?
Yeah. At least that's been my experience.
That's what they say.
So I'm going to go ahead and say, and I like parts of the Giants roster, but I also have questions on Harbaugh. I know he's been a great coach, but I've kind of looked at him with the old side eye the last few seasons with Baltimore. They should have won more, and just some things that have gone on during games. And he said after a game that he didn't have a good answer as to why, like, Derrick Henry didn't touch the ball in the fourth quarter or something in a down the stretch tight game.
It's just so crazy. Again, the reason he's not in Baltimore anymore, he supported the offensive coordinator and not his quarterback / and running back. You see what I'm saying? Basically, Lamar's like, come on, man. And Harbaugh's like, nope, the OC, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And everybody said, we just got to change it up. We're just going to, what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. So Harbaugh, you go.
So, all right, so I'm taking out the Giants.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Tolo texted in and said, he said, who's going to be the next New England? 940 says, depends on who has the easiest schedule in the league, like New England had.
Yeah,
remember, they beat teams that were below 500, but they did beat them. But their schedule, the way it rolled out, every team they played, they had a whole bunch of below 500 teams, and they beat them. Nobody expected them to beat them because they were below 500 when the season started.
Yeah.
The year before.
Yeah, but also, let's not look too much into the schedule, okay? And the reason why I say that is Kansas City had a first-place schedule. Okay. I'm sorry. Backwards on that. If you played Kansas City this year, they're a team that went to the Super Bowl the year before. Well, 11 of those teams won that game. You could have those that, they go opposite. Like Washington. They didn't win the division, but they went to the NFC title game. 12 opponents beat them this year. So what may be looked at as a tough schedule, those teams may not end up being as good. It's parity NFL. It's,
exactly.
The whole old Mike Fisher thing, 8-8 league. So somebody also texted in the Raiders.
Pump the brakes. I want Ashton Genty to be on a good team, but I don't know if it's going to happen that quick. And I think, get the number one pick, kid from Indiana. There's a chance, but that's
Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah, there's a chance, but I don't think that solves all of the issues.
Well, no, their offensive line is atrocious, and that's why Ashton Genty had a struggle of the year, and they need wide receiver.
Thank you.
I was lamenting on. I actually hit up Kevin Fishbane's writer for The Athletic on possibility of trade because this whole Max Crosby thing is out there.
Right. Crosby grew up in not Flower Mound, Crowley, I believe.
So would they?
I could be wrong.
Trade for a wide receiver, picks, however that may look. When it comes to Max Crosby, but yeah, I'd say, look, the Chicago Bears were able to make a big offseason move, and we talked about Ben Johnson and Caleb, but they went out and spent a lot of money on the offensive line, right? So if
Colleyville Heritage, excuse me, that's Max Crosby. Colleyville Heritage.
If you look
with Jr.
at all of the cap space and like all that kind of stuff, where you go, all right, do you spend a lot of that money on offensive line? And if the Raiders do that, and they have the second most cap space right now as it stands at $87.8 million, like the Bears did last offseason with Mendoza, who I think is going to be really, really good.
I agree.
I don't think it's too far-fetched. We've seen odder things, but it's not just offensive line. They need wide receivers and all that. But they got draft picks. We'll see Clint Kubiak, if he turns into that.
214 says, what about the Vikings?
They were over 500. So the Vikings, I say no because they don't have a quarterback. I don't think it's J.J. McCarthy, and I don't know what they're going to do in this offseason to address that. They've got a good roster. I think their coach is superb. But, man, that's a huge question mark there.
Another Tolo says, the Saints, fellas.
There we go. Now we're talking.
6, 7, 8.
One of my two teams. They went 6-11 last year.
Kellen Moore.
And if you look at what they did the last month plus
when they
of the
settled
season,
on the right quarterback,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Shuck, that may be okay.
Mm-hmm.
Their defense was awfully strong down the stretch. You know, they had wins. They went 4-1 to close out, beating Tampa Bay, Carolina, both those teams vying for the playoffs, one of them making it, the Jets, the Titans, and the Falcons. So they gave up this many yards, 300 to Tampa Bay, 280 to Carolina, 195. This is yards total to the Jets, 336 to Tennessee, 208 to Atlanta. That's playing some pretty good defense. Passing yards with Tyler Shuck in those games. Low one against Tampa at 121, but then 256, 328, 320, 232. That's some nice little mo going into the offseason. That's interesting to me. So I like the pick there, but that's not the team.
By the way, tell those talking about when I said the definition of insanity. Somebody said, "What you talking about? You look up the definition of insanity. There's a picture of Jerry Jones on it." And another fellow said, "Correction, Chris. It's not the definition of insanity. It's the epitome of insanity." Both correct on both counts.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm with you on it. My team to keep an eye on are the Tennessee Titans. I think, to me, of anyone that's going to have a big turnaround, because as no one was watching, and let's be honest, why would you be? You know, not exactly a fun watch for most of the year as they went into December having won only one game, and they closed out the year going 2-3. But there was vast improvement. And listen to this when it comes to Cam Ward, his last month. I'm having some serious problems over here with Google Chrome, but here we are. Okay. His game logs are... You could see that there was definite improvement as the season went on.
On the job training.
Yeah, this is really pissing me off.
Reps.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll trust your knowledge. You can't give the exact numbers.
Quarterback rating, over 100 a few times, close to 90. This all within the last month of the season. Throwing for more yards, more touchdowns. Did not throw an interception after the 1st of December and threw 8 touchdowns. And it essentially was, an 8-to-1 ratio from December to the end of the regular season. They have the most cap space at almost $100 million, and I think that they've got some pretty good young players. I don't know if they've got a number one wide receiver. Last year they drafted Elik Ayomanor, who I liked coming out of college, but look, 515 yards receiving, not exactly killing it. I like Okonkwo, their tight end, Tony Pollard over 1,000 yards. So some pretty good improvement there. And the fact that they are able to get pretty aggressive this offseason, not to mention with what they've got drafting their. And look, we all know I'm a homer for Robert Saleh.
Robert Saleh is the new head coach, and he knows how to coach up some defense too.
Yeah. So.
And Brian Daboll is his offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Gus Bradley is his defensive coordinator.
So.
By the way, quick shout out to the Cowboys. Parker went and stole SMU's defensive coordinator to do their linebackers. His name is Simons. Simons from SMU.
Okay.
And of course, he's only 40 years old. They've got all these young assist coaches.
Mark me down for Tennessee.
Tennessee, the real deal.
Big jump next year. All right. Boy, did you see the fight yesterday between Providence and St. John's?
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
See, and I would watch that a little bit before earlier, yeah.
It was over and over again.
And guns up, baby. A huge win for the Red Raiders. Let's talk a little college basketball next year on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation,
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, welcome back in on this Sunday morning here at 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers, Chris Arnold here with you. Trevor back in the cup. We'll have a CA Stories Confidential coming up at 11:40. Get back into the primer from Calvin Watkins on the Cowboys and Dallas Morning News at 12:20.
I bet you wonder what I'm doing with it. It's sports related.
I have no idea. New Alien movie coming out or show or something.
This song is Snoop Dogg's "Drop It Like It's Hot." And what's it got to do with sports? He's your
Olympics.
He's your Olympic
correspondent.
Exactly, like he did for the Summer Olympics. He's the Winter Olympics. Drop it like it's hot.
He's great. He is so much fun to watch.
It's the capital SOS. I'm fresh and double P. D-O-double-G-Y, D-O-double-G-C. Snoop Doggy Dog.
Can't believe he didn't make it to Tucson for the Arizona-Texas Tech game yesterday, though. That might have been the highlight of the day. But before we get to that, man, we've seen some fighting lately on the basketball court, haven't we? Both NBA and pro.
Yeah. You mean college and NBA? You said and pro.
Yeah, NBA and pro. Yeah. 3.5 hours, guys.
They get NIL, so they are pro. They get NIL. Come on.
Right. Sorry. Come on. College and pro. 6 players were ejected in the St. John's Providence matchup. There was a hard foul by Duncan Powell on Bryce Hopkins, and then all of a sudden it was just a melee. Guys coming off the bench. The game was stopped for nearly 20 minutes while the refs sorted out everything.
Even Rick Pitino was out there.
Yeah.
His old self. It was funny. It's like, what you doing? You too old to be out there. Man, you're like 80 years old. Come on, man.
Yeah. You can't fight anymore.
Right.
Yeah, you can't do it. You can't come off the bench. But yeah, I mean, when you see that, 6 players, I'm like, well, man, how many? 4 St. John's players were booted, 2 from Providence. But I'm like, you have 4 players kicked out of a game. Look, you've got 2 or 3 guys that are really probably 2 that are just very end of bench. They get no playing time unless you're at home up by 30.
This was so crazy.
With 2 minutes to go.
Trevor and I were watching the highlights replay this morning, and this kid from Providence shoves the kid from St. John's who's going in for a layup or a dunk or something, fast break, shoves him and hits him in the head while he's shoving him. And he falls on the ground like almost butts his head open. This guy springs up and swinging. And the kid from Providence hit his weird haircut. And I was like, he crazy. This dude's crazy. Just look at. And then when he got kicked out the game, he's
it's wild.
Yeah,
absolutely wild. But the game of the day was in Tucson, Arizona, where the number 1 team in the country, coming off of a road loss at Fog Allen against Kansas on Monday, in a game in which Kansas played without Darren Peterson.
Again.
Yeah.
He's load managing the hell out of his career, isn't he?
God, it's getting worse. Kansas, just as an aside, they lost again yesterday. Well, I shouldn't say again yesterday. They've been playing well. They're on a winning streak. But they played at Iowa State, but they got handled in Ames. And, Bill Self just had Darren Peterson in the second half just with him on the bench. That is not a good situation. I'm going to ask Fred about that when I see him. Probably bring it up on the air, too.
Real quick, couple of Tolos texting in that weird haircut I said that kid had. 214 says that is a slap boy haircut. It's a Dallas kind of cut. All right.
Okay. All right.
Learn something new every day.
The Red Raiders beating the number one team in the country for just the third time in school history. Last time was a few years ago over Baylor. I found this to be fascinating, too. So Arizona started out the year 23-0, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now they've lost back-to-back games. That's only the third time in history that a college basketball program, at least on the men's side, has started out this season winning at least 20, going at least 20-0, and then losing back-to-back games in that season.
Yeah, that's rare.
It's rare. It's only happened 3 times. One of the other times was this year, like a week ago, Nebraska.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Nebraska lost a couple of games.
Yeah. How wild is that? And then it was like Syracuse like a decade ago. But what a matchup, man. Texas Tech is tough. Arizona, man, Arizona and Michigan to me have been like the best teams in the country. Now, one of the reasons, or I guess one of the elements in this game is that Arizona lost one of their star players. 5-star freshman Koa Pete. He did not play in the second half. They said, it's a lower leg injury, but without him, in the game, it certainly affected him. But that's not to take anything away from, JT Toppin and Texas Tech. How many more Toppins are being produced? We had any more coming up?
Are they all related, or is the same?
Yeah, no, they're all brothers.
And their kids?
Jacob. Yeah. Obi Toppin, first one, Houston.
Okay.
Then Jacob, who played at Kentucky, and now JT, that's playing at Tech.
It's almost
and
like
they're all good.
It's like Antetokounmpo.
Yeah.
Giannis and his brother.
But better.
Better.
None of them as good as Giannis.
It's like Drew Holiday. There was 3 Holidays in the NBA at one point.
Yeah.
And they were all pretty good. Drew Holiday and his brothers.
Man. 3-point win, 78-75 in overtime. Just a great watch.
Real quick, I got to give props to Texas Tech. This basketball team might be as good as the football team, might be as good as the women's softball team. They got sports up there, boy.
Hey, I'll tell you.
If you got a kid that can play, keep them in mind. They got a billionaire
oil money.
Keeping that NIL going, too.
Yeah. No question about it.
What up, Cody?
And, I was texting. It's just such a fascinating season, and, so much changes year to year. And it pretty much always has. I mean, look, these kids at the most can stay 4 years. That's just mathematically. We all know that these teams are overturned year after year.
One and done.
One and dones and all that. Now, it's gotten a little bit better now because of NIL. You will have some kids that stay, or maybe they transfer, so you will have more experienced players playing college basketball, but, we all get it. And RJ and I we were texting about this. I'm like, dude, it's crazy. Like, last year, the SEC was the greatest basketball conference I'd ever seen.
Top to bottom.
It was incredible. I picked Florida to win it because Florida was the best of that conference, but there was 6 or 7 teams. I'm like, if you told me that they were going to win it, it wouldn't have totally shocked me. And now, this year, just a year later, I don't even know who's good in it. Actually good. I mean, Florida's good. I don't trust my squad. I'm not going to speak for RJ because he hasn't said this to me, but I doubt he trusts his. A&M has been super shaky. It's so wild how it can change from year to year. Whereas now, the Big 12 is rocking. They got 5 teams that can win it all. Michigan, the Big Ten is no slouch. Michigan, I think, with Arizona, those are clearly the 2 best teams in the country. Yeah, it's going to be really fun to watch. I would say right now, and I've been thinking this for the last few weeks, we'll see what happens with the Coapete injury with Arizona, because that would, without a doubt, change their season if he is injured for any length of time. The best 2 teams I've seen all year are, without doubt, Michigan and Arizona. Because not only are they beating people, Michigan beat UCLA by like 30 yesterday. They've been doing that all year long, just wiping the floor with everybody. But like I said, Duke is really good. You've got Iowa State. Kansas is coming along despite the issues that they have with Darren Peterson. So I know the 2 best teams that I, and my belief, are the best that were ever in college basketball that at least my eyes have seen. Neither of them won a national championship, because that's and that's 1990 UNLV and then 2015 Kentucky. One lost in the championship game to Duke. The other one lost in the Final Four to Wisconsin. You can be a great team, and you have 10 minutes of real time that goes bad, and your season is over that.
That's why they call it March Madness.
Yeah. This ain't no round robin. So there are lots of teams that I think can be, really, really good. But it is just such a surprise to me that the SEC, Alabama and Arkansas, they
don't dominate like they used to.
It's just been it's been a crazy year, especially coming from an SEC perspective, just how good they were last year and how meh they are this year.
Put it like this. You got to follow the money sometime. The 469 says, don't forget this. Texas Tech's NIL game is very organized. They are setting the tone for the nation. And they're right. And even SMU.
It's not a guarantee, though. Kentucky's got the highest payroll.
Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying it's leveling out the playing field. The talent is going elsewhere other than just SEC, not just to the traditional powers. In other words, Texas Tech is a prime example. It's like, wait a minute, Texas Tech, they made a run to the Final Four a few years ago, but they're not a basketball power forever. They're not a traditional historical basketball power. But it's spread out a little bit better. And I mentioned SMU not because of the talent and going to the Final Four or whatever, but the NIL game. SMU, when they joined the ACC, they said this. Some of their boosters said this. We have been waiting. We already knew what to do in the 1980s and got shut down. We've been waiting and got this thing organized. And look what they're doing. So it's spread. Dude. That's why I'm not totally surprised about the Big 12. I'm just saying it's not going to be all in one conference anymore.
Well, the only team, and this goes maybe across all sports, that is just immune to sucking is Duke, and it's so annoying.
Duke versus Michigan next Saturday.
God.
And by the way, Duke...
They just never suck, ever.
We mentioned this early in the show, if you missed it. Cooper Flagg was at the Duke, North Carolina game yesterday afternoon.
The Clemson. Yeah.
No, it was Carolina.
No, they played Clemson yesterday. North Carolina beat them last. Remember we talked to John Machota?
Okay. I'm glad you said that, because we got a report yesterday. Not on the text. I think who was in the Pimp Cup yesterday?
Was it Dylan for y'all?
It was Dylan. I think Dylan. Or maybe just Kevin Walker said it wrong.
He said his slip.
He says Carolina, and I said, where are they playing it? He said Cameron. I said, okay, well, they're at home. Point is, Duke was playing. Cooper Flagg was there. He left L.A. And went to, because Mavericks played the Lakers, and he did an all-star commitment thing Friday. And then he flew all the way across the country to be there at Duke. And I already hinted this. Wouldn't it be nice if he was watching his future teammate, Cam Boozer?
Yeah. Or little brother. I mean, both Boozers are good. They're real good. It's just so annoying.
You're used to Kentucky having all the talent. That's what it is.
Well, they paid the most for it, but like Duke is
Coach
just absolutely title contender, not just like Final Four contender, title contender year in, year out, never changes. It does for every other school. UConn, though, UConn could win it too. There's lots of teams in there. Good. CA stories, confidential, coming up. Where are we going?
Okay, I've covered 21 NBA All-Star games. I went to the greatest NBA All-Star game party that lasted 7 hours. You don't want to miss this. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Gavin Dawson here for Men's T Clinic. If you're not feeling like you, I know how hard it can be to take that first step. But once you take it with Men's T Clinic, everything starts lining up. Hormones, mood, weight, muscle mass, and those symptoms holding you back finally end up in the rear view mirror. 1 in 5 men has low testosterone. So what's next? Endless scrolling's not going to get you there. Do what I did and call a dedicated men's health expert at Men's T Clinic, 972-GO-MEN'S-T. Mention me, get free in-body composition analysis and a B12 shot. menstclinic.com.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-LOT.
menstclinic.com. Join the Cars for Kids 30th anniversary celebration. They're giving away one kid's ride-on car every day for a year. To enter, send a video of your child singing their jingle at carsforkids.org/30.
Good news. Frontier is joining Verizon. That's right. America's best mobile network and Frontier's lightning-fast fiber internet are coming together. So whether at home, on the go, or running a business, you'll have the connection you can count on to get more done. And for a limited time, switch and bundle both plans to get our best offer ever. Frontier and Verizon. Better together. Visit Verizon.com/welcome-frontier to learn more. Based on Root Metrics U.S. Root Score Report second half 2025. Not an endorsement. All rights reserved. The results may vary. Service availability varies. Terms apply.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're dealing with a furnace breakdown, call the On-Time Experts. 7 days a week, they'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their technicians are here to fix your furnace and get you warm again, and not just try to sell you a new system you may not need. Set your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On-Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and top users make $200 to $300 per month.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WHEEL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WHEEL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WHEEL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This year, flavor doesn't walk. It runs wild. At P.F. Chang's, we're charging into the year of the horse with bold new wok-fired dishes like pork belly bao buns and refreshing cocktails like the Midnight Gallop. P.F. Chang's beloved red envelope tradition returns, adding a surprise element to every visit during the Lunar New Year. Each guest receives a red envelope revealing a special offer redeemable on a future visit. Celebrate the Lunar New Year with flavor that runs wild at P.F. Chang's. Valid for dine-in only while supplies last. Details at pfchangs.com.
Hey, tellers, RJ Choppy here for the Zero Res Month of Love sale. Not only is that carpet of yours one of the biggest investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. And if it hasn't been professionally cleaned, you're breathing in unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again. Lucky for you, Zero Res is here with the RJ Choppy fan special. 3 rooms pre-treated, clean, and sanitized for $109, plus a free hallway clean and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 214-37-CLEAN or ZeroResDallas.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The recent freeze was another reminder backup power matters, and that is why thousands of Texans are switching every month to Base Power. Base Power is the only power company with home backup built in, so when the grid goes down, your lights stay on automatically.
And right now, if you switch using our special link for fan listeners, we'll cover your current termination fee up to $250. See if your home qualifies. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/thefan.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who'd heard their ads for over 25 years. He always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. We showed him leasing isn't about what you can afford. It's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. So, are you ready to stop financing negative equity and start driving smarter? Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
It's a crucial Cowboys draft with 2 first-round picks. So we're heading to the Combine in Indianapolis to get you ready. Yorkie Pet Care Connectors presents Sean and RJ and Bobby Belt, joined by our draft guru Brian Broaddus. Live from the Combine, the week of February 23rd. The Fans Combine coverage is also brought to you by East Dallas Diesel. Don't let us know where the best draft coverage is. It's right here on The Fan.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
What a shocker, CA.
What's that? Oh, the remote doesn't work for that monitor over there?
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, next commercial break.
We've got you on a Sunday morning here on 105.3 The Fan. And the reason being that I wanted the TV remote is because we've got a lot of sports on. I'm trying to get on at least to see where we are at with whom is starting where. At the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am, we've got the Nexo Dallas Open, 1 o'clock today.
Finals.
The 2:10 puck drop between the United States and Germany in men's hockey. Just lots of stuff going on. Will Chambers, Chris Arnold here with you. Now time for little CA Stories Confidential.
And the All-Star Game is tonight. The All-Star Game is not what it used to be in the NBA or the Pro Bowl in the NFL. Midsummer Classic.
Not since Kobe.
Yeah. Well, guess what? Back in the day, one of the big things for NBA All-Star Weekend were the NBA All-Star Game parties. And back in the day, and by the way, thanks you, Will. Thank you, Trevor. Thank you all to tell us for allowing me to share some of these stories over all the years covering sports and having a wonderful life. Thanks to you guys. So back in the day, I don't know about the last 10 years of the show, but I know I covered like 21 NBA All-Star games. And these parties used to be really, really cool. The last few NBA All-Star games I covered, the players were supposed to be at these parties, and they might be there for a minute, make a lap, and leave. And the money that was raised either went to a foundation or it went to their posse. But it's like, that's not a party. They were over there in the VIP and everybody else is standing around. That's not a party. I'm talking about a real party. Back in the day, everybody was all together. It wasn't a VIP area. If you got in, you got in. If you couldn't get in, it wasn't meant to be. So the greatest party, and I've been to all the... Turn it down, please.
What the heck is that?
Turn it down. What? You're messing with the monitors.
One of the TVs just
Put down the remote, Will. I'm trying to do a story. They got the volumes up in here.
How did they have
Where was I?
What a mess.
Where was I? I lost my thought.
Getting into
You're
parties.
walking into the parties.
No. Okay, so all these different parties all over the country, when they had the All-Star Game in Minneapolis, everybody knew Prince has got to throw up an NBA All-Star Game party. There was no proof that he would. It was just rumors. It's like, how the hell are you going to be in Minneapolis in the snow and you're going to have parties everywhere? And Prince has been known to have parties, and he's been known to have like after parties after his concerts and stuff. I hosted his after party at the Iguana Mirage back in the day. And when he has a party, he always performs. Always. Well, that Saturday afternoon, NBA All-Star Saturday, rumors spread during the All-Star festivity, slam dunk, three-point shot and all that. Prince is having a party. Oh, my God. Where's it going to be? How do we get in? This is the media and some of the players. Everybody, how are we going to get in this party? My buddy Tom Joyner, he just happened to be up there hanging out for the All-Star festivities. He said, Chris, I can get us in. I said, what? Oh, yeah, I can get us in. So me and Tom go over to Paisley Park, and that's where Prince's studios are. And in his Paisley Park,
and that is where his house was.
He moved into Paisley Park, the upper deck, the upper above the first floor was his residence.
Okay,
and below was all kinds of stuff, and in the very back, and of course his studios and stuff. And in the very back, he had this huge sound stage where he would rehearse his concerts, and he also rented that for rock stars who wanted to rehearse their concerts, right? Anybody who wanted to rehearse the concert if he wasn't in town. Well, we get in, and of course, there's all kinds of people trying to get in, and you have to have a pass. Alfonso Rivera, you see him on America's Funniest Videos. He was in the Michael Jackson Sprite commercial back in the day when he was a little kid doing the Michael Jackson. He couldn't even get in. He had beautiful girls with him, and they would not let him in. Prince isn't at the door, but his people are at the door. Me and Tom are already in. We're in. And I'm walking around, and see, Tom's like, Chris, you know all about Prince. And I run into him at basketball games. I said, I got to get you in. This is going to make your life. And it turned out to be true. Thanks, Tom. I'm walking around. This is when Prince was going by the symbol. He didn't have it. He was the artist formerly known as Prince. So I'm in this one room, and they got hors d'oeuvres, and everybody's all over. They got a big kitchen. They got this whole area. You know what it was kind of like? It's kind of like our floor here on the 16th floor. It's studios, and then there's these sitting areas and all kinds of cool stuff.
Okay, yeah.
Our studios, our whole 16th floor here at Odyssey is just insane. Spend millions around here. It's crazy. So it's kind of like this. Well, I'm sitting with some of his band members. We're just sitting around kicking and talking. I asked one of them, I said, what do you call him? Artist? I mean, he's got a symbol. What do you call him? Man, we call him Prince. His name is Prince. So I said, okay. And then he comes over there and I said, what's up, Prince? It's so funny. And then when I asked Prince, I said, how do you pronounce your name? He goes, you don't. So we get there like at 10:30 because like we got to get there, make sure they don't stop people at the door. And again, a real party is where there's no VIP area. Everybody's mixing and mingling, and you're either in there or you're not. And there's some NBA players in there, but not as many as you would think because they had to play the game the next day. The All-Stars. This was Saturday night. We're in there, and there's all kinds of other people in there. I don't know who all they were, but they were musicians. There are all kinds of people in there. And we go, they say, oh, the party's moving to the soundstage area. Prince is going to perform. Oh, good, he's going to perform. So it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. So you don't leave because Prince is going to perform. He gets out on the stage and he starts doing a bunch of his hits. And then he looks in the crowd and he says, I got some good friends here in the house. And he calls up to the stage this rock band called Soul Asylum. You can Google them up, rock band. They get on the stage with him and they're giddy and they're playing all this music. They're just playing all kinds of songs. Then he looks out in the crowd again. And by the way, David Robinson, the Admiral from the Spurs, he's the only player, I think maybe being hurt that year or something. He wasn't going to play in the game. He was the only one, the current NBA All-Star that year, was at this party. So here we go. David Robinson standing behind me. Prince is, by the way, I got pictures. You weren't supposed to bring any pictures. And by the way, they didn't have cell phones back then with the camera attached. They had cell phones, but not with the camera. So I'm taking some pictures with my disposable camera, and I put it in my pocket, and I'm taking pictures. Behind me was David Robinson. Just to the right of me was another guy who Prince wanted to come up to the stage. The person who happened to be just to the right of me is a guy that I've known since he was 11 years old. And he's from Dallas. And he became a recording star, an R&B star. He actually grew up in Waxahachie. His mom used to bring him up to K104 all the time. Quincy Jones decided he's going to be the new Michael Jackson, signed him to a contract, had him on some of his albums, produced his albums, had Babyface write a song for him.
Can I guess?
Yes.
Tevin Campbell?
Will, you are correct. Listen. This song, Can We Talk? It's a classic. Turn it up louder. Tevin, this song is timeless.
You saying what Quincy said was like, wait, I remember that quote.
Yeah, he's going to be the next Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
He was his protege. And so this is so wild. Tevin was so big back then, and that song is timeless. In fact, there were like challenges during the pandemic of can people sing Can We Talk? And we're talking about superstars were trying to hit those notes. Babyface wrote the song for Tevin. And Tevin, like I said, this song, they still play this today. And even Dame Lillard, who just won the 3-point contest last night, All-Star Weekend, Dame Lillard at his wedding reception flew in Tevin just to sing that song. So Tevin's just to the right of me. And a lot of people may not know this, but Prince also wrote some songs for Tevin, including this song called Shh, Break It Down. So he wanted Tevin to join him on the stage to sing Shh, Break It Down. And Tevin was like, no. At this point, Tevin's like 18 years old, 19 years old. The reason he didn't want to go up there, he was like Tevin's a real quiet, shy guy, right? He's shy for it. He's not the kind of guy that's aggressive and outgoing. He's a quiet kid, got this great voice. And I'm like, go up there, Tevin. He's like, no, I can't do it. And Prince is looking down at him. And so Prince sang the song himself, and Prince actually released the song himself too. He got a Tevin version, and then this is Prince's version. And the reason Tevin wouldn't sing it is because it's extremely suggestive. This is Prince.
We got to break it on down. Can you hear me, girl? Break it down.
I'm telling you, Tevin's like, I can't sing this in front of this room full of celebrities. Not on the stage. And so Prince did it. And of course, he just killed it. And he's got a guitar solo in there, just killed it. So, and then Prince took a break. He left the stage with the party's up. No, he's changing clothes. So Prince left the stage, came back about 10 minutes later, changed clothes, changed the mood up, did even more songs. Then the party was over. And we're like, oh my God, what a party. That's wild. Some people had limos, some people had taxi cabs. They had to call the cabs and all I know is when we left out of there, the sun had come up. It was 6:30 a.m. That party lasted 7 hours. Thank God the All-Star game itself was later that night. There was nothing going on during the day because everybody's at the party. They slept all freaking day. And when we got to the All-Star game party, different guys like Michael Wilbon, what did you hear about the Prince? I was there. What happened? Man, it was unbelievable. He played until 6:30 in the morning. Tevin Campbell was there. He didn't go on the stage.
I remember Tevin Round and Round.
Yeah, Round and Round.
That was another big hit from him.
And Prince wrote that for him too.
Really?
Yes. Yep. So again, Tevin, he was a prodigy, and his voice is still somewhat the same. Of course, I want to say Tevin ought to be about 40 years old now, but Can We Talk is a classic, and that was the greatest NBA All-Star game party that I've ever been to, and that's your C Stories Confidential.
I love this. On the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text to the 254 is CA. Please tell me Prince made you pancakes after the party.
I did an interview. I did an interview with Prince, and Prince. We talked about that being a true story. You've heard me play the audio, right?
Yeah.
Prince said it's a true story, and he served him pancakes. And he said
great.
I had to. It was like a diss.
Yeah,
so that's true.
Great stuff, man. What a party.
And by the way, 972 says cool. Tevin was not. Yes, he was. And again, I talked to him and his mom for years as he was growing up. He's from Waxahachie. Google it up.
Awesome. We will get back to what was a really good piece that we were talking through from Calvin Watkins, the Dallas Morning News, on an off-season primer. Part 2 of that coming up at 12:20. But your latest headlines, including one of the great comeback stories in all of sports that occurred yesterday. That's next here on The Fan.
Tolo means
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
All right, final hour on this Sunday afternoon. Great to have you with us in what will be a really, really fun sports day here in the Metroplex and across the country and across the world with the Olympics going on, the Winter Olympics in Milan. Cortina, Will Chambers, Chris Arnold, Trevor the Creator back in the Pimp Cup, and we will have more from Calvin Watkins' offseason primer about 20 minutes from now. Fred and Eric are going to be taking over for us, so we'll cross with them at 12:40. But your latest headlines, and we begin in the NBA where it's All-Star Weekend, and last night Damian Lillard joined some rare air in being the now three-time winner of the NBA All-Star three-point shooting contest, joining Larry Bird and Craig Hodges.
Ah, yes, from the Chicago Bulls.
So, and Lillard doing so, I mean, y'all realize he's not even playing now.
Yeah, he's out for the year.
Yeah, he's got a torn Achilles. He's rehabbing.
Yeah, he tore it last year at the end of the season.
He's like, I'm still wet. No big deal.
Yep.
Release rotation, and I'll take it. And he beat out Devin Booker in the final.
And Con Knippel.
Yeah.
Knippel was, I guess, in third place.
Yeah. You also had Miami Heat's Keshad Johnson winning the dunk contest. That was meh. Just meh.
Okay.
It's whatever.
It is what it is.
They have
You better hope that's not his only claim to fame.
The Americans in the world tipping off at 4 today.
Okay, so here's this format. Hockey kind of did this a little bit, and they said, well, let's try this too, because they're trying to keep some interest, right? Not that it's going to work, but it's like, they reinvented it. Let's try. So you got a team stars, and you got a team stripes. And I want to say the stripes team are the more veteran guys, right? And the stars team are the younger American players. And then you got the world players. Giannis is on the team, but he's not. He's going to play. He's hurt. You got Jokic. You got Luka. I don't think Luka's playing.
I was actually going to ask you that because he hasn't been playing.
He's got a calf injury.
Yeah.
I don't think he's playing. But he never really played.
He doesn't care.
Those guys are always just having fun, not playing in the game, but just messing around.
Right.
Yannick and Luka.
Totally messing around.
During the game, they just barely shot. They just kind of went down the court and laughed, right? So the world is going to be, believe it or not, people forget, there's a bunch of guys from Canada on that team that are superstars, including, well, I guess he's hurt too, SGA. He's hurt. There's a lot of hurt people. Zach LaVine. There's some other players I should look at the world. Let me look at the world thing while you continue on. I'll give you the world players in a little bit here. How about that?
Yeah, I was actually trying to look those up, and I couldn't do so.
Well, I'm going to do that. But, I'll find it for you.
We have, well, anyway, that's where they are with the All-Star game. You also had VJ Edgecombe from the Philadelphia 76ers, and, of course, Baylor won MVP of the Rising Stars game yesterday. And of course,
Baylor.
it was a little disappointing not having Cooper Flagg playing in it, but you've got some legit rookies that have had really good seasons, across the league.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that all starts today. Is it one game?
Yeah, it was 2 games. It's 4 teams. I'm sorry, 3 games. 4 teams. There's like a semifinal, and then you have the championship between the teams that won.
Okay.
I believe.
So there you go.
I could be wrong.
We have a developing story at Pebble Beach Golf Links in Pebble Beach, California, where final round of the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am is underway. And there is a Texan that is absolutely going scorched earth on the course that, from all indications and just looking at it right now, it looks a little chilly. It definitely looks windy. In certain spots, some places yes, some places no, right on that coastline. Akshay Bhatia is leading this tournament, entering the final round at 19 under. He is on his second hole of play after parring the par 4 first. But Scotty Scheffler has gone absolutely nuclear.
Dallas.
He is 6 under through 6 holes. He birdied the par 4 first, eagled the par 5 second, birdied the par 4 third, and eagled the par 5 6. And he just put one within, I believe, 10 to 12 feet for another birdie on the par 3 7th. He is now 2 back at 17 under par. Colin Morikawa and Jake Knapp are also at that mark, just 2 back of the leader. This is going to be a fun day today, and watching that. Jordan Spieth also in the mix.
Dallas.
He is 4 back, 15 under par, 2 under on his days. He is now on the par 3 fifth.
The Brookhaven boys.
Let's go.
Let's go. I got the names of the world guys, and they have Luka listed. I don't know if he's playing or not, but they got the guys who are injured, but they don't have injured next to Luka's name. Giannis is injured. Denny Avdija, that's that kid from Portland. He is really good. You got Luka, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he's injured. Jokic, Jamal Murray, there's another one of those Canadian guys. Alperen Seguin, he's injured from Houston Rockets. Pascal Siakam, who, by the way, went to high school in Louisville. Yeah, little private school in Louisville. Let's see, Karl Anthony Towns, Victor Wembanyama. We should have known Wemby's going to be there, and Norman Powell. Those are the world players. The U.S. stars. Remember, I said the stars are the younger guys. Scotty Barnes, Devin Booker, Cade Cunningham, Arlington's own, Jalen Duren, Anthony Edwards. I think he's the captain. Chet Holmgren, Jalen Johnson, and South Garland's own Tyrese Maxey. So
baby.
In other words, there may not be any Mavericks in any of the All-Star game activities this weekend. It's the first time since 1993. But there is some homegrown players you might want to root for if you want to watch. Former Maverick Jalen Brunson. This is in the Stripes team. Jaylen Brown, Jalen Brunson. Steph Curry's injured. KD, Kevin Durant. UT's one and done college basketball player of the year. That's his Texas tie. Brandon Ingram, who's an injury replacement. LeBron James. Kawhi Leonard, Donovan Mitchell, Spider Mitchell, and De'Aaron Fox, who's an injury replacement.
Okay, here you go. Can I give you one of the best comeback stories that you will hear, and it will be near and dear to your heart?
Mm-hmm.
Because Anthony Kim, Boomer Sooner.
Yes, and he won.
He won the Live Golf Adelaide.
He did.
Earlier, yesterday-ish. It's in Australia. So it was Sunday in Australia. His first victory in nearly 16 years. Woo. He closed with a 9 under par 63, 1 by 3. 40-year-old had not played competitive golf for 12 years, struggling through drug and alcohol use and rehabilitation. He needed to play a qualifying tournament last month just to get another season on the Live Tour. And he comes back and gets the victory. Not often that we highlight much Live stuff, but this particular story, that's pretty awesome. And a really great scene with his wife and kid, after the win on 18. Really fun stuff.
We got a Tolo that texted in and said, Happy Daytona Day. For those who are going to keep up with the NASCAR Daytona 500, here's a special reason you might want to watch. One of the legends of NASCAR announced this will be his last race. He's going to officially retire. That would be Jimmy Johnson, not Coach Jimmy Johnson from the Cowboys, but Jimmy Johnson, the NASCAR legend, and he's the co-owner of Legacy Motor Club. Oh. And he's had like 700 starts. Got a Hall of Fame career.
Yeah, and
only 50 years old.
Favorites coming into this one: Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin. Some of the Chase Elliott, William Byron. So those are some of the notables today as the Great American Race.
That's right.
Takes place.
And you know how if anybody ever been out to Texas Motor Speedway and they at the middle, the infield or where everybody's cars getting changed out and the pit area stuff. Out there in Daytona, they got a freaking lake in the middle of the racetrack. It is absolutely awesome. And Daytona Beach is also right there on the beach. And you know how at some of the races, especially Texas Motor Speedway, they have all the big Winnebagos, and they're all having the big like tailgate stuff going on all weekend or whatever. Daytona has yachts tied up. We're talking about multi-million-dollar Jerry Jones kind of yachts to watch NASCAR. That's when I said, oh, these guys got money. One other note, in about 40 minutes, actually 50 minutes, in Frisco, speaking of big money, it's the finals.
That's
we got
right.
the Nexo Dallas Open Tennis Championship. Ben Sheldon versus Taylor Fritz. I was out there yesterday broadcasting live with Kevin Walker. That place, I'm talking about the Ford Center. It's a stadium within a stadium. They spent millions because it is absolutely amazing. You would think you're at the U.S. Open or Wimbledon. The setting, the people are there. Some of the tickets at SeatGeek are going for like $500.
Damn.
Each. That's how. And again, Ben Sheldon versus Taylor Fritz. These are two top American players in the world. Ben Sheldon, the number one American, and he's also famous for his beautiful girlfriend, Trinity Rodman.
That's right.
Yes, soccer superstar Trinity Rodman, the daughter of Dennis Rodman, is his girlfriend. She's not there. She's not only Team USA, but there's a women's pro team tour, pro league or whatever. She plays for the Washington team, and of course they are in touch daily. And if you're on social media, you already know.
Olympic update from Italy. Unfortunately, we have another American disappointment.
No!
Defending Olympic champion and ranked first in World Cup standings in the 500 meters in speed skating, Aaron Jackson placed fifth on the 500 meters on Sunday. 0.83 seconds off the winning time of Femke Kok of the Netherlands. And yes, I pronounced that correctly. If you have not watched any women's speed skating, I would just search the highlights just to listen to
the commentators.
The commentators on having that Femke Kok, K-O-K, that is her name. Incredible. Netherlands took 1 and 2. Amazing.
And Trevor's over there looking at how he can mark that and break it down.
Seriously.
Leave it alone. Leave it alone.
Yeah, you don't have to dump it.
By the way, appreciate the total from
Femke
the 540. I misspoke. Speaking of commentators, I misspoke. Jimmy Johnson said next year's Daytona will be his last 2027.
So he wants to do a victory lap
Exactly.
for next year.
Thank you, 540.
Sorry for that pun. That was a little ridiculous.
Well, don't worry. It's marked and saved, and you will hear it on KNC Masterpiece of the Week or even on G-Bag Nation and G-Bag of the Day with Lucius.
Femke Kok exploding to the finish.
It's
taking gold. All right.
What's the name of the South Carolina University of South Carolina teams?
Oh, the Gamecocks.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's no different.
Pairs figure skating at, about half hour from now. And then, of course, a little less than 2 hours from now, you'll have men's hockey with the United States taking on the Germans.
Germany.
Yeah. So there you go.
And I wonder if they're going to let Otter dress out. I'm still mad about this.
Yeah.
He is reserved. They are using him as the third string goalie. And I'm irritated. Stars fans are too, but Stars fans just know this. Somebody said he should go out there wearing a Jason Robertson sweater.
No kidding.
Those that know that would know.
Yeah.
They would know. And by the way, the Finnish Mafia from the Dallas Stars, yesterday they beat Italy 11-0.
Yeah, badly. We were talking about curling earlier.
Yeah.
Have you seen how much, we got a lot of cheaters in curling.
Oh?
Yeah, there's been 3 different teams
How do they cheat
that have been accused because, we were joking, you have the person that is, goes to kneel down and lets the rock go.
Pushes it.
You can't touch the rock after that.
Right. And they're dusting it around it. They're just wiping off the ice all around it.
Well, the Canadian men's and women's teams, as well as the British men's team, have all been accused of double touching the curling stone.
Wait a
after
minute.
it being
it's
released.
Televised with close-ups. How do they think they're getting away with that? They couldn't have touched it. You would know it on the spot, wouldn't you?
Yeah. The Canadian said, I honestly, in that split, I couldn't even tell you if they did or they didn't. I don't know. Yeah, there's TV. I don't know.
Angles. They even got drone shots. How? No one could get away with touching that little rock thing, that little bell. Yeah. By the way, is it not true? Come on, Trevor and Will. Curling is just air hockey at the bar.
Yeah.
Am I lying?
That's right.
It's basically air hockey.
But it's cooler.
Well, yeah. But I'm generalizing for anybody who doesn't know what curling is. Imagine air hockey, but you're actually on the ice with the and you're trying to make sure it hits that spot and doesn't go over the edge and doesn't bump anything else.
Shout out to Chef Eric, who just texted me. He's like, "No daddy-daughter day is complete without you on the radio." Well, I'll just go ahead and apologize for the Olympic update there.
Oh,
all right,
they're saying they touched it with the brooms. Somebody just texted and they must be touching the brooms. But you still got the angles.
You would still be able to see it.
You would see it.
Right? I don't get it. Back to Calvin Watkins' Cowboys offseason primer part 2. Next here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey.
shopping. Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car, truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Folks, Scotty Scheffler is going straight extraterrestrial.
Oh.
I mean...
He's going Wemby?
He is 7 under par through 7 holes.
What? Where is he again? Tell everybody where
he is. In the Pebble Beach, AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am. At Pebble Beach Golf Links in Pebble Beach, California.
Beautiful, just outside of San Francisco.
And after birdieing the par 3 7th, he did hit his tee shot into the rough. And then his approach on the green doesn't look like a great birdie chance. But at this point, I'm not sure if it matters. Akshay Bhatia did get a birdie on the par 5 second. So he moves to 2 ahead of Scheffler at 20 under par. Scheffler at 18 under. Colin Morikawa and Jacob Bridgman also at 18 under par. And Jordan Spieth, let me get an update on him. 3 under on his round. He's 4 back at 16 under par, so he's in the mix. This is going to be a fun watch today out there.
Excellent.
Will Chambers, Chris Arnold.
Got you, Tim.
We got Trevor the Creator back in the cup. Appreciate you hanging out with us here on 105.3 The Fan, YouTube, Twitch, 1053thefan.com, and back to our buddy Calvin Watkins and his piece in the Dallas Morning News.
Yes, it's the offseason primer. Major props to longtime veteran, I might as well call him OG, Cowboys beat writer, because he's got all the details. He's got it so organized. I mean, this is so easy to read. It explores everything they need to do to get right to hit the season and actually make some noise next year. We were talking about a little earlier signing the fantastic 4 free agents, or at least deciding what you're going to do with them. We're talking about George Pickens, Javonte Williams, Jadeveon Clowney, and Butter Aubrey. You got to do something with them. You want to re-sign them if you're smart. But, this is why team building is a sport, because people love to see what we can do. Maybe we can trade Pickens. I mean, there's all kinds of things. So we've already talked about that. What do they need to do to get to the play? Everybody knows. Fix the defense, right?
Yeah.
Christian Parker, great hire, stole him away from the Eagles. He's got all the credentials around the league. He just raves about this guy. He's only 34. His assistant coaches that he just finished signing them all, including Simons from SMU, they're all under the age of 40. They're 40 or younger. I mean, it's like, whoa, the Cowboys brass didn't ask, okay, we got a former player that wants to be a line coach or needs to be a linebacker. No. Parker, you and Shotty, just figure it out. So that's the first start. But guess what? That team last year under Eberflus, they gave up a Cowboys record, 511 points. So everything needs to get fixed. Shall we start with the defensive line? I'm going to give you some names and tell you what they got, and you tell me, Will Chambers, what would you do? You already know you got Kenny Clark, Oso Odigizua, Quinnen Williams, who saved the defensive line. Clark, by the way, he's supposed to get an $11 million roster bonus March 13th. So you can expect them to restructure that. And Quinnen Williams, they say you can restructure his contract too, as well as Osa could restructure his contract. Notice all of these contracts can be restructured, and a lot of people who love to team build don't ever think about that part. And it's not like they're taking a pay cut, they're just rearranging the money. And you say, well, why pay that money way down the road? Because the salary cap keeps going up, 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 up. To live in this town, you must be tough, 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 tough. Okay. Defensive line. Donovan.
You looking for me?
Yeah. You're going to, the rookie.
Oh, wait, guessing the... Like,
he's your pass rusher, Donovan.
What, Ezra?
Yeah, Ezraku.
Yeah.
And then you also have Clowney.
Right.
Do you want to keep Sam Williams?
No.
You want to let him go? By the way, there's another question. speaking of, you said no Sam Williams. I'm kind of with you on that.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, he's one of those guys. He's more of a Dan Quinn guy, and you're watching on the job training. He got hurt. He always got the quarterback. He definitely got the quarterback. But you want to possibly invest in some more edge help, wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
Whether it's free agency or draft.
Absolutely.
Right? Let's look at the linebackers real quick.
Mm-hmm.
DeMarvion Overshown, who I love.
That's no doubt.
But he's Sean Lee. I love Sean Lee.
Well,
God,
I hope not.
I hope not too, but so far, that's what's happening.
Shoot, because I had these guys mixed up in my head because I keep going back to Elik Eomanora, but he was the wide receiver that went to Tennessee. He's super athletic guy. And so now complete brain fart on
that's okay.
The Swiss Army knife for Seattle, who I loved coming out of the draft. And I look at him being what Overshown, can be really for them and being used in the same way. Nick Emahori. Name completely escaped me. But because remember we were talking last week about how they use him at snaps at all these different positions.
Yeah.
I totally think that is an Overshown same type of guy if he's healthy, right?
Yeah. So here's the other part about it. Marius Leofau, I think you should keep him. The price is right. He doesn't handle space, but he can go after the running back, and sometimes he'll make a sack. Logan Wilson, that's your guy from Cincinnati. They never did use him right, but I think they're going to cut him. That's what Calvin thinks as well.
Yeah, I wonder.
He's cuttable. Now, if they cut him, that's $6.5 million worth of cap space.
Okay.
And then let's go to the cornerback position. Deron Bland is back.
I'd like to have Logan Wilson back cheaper if possible.
And here's the thing. We don't know how good or bad he is because Eberflus never used him right.
Yeah, it was weird.
Ever. It was very, very bizarre how he used him or didn't use him. Deron Bland, he's got $13 million guaranteed. This is the only guaranteed money this season on that 4-year, $90 million deal. In other words, he's cuttable. He's not going to get cut next year. He's always hurt. But this foot injury is replacing a screw from a previous foot injury. So hopefully he's healthy. He's not all pro, although he can get picks and take him to the house.
Yeah, look, I think on the defense that the biggest issue they have is a cornerback. I think it's across the board, pretty much at every level. I think they're pretty solid at defensive tackle. I think that's fine. But as far as, like you said, edge, at linebacker, but cornerback, the worst of the worst that we saw from the Cowboys on defense last year was playing the secondary.
Yes, the secondary itself, and that's where we are. Siobhan Revel, we don't know how good he is because he was coming back from that ACL.
Right.
He didn't come back until late October, early November, and he was just thrown into the fire. We had nobody to help him. Basically, all the good corners were all hurt. So you got to hope he's going to be good. So that's also why you look at the draft. At safety, here's some decisions as well. Malik Hooker, he's not been healthy. He's cuttable. Donovan Wilson wants to come back. Do you want Dono back?
No.
Yep. You might want to go younger. He's been around a long time. I love the guy, but there's only so much you can do.
He doesn't.
So when you say safety, a lot of people say Caleb Downs, Ohio State,
which to me is a complete pipe dream. I just can't imagine him lasting at 12.
You got to move up to get him. It's kind of like way back in the day. I was saying they better move up to get Aaron Donald, and I say you got to move up to get Vita Vea. They never moved up. But those two guys could have helped them back in the day. So I'm saying the same thing about Caleb Downs. You should, but they probably won't.
Yeah, is he worth taking, packaging both your picks, even though you don't have day 2 picks?
I don't know. I'm with you because the one thing about picks, you're watching on the job training and you don't know if he's going to hit the ground running or if it might take him a little while. And so not knowing that for a fact, it's hard to gamble 2 picks. And so, I don't know. I wouldn't be mad if they didn't do it, but everybody says this guy's the real deal.
Well, right. Look, when you look at all this on defense, and we mentioned the draft, it is so obvious that this team has got to do significant improvement via free agency.
They really do. And in other words, they got
just not enough in the draft.
Stop doing the second week free agency. Get some real players in the first week and stop crying the blues about they cost too much. They don't cost too much if it's the right guy. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
I was mentioning the defense, but there's one part of the offense. I mean, we know the offense is really, really good, basically. Wide receiver, quarterback set, running back, if you take care of Javonte Williams. You also have Jaden Blue behind him and Phil Maffa. People forget about Phil Maffa because he's on the injured list or on the practice squad most of the year, but he's a big boy. Tight end, they say that Calvin says that Jake Ferguson could get his contract restructured and create $4.82 million in cap space because they really like Brevin Spahn-Ford. That's the big tight end who caught that touchdown from Dak late in the season. Luke Schoonmaker, he can push Luke Schoonmaker. But here's the only issue with the offense. Offensive line. What do you do with Terrence Steele, Will? He's not a swing tackle. Do you cut him? Do you keep him? What do you do?
I don't know. I mean,
do you leave him at
because
right
we
tackle?
don't really know. Well, are you going to what is it with Tyler Guyton? I mean, this is without a doubt the biggest question on the offense.
It really
right?
is.
Like, how does this play out?
Yep.
Is Tyler Smith gonna, you're gonna push him out to left tackle and then put Tyler Guyton in right tackle?
I mean, that's what's so wild. And if you move Tyler Smith, by the way, Tyler Smith was awesome in college at left tackle, and he was great. He was great filling in for Tyron Smith at left tackle. And when Tyler Guyton got hurt, there's a lot of Tylers in this.
Yeah.
When Tyler Guyton got hurt, he shifted over to left tackle again, and they say, you know what? Maybe we want to leave you there. And then guess what Tyler Smith said? He quoted Zach Martin, "I'm a guard now." And all I'm thinking is, he's a really, really good guard, but you might be able to money whip him to go to left tackle to protect Dak's blind side.
Or is that another area in free agency where you go out and you get a tackle?
You definitely got to get some depth because TJ Bass, he's a restricted free agency. You got to bring him back. But other than him,
well, these guys get banged up. I mean, how often is it that you get a offensive lineman, that starts all 17 games?
Exactly, and then that's where you have the issue with Terrence Steele. Terrence Steele, you save some cap money. He's not a swing tackle. That's we learned, after they tried that one season about 3 years ago. He's a right tackle. That's it. He's not great. He's good some of the time, but I think Zach Martin hid a lot of his flaws. And I think that's why they're wondering, should we have Tyler Guyton over the right tackle? Because as at OU, when he was in college, he was a dominant right tackle. They moved him up to the left side, and he was learning on the job. And then he got hurt. So you don't even know what you got. That's why decisions.
Great stuff. Calvin Watkins, he one of the best in the business, so it was a great read, and enjoy going through it in two parts here today. All right, a Darren Peterson update, and also one from Scotty Scheffler at Pebble Beach that says we crosstalk with Fred Davis and Eric Caceres next here on The Fan.
Good news. Frontier is joining Verizon. That's right. America's best mobile network and Frontier's lightning-fast fiber internet are coming together. So whether at home, on the go, or running a business, you'll have the connection you can count on to get more done. And for a limited time, switch and bundle both plans to get our best offer ever. Frontier and Verizon. Better together. Visit Verizon.com/welcome-frontier to learn more. Based on RootMetrics U.S. Root Score Report second half 2025. Not an endorsement. All rights reserved. The results may vary. Service availability varies. Terms apply.
Shop Best of Season fruit at Whole Foods Market. Get Sumo Citrus for $3.49 per pound with Prime through February 17th. Savor the best of citrus season with this sweet and tart favorite. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
Rock icon Sting brings his Sting 3.0 tour to Choctaw Grand Theater Saturday, May 9th. Fronting his power trio, Sting performs the most electrifying songs from his timeless discography. Presented by the Cherry Tree Music Company and Live Nation. Tickets to the Sting 3.0 tour are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Sting 3.0 live, Choctaw Casino Resort, Durant.
Hey, Tolo, Sean and RJ here. And you know, one of life's greatest gifts to man is that little coffee bean. And we love the taste of Just Love coffee. Built right here in DFW off of love of coffee and a great backstory of family and friendship. You're going to see firsthand that Just Love isn't just the name, it's also the mission.
Amazing food, legit lunch options, awesome atmosphere that is warm and welcoming. It's going to be a place where every Tolo feels at home. Just Love Coffee. Locations in Arlington and Grand Prairie. Tell them you're a Tolo at Just Love.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and top users make $200 to $300 per month.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WHEEL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WHEEL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WHEEL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Resolutions have you back in the gym again? Want to make this year a year you train for a marathon, swing a club with colleagues again, maybe even coach your son's team? If pain has slowed you down or is keeping you from an active lifestyle, trust the men's health experts with Men's T Clinic to get you moving again. It's pain-free and part of your personalized total wellness optimization. Regenerative by Men's T Clinic is the safe, natural way to long-term movement without pain, harnessing your body's own growth factors. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit mensteclinic.com.
1-800-246-OT.
mensteclinic.com. Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
I was going to pay the IRS eventually, but we had to have enough to live on. Now, the IRS threatens my paycheck and my bank accounts. These are things we commonly hear from our clients. Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Jamie Flores at the Law Offices of Namath and Flores, formerly known as the Law Offices of Nick Namath. If you're facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, tax liens, or unfiled returns, call the Texas Tax Attorneys at 972-484-0829 or visit myiRSteam.com with offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
This year, flavor doesn't walk. It runs wild. At P.F. Chang's, we're charging into the year of the horse with bold new wok-fired dishes like pork belly bao buns and refreshing cocktails like the Midnight Gallop. P.F. Chang's beloved red envelope tradition returns, adding a surprise element to every visit during the Lunar New Year. Each guest receives a red envelope revealing a special offer redeemable on a future visit. Celebrate the Lunar New Year with flavor that runs wild at P.F. Chang's. Valid for dine-in only while supplies last. Details at pfchangs.com.
Allow us, if you will, to take you on a journey across the country to cover the biggest sports stories in DFW. ASCO Equipment presents the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona, March 2nd through the 6th, with access you won't find anywhere else. The fans' coverage is also brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano and On Time Experts Heating and Plumbing. Your one and only home of the Rangers is 105.3 The Fan.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Trevor Beck. Terrific work again here this morning. One last time with the 3-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold. I'm Will Chambers, and now joined by Eric Caceres and Fred Davis. A quick update from Pebble Beach. Scotty Scheffler has returned to earth after starting out his round 7 under par on his day. After 7 holes, he bogeys the par 4 8th as approach. On the par 4 9th,
the wind
about
got him.
20 feet, and he missed the birdie putt, but should have a good comeback there
the wind
for par.
got him, man, off the ocean, man.
But he's 17 under, and just 3 back of Akshay Bhatia, who was leading at 20 under par. Going to be a fun day out there. And Eric, freshly back from a trip to Boston, huh?
Yeah, trip to Boston. It was cold over there, so when I got back last night, it felt great to get that little bit of Texas breeze, but it ain't nothing like it was over there. So it was snowing, and it was about 20 to 30 degrees. Got cold at night, but there was snow everywhere. And
you were at a track meet, weren't you?
Yeah, I was at a track meet, so thankfully we ran inside. It was indoor track.
Yeah. I'm like, well, obviously.
How'd you do?
We did well, man. We did well. We technically had a 2-second indoor PR in the mile.
Look out.
So, never can complain about that. And I was telling my coach this all week that this week was more of an evaluation for me because I'm not a miler. I'm more of a 5K guy. And so this is just build up, right? This is a season opener. I haven't raced since July, trying to get my feet underneath me, knocking some rust off. And I walked away from that race feeling like it was a true rust buster.
How many records do you hold at Texas A&M for those who don't know?
So I hold currently 2. I hold the indoor 5K and outdoor 5K school record. So
see,
awesome.
Yeah, things are well.
Badass, man.
Yeah, so it felt great. Good to be back. Flight got a little delayed. I was telling CA before break that we ended up, because of the thunderstorms in DFW, to end up getting back last night until about 12:45. Got in my bed at 1:45. So
what time were you supposed to leave?
Well,
we were supposed to leave at 5 Eastern.
In the afternoon?
5 p.m. Eastern, yep, in Boston.
Oh, my God. Yep. I'm glad it wasn't canceled.
Hey, at the end of the day, we made it back, and that's all that matters.
Yep.
Now we're here.
Oh, good stuff, man. Fred, I don't want to bring up, bad stuff, whatever. But I just thinking, I think about you when I watch Kansas.
Hey.
And like we were texting about, the stuff with Darren Peterson early in the week after Big Monday, and I had to listen to a portion of it in the car, and whoever's calling it on ESPN radio was talking about in the second half where, it was just ugly for basically all of it, where Darren Peterson's on the bench next to Bill Self. I'm like, what's going on?
I don't look.
Is that load management or is he Zion? Atolo just texted in, is he the next Zion? And we're talking about injuries.
Well,
we don't know it's injury right now.
With Zion, let's be real. He also kind of helped eat himself out of the league too, and we've seen him more with Instagram chicks than we have actually on the court. So,
from Dallas, no doubt.
Somebody wrote an article yesterday on The Athletic and asked the question, because it is perplexing. Like we're at the point now with Darren Peterson where it really doesn't make sense what he's doing or what the narratives are around him. Okay, now Bill Self, who you
flew back on the plane with, that's your new best friend.
I'm just saying, a little ironic that they've had 2 terrible seasons. Me and Bill chop it up before the season starts, and we're back to winning ways again. So take that for what you want, ladies and gentlemen. The Darren Peterson situation is unprecedented. We've never seen anything like this.
Nope.
In this, because again, we can talk about the 3 of us and the generation we grew up watching college basketball, all right, where, guys got paid, but it was under the table, okay, $100 handshakes, and we can all pretend that we don't know what I'm talking about there. But in today's NIL transfer portal era of basketball, we've never seen anything like what's going on right now with Darren Peterson. And the article, I thought, did a great job because he's only hurting himself now.
Right.
Yeah. And, the question I was starting to ask is, okay, if it's one thing, and we've had, I think Paolo Banchero was brought up as far as somebody who's, had a bout of cramp issues, but it was nothing to the level of what we've seen with Darren Peterson. Okay, and so now you're starting to ask yourself, if you're a number 1 team, forget the thing about Arizona on this past Monday.
Right.
is this something that's going to, carry into your NBA career? Because, oh, by the way, if you have to, quote unquote, load manage in college.
Yeah.
What are
when
you
you're playing 30 games.
Nobody's going to give you $100 million.
And Bill Self brought up a great point. He said, look, we're not load managing him. He goes, look, you play 2 games a week that are spread out a week. And sure, you might have a Saturday, Monday, Saturday, Monday if you got Saturday, then Big Monday on ESPN. But
you're not playing every other day like the NBA.
You're not playing every other day. You don't have the travel. I mean, there's just so many things. And at the end of the day, you only play 40 games, and that's if you go to a championship, right? So it's a really bizarre deal. And look, my boy Billy Self can BS with the best of them. All right. I mean, look, I'm not even sure he believed what he said on Monday or Wednesday or whatever it was when he gave his little, so narratives. So it's I've never seen anything like this. I think people can say what they want about Bill Self lying. Look, Bill Self still has to recruit.
Yeah, he does.
Okay, so you know what I'm saying? Like Bill Self is trying to get the number 1 recruit in America right now, this Terrence Stokes kid. Okay, so what? You gonna throw Darren Peterson under the bus? Now, is he being mismanaged by his agent right now? I mean, why are you talking to him on the bench during games? Okay, like this is just a funky look all the way around. I'm not worried about yesterday's loss. At the end of the day, he said something to Jeff Goodman on Friday, I think it was, where he said, "Look, we need about a month if we're gonna make it, of Darren Peterson playing with this team, and if we're gonna do what we want to do." So. It's college basketball in the 2026.
I was saying earlier, I've talked about it before. The fact, the 2 best college basketball teams I've ever seen, in my opinion, they didn't win a championship.
Yeah.
So,
it happens.
To me, it's Arizona and it's Michigan this year. That those have been the 2 best teams.
Back-to-back losses, though.
Hands down.
For Zona.
You broke them.
Hey, I'm telling you right now. Shout out to our boy, Degenerate Jake.
Yeah.
He was geeked after yesterday. His Texas Tech Red Raiders took down
in overtime.
So I didn't get the chance to see it, but I was driving back. Got to give a shout out to our boy Eric Casares today as well. I texted him on the Super Bowl after last week. I mean, he was dead on with his analysis. I was just uber disappointed. Like, look, I could live with Seattle winning that game, but are we going to find out Drake May? Maybe it's too late. I mean, we're already a week past it, and we've already moved on, and that was maybe one of the more uninspiring Super Bowls we've seen in a very, very long time. But that New England Patriot team, what the game plan?
Thank you. Okay, so Bobby, we watched it. We went over and watched it with Bobby and Kristen.
Yes,
and Drake looked obviously horrible
from the jump.
Yeah.
From the
Josh
first
McDaniels.
drive. And what was he doing?
Well, at some point, you're going, dude, run the football.
Do something.
Do something with your legs. How many 3-and-outs do we have here?
How about that?
Yeah.
I mean, 75%. And Will Campbell, who, kudos to him for coming back and saying, look, that was on me for not saying anything after the Super Bowl. But, he was on an island for 75% of the snaps.
Yeah, right? You know what?
And I think we also, hell, Stevie Wonder saw he was struggling with those days. So,
to me, the game played out for the most part the way I thought it was going to play out.
Yeah.
Except it just got to a breaking point where New England was so bad. I didn't see them playing that bad.
Yeah. God,
was he hurt worse than he let on?
It makes you wonder.
Mm-hmm.
It makes you wonder because I have a hard time buying that the nerves got to him. I mean, look,
at some point they shake off.
You would like to think, but again, if your body's not, you're right. If your body's not right,
right. But you don't want Seattle to tee off on you with that great defense.
Well, that's the thing, right?
You're not going to tell them something's wrong with you.
So my boy Teddy J, he does radio up in Boston, and he said the same thing. Like, there was something that he looked rattled from the first drive. I'll tell you what, when he threw that pass to Hunter Henry, I think it was it might have been. I think it was on the first drive, and threw it behind him, just a simple over the middle seam route, and he threw it behind him. You knew from that point on because it was kind of like he was guiding throws instead of just letting it rip. Look,
something was up.
Something didn't seem right. We'll get into it today. Pickens or Crosby, all right? And again, I think it's I think you got to pick one or the other, all right? And then secondly, is Seattle kind of the barometer for what we're going to see from NFL teams moving forward? And is there any reason to think if Mike McDonald can take the Seattle Seahawks to a Super Bowl 1 year after not making the playoffs, why can't Shoddy?
Fair enough.
Why can't Shoddy?
I tell you what, we were doing the who could be next year's New England, and I'm starting to feel pretty good about Tennessee.
Really? They had the all bald coaching staff. You'll see that? Like their whole coaching staff is literally.
I'm just going to say, and I'm not going to say, AFC will be restored next year. Is all I got to say.
He said, "Watch out for the Chiefs."
I said, as long as 15 is in uniform, then you can never count them out. But I thought it was one oddity about Kansas City is how their average age, they're young.
No, they are. I mean, they've done a good job of churning the bottom of that roster. The problem is that
the cap, though, with it. Usually, when you have a cap, I know that you can massage and stuff. It's going to look different.
The problem is you got Chris Jones, who's about to hit $38-44 million in the last 2 years, because that's where those restructurings start to hit. Hey, cool. We only cost us $7 million the first year. Well, then 4 years down the road, you're going to cost us $45 million.
What are you going to do at receiver?
Yeah.
See, I don't think it's as much about the receivers themselves as much as it is about the coaching. I'm telling you right now, the NFL, and why do we think
you got rid of the problem?
You got rid of the problem, and I don't know. Look, was Matt Nagy a great coach? No, but I don't think he was the issue either. When you've got Connor Embry, okay, and just a quick aside, let's just use the Cowboys. Let's just use the Cowboys example. Forget the Chiefs. I don't think it's a coincidence that the Cowboys said, you know what? Let's let Shoddy do what he does and pick the defensive coaching staff. Because we saw it in real time. Shoddy got to pick the offensive staff, top 5 offense. Cowboys did their old, this is how we do business.
Oh, last year at this time.
Yeah.
Let's go pick Matt Eberflus, okay, the Will Chambers doppelganger, all right, who is not Sweet Willie C. Let's get that straight. I'll take Willie C to my defense all day, every day.
Yeah.
And you saw in real time a real life social experiment. The Shoddy way, the Cowboy way. You had a bottom 2 historically bad defense, and you had one of the best Cowboy offenses we've seen in probably the last 10, 15 years. Mm-hmm. So this is where we can kind of, sort of, and I'll defer to you on this one, CA, where, again, and look, I'm going to go, again, I go back to what the daughter said. We don't know how many more next years we got.
That's right.
With Jerry.
Might retire.
Where they've kind of said, you know what? We need a Super Bowl, and we need a Super Bowl quick.
Right. Jerry and Dak.
Yes.
Dak's doing it now. You better catch him while he's hot.
Let's catch him while he's hot. So you know what, Shoddy? You showed what you can do on the offensive side. Let's bring some. Let's use that ideology and process that you've impressed, and let's do it on the defensive side.
Yeah, with Parker.
And let him hire the staff, which he's done. And look,
let's see what happens.
He's won the day. He's won and Bobby Belt said this a year ago when we had him on, and I said, "What does Brian Schottenheimer do? He wins the press conference." Well, so what? He's won the press conference when it comes to coaching his. I mean, I've never heard more people get excited about a linebackers coach in my life. This kid, the guy from
Parker?
SMU.
Oh, yeah, Simmons.
Yeah,
Simons.
I mean, oh my God. I mean, you thought we had just hired Vince Lombardi as our. I mean, seriously. And again, I say that kind of in jest, but again, we're on the right track. At least it looks that way.
I'd like to go on record by saying that I feel that you have done a much better job with nicknames than anybody that gave Quad God.
Quad God.
Yeah.
The Olympic
Quad
guy,
God.
the figure skate Olympic guy. He does, instead of a triple axel, he does a quadruple.
Yeah.
See, I'll be honest with you, fellas.
Fell down, go boom.
I have not seen 1 minute
of the Olympics.
You missed the curling. No.
I just, man, it's, look, for one thing, we're on, you guys know we're on at night. Number 2, I'm a much bigger college basketball fan than I am of the Winter Olympics. And so, we watch college basketball here. And then, of course, I was on the road watching my boy do his thing. So,
he's been, I swear to God, if they said it one more time, I felt like in an hour I heard Quad God 100 times. I'm like, enough is enough.
Well, then there's Trap House Trevor.
Oh, is that where we are next?
Well, if look, go back into the Odyssey, and I mean, look, whether it's Ubering for dope or whatever he's into, not him, by the way, not him.
I didn't do it.
Well, not the drugs part.
Well, that's got
him. What do you guys What do you guys have coming up?
Little Brian brought us at 3 o'clock. Talk a little bit about what's going on with the draft and kind of where things are at. And I'm going to help him this week and try to get his Twitter back because my man's losing money.
Still,
my man's losing money. This is we got to take this step further. And then our boy Kane McCutcheon with the Ranger Report at 2 o'clock. And then of course we got a Rick Six, Fair Foul, and Jet Fuel. I mean, it's a loaded show.
Love it.
Loaded show.
Love it. All right, there we go. Fred and Eric coming up next here on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now, 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in, DFW. Glad to have each and every one of you on board on this absolutely tremendously gorgeous, beautiful, whatever other adjective you want to use to describe this Sunday afternoon. It's roughly 62 degrees here in the Metroplex. Barometric pressure at normal, okay? I mean, I lost it. I didn't really know what else I was going to go there. But, I did have visions of grandeur of one day, maybe standing in front of a green screen, being a weatherman.
I love it.
And when I was at the University of Kansas Journalism School, we had the little multimedia department at the Bob Dole Center. And I always said, hey, can I fill in one time and do the weather? And they thought I was kidding. And I said, no, I'm very much serious about wanting to do this. And they never let me do it. And I've harbored that grudge towards the KU Journalism School for quite some time. And that might be why Darren Peterson is doing what he's doing.
I mean,
okay, silent protest.
You had to go there.
Silent protest. If you know, you know. And something's got to give.
Yeah.
Something's got to give.
Shoot, So you did you get to watch it last night? Is that what you're saying, or you didn't get to watch it?
Watch what?
The KU game?
No, the KU game was at noon.
Okay.
No, the KU game was at noon yesterday. So, no, I absolutely got to. No, I will rearrange my entire travel schedule around watching my Jayhawks.
So you wouldn't miss it for the world, is what you're saying.
I mean, look, I've missed the occasional KU game from time to time, but yesterday was the perfect scenario. Look, it was a very fruitful weekend for me. We'll get to that here in a second, but let's talk about Eric Casares first, because nobody had. First of all, let's introduce ourselves. This is a Sunday afternoon show. We have no name for this show. It's the Frerick show. It's the Frerick and Jet. Frerick and Jet on Sunday. I'm Fred Davis. That is the phenom, Mr. Eric Casares. I like to give little qualifiers every time I announce somebody's name that I do work with, and I like to call Blake Elliott the fastest rising star in the sports media world here in the DFW. Eric Casares is just the fastest star in the sports media world here.
Literally.
In the DFW. Literally. The fastest in the DFW. All right, so let's put some respect on his name. And then, of course, maybe as I like to call him, pure as the driven snow.
Yep.
Jet Nelson.
Good to be here. Also, I feel like I could also be the comeback player of the year.
Oh.
You know what? Where's my bell? Where's my bell? Where's my bell?
You got to get Fred his bell.
Somewhere in there.
Did somebody steal? Here it is. Here. Nobody utilizes the bell quite like your boy Fred Davis. Let's get that straight. Shout out to you. That is, I think we might have to throw that in the Jet Nelson resume. Comeback radio player of the year after what might have been the most inauspicious start of anybody here at 105 Through the Fan, at least in my time here at 105 Through the Fan. It'll be 2 years in June that I have graced what I like to think are the best airwaves in all of the United States of America.
Hey,
and look at you now.
Yep.
If you keep coming comeback player of the year, sooner or later you'll become the MVP. You just got to keep being consistent.
Just got to keep grinding, keep doing my thing.
That's all you can do. That's all you can do. When just keep stacking wins.
Yep.
Keep stacking wins. So that's Jet Nelson, but let's turn our attention back to Eric Casares, who, as we've told you time and time again, is a professional runner.
Yeah.
All right. What does that mean?
So basically, I'm post-collegiate, right?
Okay.
And so I'm not technically signed with any endorsement or any shoe brand right now.
What about a record label?
No, that'd be awesome. Could you imagine me with a record label, Fred?
Well, I mean, look, let's see if we can get that done. Let's see if we can get that done.
I mean, maybe I have the record label for singing the most songs in the shower.
I don't know. I could see you signed to Death Row.
Yeah. I mean, let's talk.
Death Row running?
Oh.
Death Row running?
Ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell.
We might be onto something.
See, that's what he does it for. Look, and so I like to call myself as a semi-pro, right? Because when I think of professional runners, I think of somebody. It's like, okay, let's Joe Bob. I've just random name that came to my head. Runs for Hoka.
Well, give us a real name.
Okay,
give us somebody real.
Cole Hawker. Cole Hawker runs for Nike.
Who's my boy from KU?
Bryce Hoppel.
Bryce Hoppel.
Yep.
Let's use him as
Bryce Hoppel. Yeah. So Bryce Hoppel, obviously, he's a professional runner, and this dude.
Let's get him on the show next week.
Dude, that'd be freaking awesome. If I can get in contact with Bryce Hoppel, will you get him on the show?
Absolutely.
Talk to him about running. Yeah.
Absolutely, we will.
So here's the deal. Running professionally is it's hard, man. Obviously, that's without sugarcoating it. It's not just always about how fast you run. It's where you do it at, right? And so you have to go to meets. You have to be in position to run fast, and you have to do it consistently.
Yeah.
So I went to one of the fastest tracks in the United States, the Boston BU track. It's University of Boston.
Shout out to the Terriers.
Yeah, Terriers, wolf, right? I think they're just dogs. I believe
that's it.
Ruff, 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 ruff.
I believe that's it.
I didn't want to sound like an actual wolf. It just,
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
So the Terriers, and it's interesting, Fred, because you walk into that gymnasium, and it's like any rundown high school gymnasium. It's nothing special about it.
Right.
The seating is like mid bleachers, like nothing crazy.
Okay.
And then you have the track in the middle. It's a 200 banked resurfaced indoor meter track. It's bouncy. Is
that what makes it fast?
Yes.
Okay.
But there's some type of the way it's built, there's some type of science behind of why it makes it fast, but you just have to be there to experience. I can't explain it to you.
Right. No, I get it. I get it.
But everybody goes there to run fast. And so they have 2 or 3 meets there every single year in the indoor season. People go there to run fast.
Do you kind of feel like you're bouncing as you're running? Is that what it is?
It just
maybe
feels,
I'm oversimplifying it,
feels
but
different than a normal indoor track.
Okay.
It's
hard to put,
it's hard to put it into words, but when you're there, it just feels, it's going to sound really cliche when I say it feels magical.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm here
so
for it.
I was there, first race since July, went in there, competed
You
well.
hadn't ran since July?
Haven't raced since July.
Well, no, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. So what are we in? We're in February.
Yeah, it's February. So I had a little bit of a minor setback. I had a little injury on my foot.
Okay.
Back in October.
That'll do it.
Back in October. So I actually was planning to open up my season in December.
Oh, okay. So I knew you were racing this past Saturday.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that this was the comeback.
Yeah,
or the first one since in a while.
Yeah, and it was more, and I was telling CA and Will about this. Is more of an evaluation of myself, right?
Okay.
Because it wasn't the race; it was just the next one.
Yeah.
So
how'd you do?
I did good. I got a 2-second PR in the mile.
Which is?
Indoor mile. So my actual official PR outdoors 358.2.
Good God.
And I ended up running 4 flat 0.3 indoors, which my PR previously was 402.5 or something like that.
Okay.
So
all right. So how'd you do?
It.
How'd you do in the race?
You know what? I wasn't really worried too much about how the race was going to go itself. It was more so how I felt.
Yeah.
Because there's one thing, and I'll say this, Fred, when people go to college meets, a lot of people are going to be like, oh, man, I feel fit. I feel great, right?
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Fred. Everybody's fit.
I was just going to say everybody's
good. Everybody
Yeah.
feels good. So it's about what you do on that day.
Yeah.
Okay? So if I would have told you, Fred, I'm feeling fit, you'd have been like, okay, cool. Yeah, you're fit.
Yeah.
But what are you going to do in the race?
Yeah, exactly.
So in the race, we had, I was in heat 5. Okay? And it's from fastest to slowest.
Right.
I was in the invite mile. They put my seat time in as my PR 358. Went in there. The pacer took us out perfectly. I got out in good position, got right on the pacer. Excuse me, by the way, I do have a little bit of an indoor cough. So, yeah, you get that when
That's how the coronavirus started, I believe.
Oh, goodness. Don't bring that back. I've had COVID 3 times, by the way.
What?
Yeah.
My God.
Not a fun time.
At least the race wasn't in Wuhan. Continue.
But... No, I was running the race. I got right on the pacer. I got out. I put myself in position to do the best that I could on that day, and I did.
Okay.
I did. The problem was, and I wouldn't even call it a problem.
What happened was...
Well, I didn't even call it a problem. It's more so just a feeling, like I said, because it was an evaluation. I didn't have the sharpness that I would like to have had.
But you haven't raced since July.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, people were asking me, like, what do you think you could run? What do you think you could do? I was like, regardless of what I tell you, it was more so how I was going to feel.
Yeah.
And so I come out of that race thinking, okay, regardless if I would have ran 358, 357, as opposed to what I ran 4 flat, I would have been telling you the exact same thing of how I felt.
So now with the mile, real quick, with the mile, I know like when you got sprints and what have you, you like you said, you got the heats, and then you have the fastest guys from all the heats meet up at the very last race. Is the mile like that too?
Yeah, so it's...
or will you do it the next day, or how's that work?
So can you repeat the question again?
So like with sprints, right?
Yeah.
So you're in a qualifying heat, and then boom, all the fast people from those heats run the medal race at the end, correct?
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking you. Like, so with the heat, with the mile heat, is it okay? You say you're in the 5th heat. Does the top 2 finishers of each heat then race at the very end?
Oh no,
against
so
each other, or how's it work?
So
just fastest time.
Yeah, it's just fastest time.
Okay,
so like,
gotcha.
I was seated 64th in the mile going in. So
this was a real David versus Goliath type of deal for you.
There was a lot. I mean, this is, like I said, it's one of the fastest tracks in the world. Okay, so everybody.
So you had the creme de la creme. Was our boy Bryce there?
No, he wasn't. No, but
Damn it, Bryce.
But there was a lot of pros there.
Okay.
So obviously they had the invite mile and they had the opening mile. That's how many people were running the mile.
So you were in the open mile.
I was in the invite, but I was in heat 5 of the invite.
You were in the invite.
Yeah,
okay.
but I was in heat,
Shout out to our boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, I was based on the 64.
So you were basically in the play-in game of the race.
Yeah, I was in the finals.
Hey,
yeah.
That's all right.
But it's not like, it wasn't like a tournament-based thing where it's like I had to run one and then I had to run later. You know,
just one race.
One
boom.
race.
Okay.
Yeah, season opener. But yeah, no, I just didn't feel as sharp as I wanted to. But like you said, it's early in the season.
So with this 4-minute 0.3, all right.
Yep.
Where does that put us?
Overall, out of the whole meet.
Yeah.
I was 36th out of like 390
Come
runners.
on, man.
Yeah.
Come on. 36th out of 300.
Yeah, almost 400.
The hell with it. 36th out of 400. Do you need a hype man?
I mean, shoot, if you want to be my hype man, I'll take it.
I got you, bro.
You know what?
We're gonna make. You know what? We're gonna make running great again. Pause. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted, okay?
Fred, overall, it was a great day, and it's just a stepping stone on what we're building towards, and that's going to be this summer.
I'm here for it. All right, so four flat 0.3. What is the goal by the summer?
By the summer, well, see, the thing is, I'm not a miler. I'm more of a 5K, 10K guy, so that's what we're kind of building up to right now. If I get a chance to run the mile again, I would love to try to run, as close to 355 as we can.
I think we can get it.
But, it's all about opportunities, so the next big race.
Why'd you decide to try the mile?
What's that?
Why'd you decide to try the mile?
It's a good opener because it's short and it's a short race.
Yeah.
And it's not my main event, so there's not a lot of eggs in one basket to where it's like, okay, like it's enough to knock the rust off, but it's not enough to like completely blow something up.
Yeah, I love it, dude. I love it. So last thing, and then so 355's the goal. If you were to get to 355, where would that put you at? I mean, are you getting signed at that point? If you get to a 355,
I would be on the cusp.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
What do we need to get you signed? Let's go that route.
So
let's go big or go home.
So I got a buddy. Shout out to Cooper Cawthor.
Cawthor.
Yeah, he ran 353.8.
Damn, my man was booking.
He was booking. He was in heat 1.
Yeah, he was.
And
how'd he do?
He did great. I mean, he ran 353, but he blew up during the race.
What do you mean?
So he went out a little hard.
Too fast?
And he kind of died at the end. But he still ran 353.
353. So what was the winning time?
350. Yeah. Yeah. So, Fred, let me put it into perspective.
Are you serious?
Fred, let me put it into perspective. These guys are pros, man. They're running for Under Armour. Like, they're signed.
Yeah.
These guys are legit. Cooper was my roommate at A&M.
Okay.
He ran 354 last year. That was his breakout.
Yeah.
That got him an Under Armour deal. Okay?
Okay.
So, but here's the thing. I'm not trying to run 354 and get signed
like a Reebok deal or something like that?
Under Armour.
No, but I'm saying, could we get you like a Reebok deal?
Reebok. I don't know if Reebok's
I don't know if they made it.
I don't think Reebok's a thing.
Who knows?
I don't know.
All right.
But here's the thing. If I can here's the big deal. Here's the big picture. I'll put it real quick.
All right. Let's tell you this.
10K, 5K.
Yeah.
We get our qualifying time early on this season, outdoor season.
Okay.
We go compete at USA's in the summer.
Okay.
USA's in the summer. We beat a couple people, advance a couple rounds.
Yeah.
Maybe we get a sign. Get signed by somebody.
Come on.
Long story short, baby.
Let's go. I'm here for it. I am. If you're not Team Eric Casares after listening to that, I don't know what to tell you. All right, I don't know. You're not an American, is all I'm telling you. Okay, you are not, and you don't have to be an American to support Eric Casares because the thing about track and field, it's a very global sport.
Very global.
Okay, very global sport. But you don't have American pride.
You know what the best thing?
You can't support my man Eric Casares, who we're trying to get to the trials and we're trying to get to the Olympics in 2028.
Yep. That's what we're doing, man.
Let's go.
Why wouldn't we be chasing it?
Why not?
Why wouldn't we be?
Let's chase greatness. Let's chase greatness today. In fact, let's chase a great show today. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling. No Super Bowl today. No Super Bowl. In fact, no football today. First weekend without football. So everybody that's tuning in and listening to us, thank you so much on this, February 15th. How did everybody's Valentine's Day go?
Yeah, that's a good point.
All right, so I know you were traveling yesterday. Our resident married man, Jet Nelson.
No complaints at all.
No complaints. Hey! I see that wry smile of yours. I read in between lines from time to time. We'll ask our boy, Mr. Jet Nelson, how his Valentine's Day went, at least get some of the deets. Not all the deets. We don't need all that. This is a family show after all. But that being said, I want to hear how you guys did on Valentine's Day. Now, from what I understand, and again, you and I were not here, I understand it was the wettest
just about
Valentine's Day on record.
Yep.
Okay. So, hey, if you had a wet Valentine's Day, let us know. 877-881-1053. It's also All-Star Day today in the National Basketball Association. And from everything I've heard, again, I didn't get a chance to watch it because I was driving. You were traveling. The dunk contest might be time to retire it. Might be time to retire the dunk contest.
Are we surprised that this outcome happened?
No, we're not. But from everything I saw clip-wise and from everything I read, and then I was listening to a friend of the show, Denton Day, on the Westwood One Sports Network, because when I tolo, even when I'm traveling from Kansas back to the great state of Texas. But even he was like, because we all know the dunk contest hasn't been great, but sometimes you just need something to put it out of its misery. And this particular dunk contest, because at least you had Mac McClung, the little white boy G League guy who was dunking over cars. So you're like, okay, like it's at least a novelty item.
He's keeping it alive.
He's keeping it alive. He's keeping some eyes on it. Well, from what I understand and read yesterday, you had guys trying to jump from the free throw line who were, stepping 4 or 5 feet in of the free throw line. So never a good thing there. And now apparently Adam Silver has an idea how to stop tanking and how to kind of rearrange how the NBA draft's done. So we'll discuss that here in just a smidge. Brian Broaddus is going to join us at 3 o'clock. Kane McCutcheon with the Ranger Report at 2. And then, of course, we've got Rick Six. Where are you taking us on the Rick Six?
So, in the midst of traveling to Boston, Fred, some inconvenience popped up for me. So I was just thinking, why don't we do a little bit of Rick Six blind ranking for some minor inconvenience? That's coming up later.
I love it. So we'll do that. We'll do a Jet Fuel. Jet Fuel, where are you taking us?
We got Mardi Gras Foods. Fat Tuesday is this Tuesday, so can't go wrong with some good old Cajun food.
I love it. And then, of course, we'll do Fatties on the phone. Now, we've done Fatties on the phone at 1:40. I'm going to hold off because the reason why we've been doing Fatties on the phone, a.k.a. Tolos on the telephone at 1:40, because we've had games, right? And so, we know that you guys, hey, look, we are at least aware enough to know that if there's football games on, chances are most of our audience will be watching that. And I'm not mad at you for that. That being said, there is nothing to take you away from this great radio program today. So we will be doing Fatties, a.k.a. Telos on the telephone at 2:40 today. So get your phones ready for that. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We'll also do some fair or foul later on in the show as well. But when we come back, Luka with some comments he made after he was thrown under the bus by Kevin Durant about his effort level. Were they out of line? Plus, he also had some comments about the difference in organizations between the LA Lakers and the Dallas Mavericks. I think it's much ado about nothing. We'll hear what Eric and Jet have to say, plus your text messages. And, well, don't go anywhere. This is 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the home.
read. That's right, no read. Sorry, I got lost in the sauce on these text messages out there. I can't decide if you guys are trying to use double entendres or just aren't very good with umbrellas. Okay? I mean, it could go a couple different ways. Let's see. Okay, yes, sir, Fred. Bleep was wet all weekend, and I'm guessing he means the pavement. I'm guessing he's meaning the pavement. And then, let's see. My Valentine's was super wet, and he aced the Valentine's dunk contest. So, I mean, what a performance out there by our Tolos and Fatties, all right? What was lacking in the real dunk contest, apparently all of the Tolos and Fatties and 105 Through the Fan listeners out there were acing it in more ways than one.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, dude, the dunk contest, I think we were starting to get a bad rep of it too, Fred, was when people were starting to say that they weren't going to start competing in it because Matt McClung was going to be in it.
Yeah.
And that kind of shied away from him not competing in it this year.
Well, but look, I'll push back on that and just say nobody's been performing in the dunk contest, right? I mean, it's kind of, it's the same way as, to me, it's equivalent to KD, who we're going to hear from in a second, throwing, Luka and Joker into the bus for saying, well, they don't do anything. And I get both sides of it. I'll tell you what, let's do this. And like I said, the dunk contest, who won it, by the way?
It was dude from Heat. I don't even know his name.
Butler or something like that.
Johnson, wasn't it? Keyshawn Johnson, was that it?
Well, Keyshawn Johnson's a football player.
Okay. I got something wrong
Either way, that's okay. Now, I'll tell you what, that dunk contest would have been a lot more exciting if Keyshawn Johnson had been in it. All right, so we'll find out who was in it. Now, I want to say Dame Lillard, who has not played...
Keyshawn Johnson.
Keshad. Close.
He was still closer than me, yeah.
Close. Keshad Johnson was the winner of the dunk contest yesterday. And again, I think he was the guy who, stepped 2 or 3 feet in front of the free throw line.
Right.
And when it was supposed to be a free throw line dunk, and, take that for what it's worth.
Well, then Jace Richardson, son of Jason Richardson.
That's who I was pulling for.
He fell straight on his butt.
I did see that.
Almost hit his head.
That looked bad. That looked uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That looked, it's time to shut it down.
Yeah.
It's time to shut it down. Because, and of course, this has been said time and time again, and I was talking on my boy Chris Hodges' podcast earlier this week about it. I mean, there's no more dunks left to see. Okay.
Well, that and too, it's the creativity is lacking, like you mentioned, but then also how often do these guys have chances to work on the dunks too?
Well, okay, and that's a great point. So think about it this way. Your stars from back in the day, all right, the Jordans, the Dominiques, the Larry Nances, the Spud Webbs, right, the guys that you could watch, or, the Vince Carters, all right. You could watch these guys, and it was just sheer athleticism. We liked watching because, there really wasn't anywhere to see those kind of dunks. Now that all those dunks have been done and everybody's a freakish athlete, and now it's kind of all right, to your point, I mean, how much time does, let's just say, Stephon Castle have to go do dunks, right? Probably not a lot. Yeah. I mean, he's a reigning rookie of the year, is playing 35, 40 minutes a night in the NBA. And if I'm what's our boy's name? R.C. Buford of the Spurs, I don't want him in the dunk contest. I mean, I get what the NBA is asking for, so we'll take the guy that's at the end of the bench playing 4 or 5 minutes a game and let him do it because he's got the time, as you alluded to practice those dunks. Yeah. Right? Stephon Castle doesn't have time to go do these dunks. All right? No, I mean, at least he shouldn't. Maybe he does. I don't know, but I wouldn't want him to. So, to your point, and I suggested, well, what if instead of just having random dunkers, if you said, all right, let's take the best street dunker out of San Antonio, or the best street dunker out of Dallas, or the best street dunker out of Houston, insert NBA city name here, and then they pair up with somebody from that team, right? So if we had an Orlando guy, if we had a San Antonio guy, and again, we're all just spitballing.
That's what it's about, though.
At this point. Yeah. And at the other point of it too is how much more? I mean, what's left for the dunk contest outside of that, and why are you ending all-star festivities with the dunk contest?
Yeah. What else do you have to lose at this point, too?
You have nothing else to lose because the three-point contest did come down to the wire last night between Devin Booker and Dame Lillard. So, and by the way, those two are far bigger names than anybody else that was participating yesterday.
Yeah, and don't tell Devin Booker when he only needs 2 to win a championship. Sorry, I had to throw that little diss in there.
Right, for all Mavericks fans out there, nobody's they're loving what you're putting down. All right, this was Kevin Durant with the initial remark that was made earlier this week when asked about why the old heads, or what are the old heads going to do to increase effort for today's game.
The Europeans and the world team, they won't compete. Because if you look at Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic now, let's go back and look at what they do at the All-Star game. Is that competition? So we haven't questioned what they've been doing, but we're going to question the old heads and the Americans. But these two dudes out there, Luka and Jokic, they don't care about the game at all. These dudes be laying on the floor, they shoot from half court, but you got to worry about the old heads playing hard. I can read between the lines, bro. And I'm just thinking a lot of times, I'm just saying that I can read between the lines. And it's not just about you, it's just an overall topic that everybody's talking about. You just have to ask me that question.
What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, KD, he's very vocal on social media. So it doesn't really surprise me that he's engaging with something like that. Like, I don't know.
Does it surprise you, though?
No, not at all.
Considering it's KD?
No, it doesn't surprise me because it's him. And, I mean, look, they're going to defend themselves, and they want people to watch their product, and they're going to get criticism. And they're getting criticism because All-Star Weekend has been a dying product the last few years, and we need some solutions. So whether that's what we were talking about with the dunk contest, shout out 877-881-1053. Someone said, why not make the dunk contest a pro-am contest like golf?
No, I just saw that text message as well. No, that's and that's exactly what I'm getting at with the now when you say a pro-am, the only difference is that I don't know that you're going to take regular. See, a pro-am, you can have the Aaron Rodgers of the world. You can have celebrities because everybody golfs.
I mean, they're doing celebrities in the All-Star game.
Well, but that to me further shows how horrific it's become. Why is Taco Fowl playing in the
Why is Jared McCain a celebrity in the celebrity 3-point contest? He's an NBA player.
And
Taco Fall, like you said, yeah, too.
Why do you have a 7'3", 7'4" dude who played in the NBA is less than what? I think Taco Fowl's like 5 years removed from the NBA.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Why are you having? I mean, look, I grew up in the era, and let me be get off my lawn guy real quick, okay? I grew up in the rock and jock era, all right, where you had legit celebrities hooping. All right? Why is Justin Bieber not out there giving people buckets? Okay? Why is Method Man not out there giving people buckets? Now, granted, he's 50 years old, so I understand why he's not out there now. All right? But, why is Queen Latifah not out there giving people buckets? I mean, that's what we want. That's what I want. I mean, that's the era. Why are we not shooting 4-point shots from damn near half court? What happened to that? Yeah. What happened to the rock and jock?
It's also interesting that KD brought up the point to Nikola Jokic and Luka Doncic not playing hard. I mean, does he really have a room to talk?
Well, and that's what. Let's see here. I've got the audio here, but I'll tell you what. We'll go ahead and I'll just go ahead and read the. Go ahead and read it anyway. So Luka, who had his press availability yesterday, actually everybody did. The only one is LeBron will do his today, but that's been a yearly deal. Do we think LeBron's going to announce his retirement today?
No.
Don't think so.
No. Now, do we think he'll announce that next year will be his last year?
Yes, and he'll do it well in advance.
And before anybody, and I'll tell you what, if you want to chime in, I'm okay with him getting the send-off tour. Okay.
No, yeah.
I am okay with us doing a farewell to LeBron, love him up in every city he goes to type of tour.
Yes.
All right. LeBron, however you feel about LeBron off the court, some of the things he said, the stat chasing, the stat padding, whether he's your GOAT, whether he's not your GOAT, doesn't matter to me. And look, we all know I'm a die-in-the-wool MJ guy and will forever be that. I respect LeBron's game. Now, do I think LeBron may or may not be on PEDs at some point? Another conversation for another time. Okay? But that said, give the man his farewell tour.
Yeah, I mean, he's LeBron James. He's going to get a farewell tour, and his ego is so much bigger than people give it credit for sometimes, and he's going to have a farewell tour.
No, he absolutely is, and he does deserve that. All right, so Luka was asked about KD's comments by a Serbian reporter yesterday, and he said, quote, "It was the same when I played in my first All-Star game, so I don't know why KD mentioned me and Jokic. But, this is where it gets good, I think we'll see a more competitive game this year with the World versus USA format."
That's what it's all about, Fred. We need more of that. We need more crap talking going into a game as opposed to just East versus West or blue versus red. I'm tired of it. Just give us some USA versus World. Get these guys to start talking some crap, and let's get a game going.
That was essentially Luka's, and I took that personally. That's all I needed to hear. That's all I needed to hear, which, by the way, Luka is a Jordan athlete, so take that for what you will. But I do think the NBA will if you take today's game and if this USA versus World format pops off, all right, it will overshadow what was a very lackluster day yesterday. Now, and plus I heard too, I heard it was actuality. So normally the games are on at night. The festivities are on. They kick off 6, 7, 8 o'clock or whatever it is. And, of course, yesterday they started at 3, 4 o'clock.
Yeah, so that was weird.
Well, because of the Olympics. All right, because NBC, I want to say, is hosting the All-Star event and doing all that. But at the same time, they're putting the Olympics front and center. So it was one of those situations where it's like, all right, we're going to put – I guess more people want to see the luge than – your boy Jahad Johnson winning or Keshad or whatever the hell his name is, winning the dunk contest. I don't know. Again, I didn't watch either yesterday. I saw clips of the dunk contest, read about the dunk contest, listened to it on the radio on my way home. But by the way, have you guys watched or engaged in any of the Winter Olympics?
Well, I have, but I just don't know enough of the athletes. For me, that's what kind of gets me.
Okay.
I'm trying to learn, which has been the hardest part, but... Yeah. It's interesting because
Lindsey Vonn crashing out pretty much. That was all you needed.
Well, that was the story I was following, right? I'm like, Lindsey Vonn coming back, playing on a torn ACL. That's a storyline. I love that. And so to see her go down and then see that's probably going to be it for her, right? Because she's 42, 43 years old.
She's cooked. It's done.
Yeah, she's done. So then once that happened, I'm like, man, well, now who do I follow now? So I had to learn and kind of teach myself, okay, who's this? Oh, they're from France. Oh, where are they from? What's their background?
Well, you got the girl from Plano. Don't we have 2 Texas athletes?
Yeah,
I know there's the skater from Plano.
And then there's the hockey player from the Houston area or Southern Texas, I thought.
Don't give me the line, but that sounds accurate.
Well, I was thinking about because I was watching it a little bit in Boston in the hotel.
Okay.
And I was watching the curling. And I've never seen curling in my life. Fred, honestly, I didn't even know what curling was. I thought maybe curling was lifting weights.
lifting, doing some barbell curls out in the cold or something like that?
Yeah, so that tells you all my ball knowledge on Winter Olympics. But curling, I watched it. And there's people talking during it. You can hear the coaches talking. They have a mic'd up.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Have you heard those?
Yeah, exactly. Dude, I legit thought that was the commentators talking. And then I come to realize 10 minutes in, I'm like, oh, shoot, that's the coaching.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's crazy. It's one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
Did you guys know that there's a curling center here in the DFW?
I did not.
So our sister station, 1080 KRLD, which is if you just go out this studio and take a left, boom, they're right there. So my boy Eric Bushman, a fellow Jayhawk, did a piece for 1080 KRLD. I think if you go to their website, you can go check it out. But yeah, and again, I don't know the name, so shame on me. But I'm sure if you just Google DFW and curling, it'll pop up. There can only be so many DFW curling centers here in the DFW. But they were partnered with the Stars. And so they shared a building over off of 35 as you go 35 East North, which, by the way, let me finish that thought before I start this other rant. So if you go 35 East, boom, it's right off there. You see the Stars, you see their little curling center, whatever. But now, because apparently it's gotten big enough to where they're getting ready to open up their own facility. So I tell you all that to tell you this: I had no idea that curling had that kind of following here in the DFW. So if you're so inclined, look, I know you're training right now, so I don't know where that would factor into your training. I think it would help your core, though, is from what I hear.
No, I'm never going to give up curling.
No, look, again, and that's what I'm saying. Maybe it's a different variation on your workout routine. I don't know. Take that for what it's worth.
I like trying new things out, Fred.
Look, it's got its benefits. I'll put it to you that way. But so yeah, shout out to the DFW curling folks. And I'll look it up during the break, and I'll shout them out when we come back. But to all my folks over in Louisville right now, off 35 in corporate. It is. I mean, I wouldn't wish what's going on right now, traffic-wise, off 35 in corporate on my worst enemy. They're redoing the whole traffic pattern, okay? Like, it's one thing when you redo a road. It's one thing when you construct a new road or you do construction. But when you start changing traffic patterns, folks, okay? What is the word? I can't even think of the word I'm looking for here. I'm so flummoxed.
All bets are off.
All bets are off. Thank you, Jet. Thank you. I mean, we used to just be able to turn and circle and boom, you're on the road. Now it's like you got stoplights every 10 feet and it's just, I mean, it's chaos over up 35 in corporate. So if you know, you know. And the city of Louisville, look, get involved with your local government, all right? If you don't like what's going on at the national level, then start with local, all right? Because that's about as important as it gets. Sure would like a heads up. Sure would like a notice like, hey, we're doing this, folks. We're giving you an update on this. And maybe shame on me for not knowing, but I went on the Facebook page, which, by God, if you ever want to know just the insanity of your town, go to your Facebook page. Because you will get all kinds of insanity on your local Facebook, on your city of whatever. It's, again, all bets are off. All bets are off. So, anywho, shout out to anybody that has to drive. And again, I'll just say this when we'll go to break. Avoid 35 and corporate at all costs is all I can tell you. I can't because I live off that side. I live on that side of town, and it's uber convenient, but it may not be so convenient for me anymore. It may not be so convenient for me anymore. All right, what did Luka have to say about the difference between the Lakers and versus the Mavericks organization? Is he right? Is he wrong? And we'll make our all-star predictions next. Yes, that's right. That's what kind of degenerates we are. We're giving all-star predictions here on 105 Through the Fan.
Are you stuck waiting on hold for hours just to reach the IRS?
fellas know where the best draft coverage is? It's right here on The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone. They're all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All right. Shout out to the 945. Said, hey, man, great show, you and Jake. Or said, hey, man, great show, Jake. Love hearing you and Eric. I said, let me stop you right there, pal. I didn't hit with the pal. Because you know it's serious when you start hitting people with the pals. I said, hey, well, you mean Jake or Fred? Because I'm Fred. And he said, hey, man, totally misspoke. Maybe had a couple pops. And I made a little smoked, a little oski, woski, peasky, whiskey. So, and he said he loved hearing. He's a fatty, number one. He's a fatty and Tolo from day one.
Bang,
so let's shout him out for that. And he said, I did love hearing about Eric's running career.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to call it his running journey because career makes it sound like it's over, and my man's just getting started. So let's. By the way, where can we find you at on the Twitter so we can follow your running journey?
Yeah. So mostly, just started my new Instagram, Eric Casares _. You can find me on Instagram. Started to build my new running page on there, and of course, podcasts and radio. So please follow me on the Instagram. On Twitter, just type in Eric Casares. My username gets a little tricky.
Yeah.
But if you just type in my name, you'll find me.
And because I've worked with enough people that are products of the Texas school system, could you go ahead and spell your name? Because I'm guessing that half the people out there are debating on whether it's a K or a C.
Yeah, so it's E-R-I-C. I shout out to all the R-I-Ks out there. I'm not disrespecting them, but if your name, I'm going to call you out here, if you are an E-R-I-C-K, get in the back of the line, man. Get in the back.
Is there a lot of consternation and or acrimony between y'all that have the C versus the CK?
I mean, I've never met one personally, but all I know is just it's, I don't know, it's it. They say don't judge a book by its cover, Fred, but I am judging a book by its cover in this sense.
If you're an Eric with a K, I want to hear from you, all right?
Eric with the K is fine. I knew Eric with the K.
I mean, it sounds like y'all might have beef.
Eric with the K is fine. Eric with the CK, you might.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, if you are an Eric with the CK, all right, doing a little extra, or are you? If you're an Eric with the E-R-I-C-K, I want to hear from you, and I want to hear from you right now. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. If it makes you guys feel any better, there's a Starbucks that I always stop at when I drive up to Kansas in Pauls Valley, Oklahoma.
Okay.
Blink and you miss it. But they make the best, don't judge me, caramel macchiatos. All right, I'm a caramel macchiato guy. Got to throw at least a or two, sometimes depending on how I feel, shots in it. All right, put a little extra coffee flavor
in
to
Oklahoma, too, of all places.
Of Oklahoma, who knew? Because there's a lot of discrepancy in the consistency of a good caramel macchiato. Because it's all about the weight test. Okay, it's all about the weight. If I grab that cup and it doesn't feel like it's filled to the brim, we got a problem. Because if you half foam it, it's half foam. I didn't order a caramel macchiato with foam. Anywho, E-R-I-C-K. If you got beef, let us know. Anyway, you read something to me during the break, and it made me chuckle. Not because of what he did, but because of, and I'm going to tell this story here. We'll talk about some more NBA. I'll tell you what, we're gonna put a pin in the Luka tanking conversation because we unearthed some more audio that we're going to play. But we're going to do that in the either 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock hour. So we're going to put a pin in that because I want to tell this story, and I think you guys will appreciate it. And it goes to show the Fred effect here at 105.3 The Fan. So please share with me. Oh.
Got something?
4-3-2. Shots fired.
Uh-oh.
In the words of our boy CACACA.
Oh, I see it now.
I'm Eric, E-R-I-C-K, with a PhD. Now.
Can't argue with that.
Is that a player's haters degree that he's talking about? I don't know. 877-881-1053. Let's see. But, damn, I liked you till now. Don't hate on the Erics, bud. Now, in fairness, he didn't hate on the... He's not... Are you hating on the Erics, or you are?
Hating on the E-R-I-C-Ks.
I mean, you did tell him to get in the back of the line.
Yeah, I'm hating on them.
You did go Rosa Parks to him.
Bro.
So there is that. There is that. All right, so let's find out from the 817 who says he liked you until now. What was it about what Eric said I mean, this is Eric on Eric crime, is what it sounds like to me. Okay, this is Eric on Eric crime.
We can find a common ground. I know we can. This is 817 said, I know an Eric, his real name is Frederick. I call him Fred.
Okay, I'm totally confused.
I'm lost
by that. I am completely confused by that. I know an Eric, his real name is Frederick. I call him Fred. Well, look, I mean, at the end of the day, and not to hate on my boy Eric here.
Frederick?
I mean, if you're going to go with one name or the other. I mean,
maybe he's trying to think of a name between our show, Fred, if we have some on Sunday.
Maybe that's what he's doing. Is he trying to pander to the program? Which, look, I'm all for the pandering, okay? I'm all for the pandering as well. But 432, I'm Eric with a PhD. But what are you doing with that PhD, Eric? Okay, I mean, I hear you talking. But again, what does that mean? Are you out there saving the day? Are you doing mental health? What is this PhD in? Is what I want to know. All right, because I know plenty of PhDs that are baristas at Starbucks. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Let's make that clear. And then I want to know why. 817, or excuse me, the 817 has beef with you now.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, he liked you until now.
I'm all here for it. I have a PhD in yapping, so.
Let's see. From the 469, I bet Eric with a PhD is a slop.
Oh, yo. Hey, shout out. He defended me.
Now we're just going at it. We're just going. I'm here for it. I'm here for it on a Sunday. Just some good old-fashioned joshing on a Sunday. All right, real quick, read this Cain Velasquez update.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what I'm here for? I'm here for people getting some clarity. And,
that's it. Let's do it.
We got somebody right here. So shout out to all the combat sports, MMA community. Big UFC guy here. Former UFC champ Cain Velasquez released from prison on parole. This was according to Brett Okamotive. He is a ESPN boxing and MMA reporter. If you pay attention to the UFC, you know who this guy is. Cain Velasquez released on parole from California State Prison on Sunday after spending the last 11 months in custody. Velasquez longtime agent Mike Vanuska confirmed this release on ESPN. Velasquez was sentenced to 5 years in prison on March 2025 after pleading no contest to charges related to shooting that took place in February 2022. So this happened for the story. Long story short, this happened with an incident because he chased after and repeatedly shot a vehicle of a man who was accused of molesting his 4-year-old son. So
absolutely. So I don't think anybody has a problem with what Cain Velasquez did. In fact, I think we would all take justice into our own hands because that's the last thing anything ever would want to happen to their own child or anybody's child for that matter. So let's make that very, very clear. Now, that said, and I don't want to make light of a serious topic here, but one of the very first fair fouls I did on this station when that news had dropped, and it was, like I said, that happened in 2022. I started here in 2024, but there was like some sentencing and what have you.
It's been going for a while.
It's been going on for a while, okay? So I am on with, I think it's me, CA, and Khaki Kevin is in the Pimp Cup, okay? I read something about that story, okay? And I say, fair foul, shooting the man who molests your kid, all right? A little over the top, I get it, all right?
You went right for it.
Went right for it. Made Khaki Kevin so uncomfortable, he goes... So me and Pierre are both like, yeah, it's fair. It's totally fair. Kevin goes, I'm going to go ahead and excuse myself. I don't feel comfortable talking about this.
And that's not Kevin either. Kevin's normally ready to step up to the plate.
Oh, no. Kevin is now. No. Kevin is now, but back then, first 6 months that he and I worked together, he looked at me. That kid had wanted zero part of being in that particular segment. Now,
that was Kevin before he was legal.
That was Kevin, and I'd like to just call that the Frederization of the late night producers here on 105 Through the Fan. All right, speaking of which, there you have it. And again, shout out to our boy Cain Velasquez. And like I said, not to make light of a serious topic there. And again, nobody, and I do repeat, nobody, and as somebody who has 2 children and anybody out there that's, God forbid, if you've ever had to go through something like that, my heart goes out to you, and my heart goes out to Cain Velasquez as well as his kids. All right, coming up next, Kane McCutcheon We go from one Kane to another Kane. Kane McCutcheon from Rangers Roundtable. Roundtable Sports, our weekly Rangers report. Pitchers and catchers, and what's his thoughts on the Sebastian Walcott story? In the grand scheme of things, is it the end of the world? I say no, but I think there's a bigger picture to look at here. What is it? We'll talk to Kane next. Don't go anywhere. This is 105 The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on 105.
waiting for Fatty's on the phone.
Uh-oh.
Maybe Eric with the PhD, with the big brain on Eric.
I want to hear from him.
Maybe he said, you know what? Let's take this argument to the airwaves.
Yeah.
Enough with the texting. I'm going to go ahead and make my voice be heard. So we'll find out. But until then, you've been put on notice, Eric with a K. So we may have some Eric on Eric crime at 2:40. We'll have to find out and see. Let's jump out to the D&M Leasing Hotline. Welcome to the program. Each week he joins us. It's part of a little something I like to call the Ranger Report. Yes, it's quite original. I do know. Another rising star in the business, Mr. Kane McCutcheon of Roundtable Sports. Kane, how are we on this Sunday afternoon?
Doing great. Glad to be back here talking with you guys.
100%, man. It's always a good time. And
it's Kane with the K.
Appreciate you. Ooh, good one.
It's Kane with the K. For those Canes with the C out there, it's Kane with the K.
Eric's just being messy today, I can tell. He's being messy. He had a rough day flying home yesterday, and now he just came in and wants violence. That being said, Kane, speaking of violence, some people were maybe feeling violent after hearing the news that the Rangers' top prospect for what's a razor-thin farm system just got a little thinner, and that doesn't bode well. Now that Sebastian Walcott is done for the year, two things. One, your initial thoughts, and two, where are we at now with this farm system, with this Texas Rangers baseball team?
Yeah, tough blow there, obviously, right? This is a guy that, very, very young, obviously, 19 years old, but someone who Chris Young and Ross Spencermaker said, hey, it's entirely up to him if we see him at the big league level this year or not. And he was knocking on the door and has been, flying up the system so quickly since he's joined this organization. Last year is one of the youngest players at AA. This year was probably going to start at AAA and be one of the youngest players there. And certainly a guy like that has tools that can help your team. So tough blow, unfortunate news there. As for the rest of the farm system, look, it's pretty thin. I know there are people out there that live and die by the farm system. I am not one of those people, but it is pretty thin. And, that's when you kind of look for those diamonds in the rough, who those guys are. Maybe there's probably a lot of other farm system experts out there that can answer that a lot better than I can. But, it's thin. And you have to see, maybe there's someone in there that's going to be able to help us out if we need it. The trade deadline last year certainly didn't help the farm system in general. So it'll be worth noting which guys can kind of, stake their claim as people to watch, as the season gets rolling.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, you got guys, and this has been an issue for the last few years. Now, look, shout out to, Evan Carter, even though he can't stay healthy, right? I mean, at least he had a little. It was good when he first got here, okay? Obviously, Wyatt Langford is somebody that this organization, hit on. But, at what point do you start to look at whether, it's the Kip Fags of the world, right? Whether it's the, Micheline Curtises of the world, whether it's the Ryan Murrays of the world, whether it's the Mike Parnells of the world. Like, at what point, Josh Bonifay, who's the director of player development and your baseball system, Stephen Coward. Like, at what point does our boy Chris Young need to look at kind of his staff as far as that goes? Because, look, he made, changes at the big league level, but right now, I mean, you really haven't hit on anybody outside of Wyatt Langford. And yes, for as good as Evan Carter was, you and I have talked, the three of us have talked about this on this show, and it's been a huge topic going into this 2026 season, is that you don't know if you can even get 100 games out of Evan Carter at this point.
Yeah, no, it's a good question, and I think it's a fair one. Look, I think particularly on the pitching side of things, that's been a long conversation of the Rangers, lack of developing starting pitching. And look, when those conversations are going to have to be had, that'll be up to CY at the end of the day. But I think it's important to stress, even thinking about the Dodgers, yes, they have spent, absolutely, I'm not denying the fact, but they've also drafted and developed very well. They're one of the best at drafting and developing, and it's a key part of the process. Look at even when the Rangers won the World Series, right? Evan Carter, a big part of it. Josh Young, a big part of it. It's a fair question. But I will say it's a key part of any organization. You have to have it, and the Rangers haven't really been hitting him out the last couple of years, so they're going to have to try and find some for sure.
And on a more positive note, you're talking about the World Series. I can't help but bring up that they brought back World Series hero Jordan Montgomery. Obviously, he had that 7-inning shutout in that Tampa Bay series, leading us to that World Series victory. He was a big part of that. He was an instant, gem when he came in 2023, and obviously helped us win a championship. So what are your thoughts on him bringing back? Obviously, he's coming off of a second inning of a Tommy John surgery. What do you see him fitting in with this lineup? Obviously, there's some uncertainties where he's going to report to spring training. How do you kind of see him filling in to this pitching rotation?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting to see what the team and rotation and the pitching lineup in general looks like when he comes back. Obviously, not going to start the season, so the main question is, what does the fifth starter role look like when he comes back? To me, at least, has someone grasped onto that? Or is he going to get a chance to kind of look there? And then is anyone else injured, right? Injuries happen in the rotation, could slide in there. Are the Rangers interested in pitching him out of the bullpen? We saw him pitch out of the bullpen in Arizona. Obviously, it wasn't a great tenure there, but he's done it. But this is a veteran guy, a guy that's been there, done that. Obviously, as we all know, watching what he did here in 2023, a cheap, low-risk type of signing. And the Rangers have been really good at hitting on those types of signings when it comes to pitching a lot of times. We talk about, obviously, the development, but, to the Rangers' credit, they've hit on guys like that. I mean, even going back, I could think 2019 to Mike Minor and Lance Lynn, those guys, what they became. This team and this organization has hit on those type of guys for a long time. So it's one of those things where, hey, whatever you get as a bonus, he's on a 1-year deal. We're not tied to him. He's cheap. We're not tied to him. But someone that that can get you out. And, you got to have those types of signings come along. If you want to have a successful team, you've got to get production out of places you didn't necessarily think you would.
All right, full squad reports today. By the way, Kane McCutcheon, Roundtable Sports, joining us here as part of his weekly Ranger report, talking all things Texas Rangers. Again, pitchers and catchers reported on this past week, February 10th, and of course, again, they report today. And then, of course, the first Cactus League game will be February 20th against the Kansas City Royals. I can't wait to see what Jock Peterson looks like. Pause. My biggest thing being that, we had our boy Eric Williams on, and the one thing he pointed out was, look, you're going to find out how serious Jock Peterson is when he comes back to camp, and to see what kind of shape he's in, because that'll tell you how serious he is to be geared up for this 2026 baseball season. So obviously, Jock Peterson's a name that I think a lot of us are interested in seeing what he looks like. Who are some guys out there, one or two that you're going to be keeping your eye on as we get ready for pitchers for the full squad?
Yeah. Well, I know I mentioned this on the show last week, but the corner infielders, Josh Young and Jake Berger for sure. I'm interested to see kind of what they look like. I think their success offensively is, a big key to this offensive turnaround. And then going over to the pitching side, I know a guy that you like, Kumar Rocker.
Damn right. You heard what Skip said this week. You heard what Skip said.
Yes, absolutely. I'm very interested to see what he's going to look like coming out of spring. Can he grasp the fifth starter role? I just think that if, obviously, look, there's a real world where Jacob Latz becomes the fifth starter, but I just really feel that if you can get a lot out of Rocker and you can get Rocker back on track and he's the fifth starter, and that allows you to have Latz in the bullpen as a swing man, we saw how effective he was there last year. I just think that goes a long way into making this pitching staff deeper.
Well, not just that, but doesn't it also, look, you're going to get Cody Bradford back in May. You added Jordan Montgomery, and again, you just wonder, and look, this is something that you and I and three of us and I've been adamant about, is you've got DeGrom's 37. Let's see, our boy Eovaldi just turned 36 a couple days ago, all right? So no one is disputing what those guys' credentials are, and we all get that 100%. But DeGrom hadn't done what he had done last year since 2019. All right. Eovaldi's never pitched 4 seasons of double-digit wins in a row in his entire life. Okay. So what I'm saying is that, look, we can look at this one of two ways. A, the good vibes continue, or B, there's a regression back to the mean, especially since these guys are a little bit older and a little bit longer in the tooth. So I'm okay with if you have to have bullpen games where it's a Cody Bradford, it's a Jacob Latz, it's a Jordan Montgomery, all right, and Kamar comes in and holds down that fifth spot. I just feel like you're gonna need some variety, and that extra depth with Kamar, with Cody, with Jordan will not hurt this team moving forward.
Yeah, 100%. No, I think you hit it on the head. You got to have the depth. The depth pieces win. And for those guys that are so valuable, the multi-inning guys, to have multiple of them that can be effective, and like you said, you're going to have the bullpen games throughout the season. It's huge. It's huge. Pitching depth. We know what Chris Young says. You can never have enough starting pitching. That also trickles to the bullpen. You can just never have enough pitching in general. It's having guys to get you through a regular season and pick you up when you got to be able to win those bullpen games. You got to be able to win those games where the starter maybe only goes 3 or 4 innings and doesn't exactly light up the lineup. You got to be able to win those games too. Who can win the ugly ones, more often than not. And those guys go a long way to helping you do that.
Kane, if you had to put a prediction on, I guess in terms of how wide open is this window for this Texas Rangers pitching staff, right? Because Fred already alluded to that you got Evaldi's getting older, right? You have Jacob deGrom's going through all those injuries, and you're kind of building up that portion of the team, which has kind of been the lackluster part of that team in the past. And meanwhile, the hitting has gotten inconsistent as well. So if it comes all together, right, you're assuming that this Rangers team, they get the hitting right, everything comes together. How long is this window open for this pitching staff?
Yeah, it's a really good question because obviously, as noted, the age of Evaldi and deGrom, and you would kind of think that when they were signed, you're like, perfect, like these guys, they're amazing players, and then once they're done, we're going to have the likes of Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker come in and be able to take us further, and young arms, and that hasn't exactly worked out yet. Look, I think getting Mackenzie Gore is huge. You've got to work out an extension there. Obviously, there's no, absolute rush there. That helps you out a lot, moving forward. You've got to get something from Leiter and Rocker that proves to you that they can win games consistently at this level. But it's a very, very valid question because, you don't want to be, whatever you can get from deGrom and Evaldi for the next 3 years, however many years it is great, but you're not going to be able to rely on that in 5 years, 6 years. So yeah. It's very valid. I mean, you've got to find something somewhere, and I think adding Gore is a good step towards that, and hopefully Leiter takes a step forward, and we'll see if Rocker can give you something.
Look, man, I keep saying it. I mean, my man had, 76 innings last year, Kumar Rocker, and he hasn't pitched that much in the last few years professionally. So, again, to your point, I think with what Jordan Teagues brings to the table and his experience last year, we shall see. But I think you're going to be okay with this pitching. But the hitting, and we'll talk more about it next week, especially after we get a week under our belts in spring training. That's my biggest bugaboo moving forward. Because, look, CY knows pitching. CY knows pitching. Now, real quick, last day, you know what? I lied. Real quick. Skip said this week the 3 names he's looking at as closers. Robert Garcia, which I think we heard a collective moan and groan in the entire DFW when that name was thrown out as a potential closer. Chris Martin, who's damn near my age, and then Alexis Diaz, who has the most career saves of anybody on the roster, but he was not good last year. He was not good the year before. Was pretty good in was really good in 23 and 24. Beat up last year, kind of all over he had 10 years rookie. That's what it was. So he's coming off of none last year, played on 3 different teams, had 28 the year before that, and then 37 and was, I think, an all-star in 2023. When you hear those 3 names, your initial reaction?
Yeah, I think for me, it's unsurprising. I think we kind of knew that's kind of what it was going to be.
Okay.
I don't hate it either. I'm not a big spin on the bullpen guy. I think oftentimes, obviously, the 9th inning, 3 most important outs in baseball, and you want a guy that is going to be able to get you those outs. But I beg this question: is how many really elite level closers, really are there? I think a lot of times maybe just more so relievers in general, besides closers. I think a lot of times the really, really good relievers are guys that aren't necessarily household names. So I don't hate it. I think, someone's going to have to take grasp of it. Obviously, Chris Martin's case to me is so fascinating because it's a guy that's been so effective throughout his career but has never really closed. We saw flashes of it with Garcia last year, but when it was bad, it was real bad. And then with Diaz, it's like, can the Rangers get him back to what he was in his all-star form? So that's, something that's going to be worth watching the first couple weeks of the season. And obviously, you hope it's not like last year where it was so fluid and no one really had a role. You want your closer to know that he's the closer. And so I think that's important too. And we'll see kind of how that shapes up first couple weeks of the season.
Kane with a K, McCutcheon. Tell the folks where they can find you out on the socials.
Yeah, so at Kane_McCutcheon6 on Twitter. That's where I plug all my stuff. Going to be some good coverage there. Find me on the Roundtable Sports. That's where you find my articles. Come check it out. Season's about to get rolling, and I can't wait to get to the ballpark with you guys.
100% K. McCutcheon, another all-star performance from you. Enjoy the rest of this beautiful Sunday. That's K. McCutcheon. Go give him a follow. You will be glad that you did. All right, coming up next, let's switch gears a little bit. If you had to choose between one of the other, would you rather have Max Crosby as your defensive end, or would you rather keep George Pickens as your 1B? We'll discuss with Eric Casares. I want to hear from you as well. 877-881-1053. Don't you go anywhere. This is 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it.
of your Winter Olympiadism. Jet Nelson, who's no stranger to quality programming on his television. Where are you at on the Olympics?
I got really into the skiing events.
Okay.
The only one that kind of caught me off guard was where they take a rifle and shoot at something halfway through their ski. I was pretty interested in that one last night, so I tried to learn about it, but did not learn much.
That sounds like something you would do in your off time.
I like an occasional ski if I can afford it.
But shooting while skiing.
I don't know if I could. I mean, I could give it my fair try. But.
You strike me as someone who doesn't mind to hunt or fish from time to time.
Oh, I can fish.
Okay.
And we got pre-spawn around the corner for largemouth bass. I am quite excited.
So you're a fisherman?
Yes.
Okay. So you like to fish. Eric Casares, where are you on the outdoor activity list outside of when you're not running?
Yeah, I love fishing. I've never been lake fishing though.
Okay. Isn't that all there is around here?
It's only been deep sea fishing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Man,
I've had my fair share of deep sea fishing.
As I was over here.
I've never actually sat on a local boat in the lake and just waited for bait all day. So, just in an ocean.
Now, when you say waited for bait, did you mean waiting for fish?
Yeah,
because bait we should already be on.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying, man. Come on. I'm not a fisherman.
I'm not a fisherman either. I'm not a fisherman either. In fact, I've said this on air before, and it's not something I'm proud of, ladies and gentlemen.
So you're gonna say it again?
I've never caught a fish.
What?
Yeah, you heard me.
It's okay. We can get you started.
That's correct.
Never too late.
I will be 45. Let's see. Let me pull out the old, I want to say 3 weeks from today, in fact.
Fred, the first time I went fishing ever, I was 14 years old, and I caught 4 kingfish.
Well, look, man.
I flexed it, man.
As you should. Now, let Fred also put some context behind this embarrassing statistic. I can count on one hand so just real quick. Number one, I'll be 45 in 3 weeks. All right, so let's put that out there. 2, thank you, sir. Shout out to Pisces, by the way. All my Pisces out there. You guys know the best of the astrological signs. I think we can all agree on that.
Are you a March guy? You're March? Or are you still February?
If my birthday's in 3 weeks.
It's February 5th. Yeah, you're right. It's March. Okay.
I appreciate you confirming that for me. So, yeah.
The Ides of March, if you will.
So in 45 years of life on planet Earth, I have fished maybe 4 times, maybe. If I'm being, and again, I'm racking my brain here. So yeah, so to put everything into context, boys and girls, 4 times max that I can recollect, and we're 0 for 4. And I don't think each time was more than half hour, 40 minutes.
It's never too late.
No, look, my boy Dan the Transmission Man, friend of the program, friend of the show, all around great dude, best transmission man in the DFW, if I do say so myself. He's got some land and what have you, and he's like, look, we'll go fishing, and he goes, I guarantee you'll catch fish. So, and we just haven't got around to it. Obviously, as you know, we're busy on the weekends. Football season just wrapped up. So I'm looking at later this spring going down and doing a little fishing. But again, I'm not really an outdoorsman. I like being outdoors. Make no mistake. In fact, I'm going to go to the Katy Trail next Saturday.
Okay.
And run for the first time this year.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm going to go run probably for the first time in a year and a half.
Okay. Yeah, it's only a 3 or 4 mile loop, so it's not that bad.
That's all I need.
Yeah.
Right now.
That's all you need. It's casual. It's very casual.
Right now, that's about all your boy can do.
And then by July, you'll be doing the White Rock loop with me.
How far is that?
It's a 10-mile loop.
Probably not.
White Rock Lake.
I'll tell you what I can do. I can run about a mile and a half, and then I'll meet you. I'll run back.
Or maybe you could run a mile or 2 with me. We'll jog. We'll chat it up, and then you get on a bike.
How slow are you trying to go?
I'll go as slow as you want me to,
How
Fred.
slow are you trying to go, Eric? Sorry. Look, your boy back in the day, I'm not afraid of a good run. I said this last week, and I cut myself off because nobody's better at cutting myself off than me. That was one thing that disappoints me about the city of Dallas and the Metroplex is that Houston does have them beat in better running trails. So if you've got a great running trail, because anybody that's been to Houston and knows Memorial Park or Herman Trail and all that kind of stuff, those are elite running areas.
DFW in general just doesn't have the best running spots.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what disappoints me. Whereas Houston and Dallas, if you're listening, all right, get your game right, get your game together. All right, they've got a little green space in Memorial Park, which is quite nice. It's a great place to run, be among nature in what is a concrete jungle that we all live in these days. It's nice to have a little treat. So all I'm saying is,
you got to make a sacrifice, though, because even though you're not getting good DFW trails here, you go to Houston, the humidity is even worse. So,
well, it's one or the other, right?
Yeah,
you got to
exactly.
And strangely enough, I am going to Houston next Sunday to go see a good friend of mine. So excited about that. Now, whether or not I'll make my way down to Memorial Park remains to be seen because he lives on the north side. That's another story for another time. So that said, your boy is going to get out and do a little run-in. Because my mom took a picture of me with my boy on Saturday, or excuse me, Friday. It was a senior night. We go out there, do the little, hey, everybody, Zave, senior. He's joined by his parents, da-da-da. My mom took a picture and didn't like what I saw. Didn't like what I saw. So it's time to get our boy back in shape. That being said, the Raiders have hired a new defensive coordinator. Tell you all that to tell you this. Run game coordinator and former defensive line coach Rob Leonard will now be the defensive coordinator for the Las Vegas Raiders. My question for you boys, old Rob Leonard, considering his D-line and run game coordinator status for the last couple of years, has worked closely and apparently is tight with Max Crosby. Now, whether or not that means he's going to stay, again, money talks, what walks. If I told you boys you had one choice, you get to keep George Pickens or you go get Max Crosby, what say you, Eric Casares?
And am I ignoring all the other factors that come with it, right? Like, so if you're guaranteeing me you're losing George Pickens, but you're getting Max Crosby.
You get one or the other.
And I'm not knowing anything else. I'm not knowing the contract. I'm not knowing the draft capital we're giving up.
I mean, look, here's the reality. You're going to probably give up probably no less than a first round. All right, when it comes to Max Crosby, but let's just say, or hell, maybe you can trade George Pickens. It'll be minimal enough to where it's not going to, grabbing a Max Crosby is going to decimate the rest of because here's the thing, either you lose a pick and get a Max Crosby, or you're going to spend $30 to $35 million on a George Pickens. So, either way, similar kind of expenditure.
If I had to choose between one or the other,
one or the other,
I'm choosing George Pickens. Yeah.
Why?
Because I don't think Max Crosby is Myles Garrett or Micah Parsons-esque. And I mean, he's a great player.
Yeah.
And I do think the Raiders, if it became a thing where it's okay, you're not going to be able to work out a deal with George Pickens and Crosby really wants to play for Dallas, you got to trade. If you got to give up a number one pick, maybe a couple twos or three, okay, I'll do it.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to go.
If I told you a first and a third,
I would consider it, but I'm not going to lose sleep over it if we don't either, And so Max Crosby, and I like a lot of people. Shout out to 877-881-1053. People are saying they'd rather have Trey Hendrickson as opposed to Max Crosby. I don't hate that at all.
Give me Trey. Look, Trey Hendrickson's 31 years old and has been hurt 2 out of the last 4 or 5 years.
But he's a free agent though. So if you're
that's great, but he's still going to want $20 to $25 million, and he can't stay healthy.
Yeah, but at least you're signing. So you would rather give up draft capital than overpay for a defensive end, is what you're saying?
If you told me that over the next 3 years, this is my window, okay, and I got to give up a first round pick,
okay, for
the next 3 years.
I don't like giving up a first this year. If it was next year,
no, I'm with you on that. Now, but at the same time too, what if I told you I'm giving up my 20th pick for Max Crosby?
Yeah.
If I told you, look, I'm not giving up 12. I'm not giving up 12 for Max Crosby. I'm not doing it. All right. But the 20th pick and a third or a fourth later for Max Crosby?
Yeah. Well, I'll ask Broadus about this at the 3 o'clock hour.
We absolutely will.
But
are you going to find anybody at 20 that's going to be able to contribute today the way Max Crosby is?
Yeah, and I'll ask Broadus about this at the 3 o'clock hour too as well. But I saw a thing where it was people they proposed their mock trades, right? And one of them was because the Browns have multiple
Cleveland Brown ones?
picks.
Oh, no, I heard that on Friday.
I want to ask Brian about that because it's do you take the risk in moving up and getting a guy like Caleb Downs?
Absolutely.
So I might like that idea because if that's the case, I keep that first round pick.
Okay, but you're killing my segment here. So what do you want? You got to pick. You got to pick. So you're saying you would rather have George Pickens than Max Crosby?
I would.
Okay, fair. Jet Nelson.
I think I'm also going to lean on keeping George Pickens because call me crazy.
I'll do it.
But I have a little faith in our defensive line already. I mean, Kenny Clark. I know we could use that huge edge.
Tell you what.
I don't know about that.
Are you serious right now? You got faith in your defensive line?
I mean, Kenny Clark, Quinnen Williams. I know we could use that huge edge on the outside,
and Max
but you
Crosby
also
didn't do that for you?
I mean, he would.
Yeah.
But like you said, what we would have to give up for it. Possibly a first, maybe we get some quality draft picks in that second, third round level. But I think they're going to spend this entire offseason thinking we need to fix this.
Yeah,
they're definitely going to draft some defensive players, probably closer to the defensive backside for Christian Parker. But I just think they're going to spend the next 6 months, 6 to 8, thinking we have to fix this, we have to be better, and I think they're going to work on it.
You got to think about it. I mean, and I'm with you on the 6 to 8 months thing. I mean, look, but you got to do it sooner than that, right? Because I mean, what? Off-season free agency starts, in a few weeks?
Mm-hmm.
League season starts on, first week of March, second week of March, whatever it is, and then, of course, free agency starts and all that kind of stuff. So I'll say this, and Blake and I have gone he and I have gone at it about this. I like George Pickens. I think George Pickens is one of the best wide receivers in football when locked in. What worries me about George Pickens is if you give him $30 to $35 million, which David Mulugeta is he's going to look for. Now, I thought Clarence Hill, who was on Friday with Fan After Dark, with CA and Blake, and even our boy Trap House Trevor chimed in as well. Hell, you were there, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
You were producing, and he said Mulugeta wants to get a deal done with the Cowboys. Okay, which was the first time I'd heard that, and it was refreshing to hear. So that being said, and look, to your point, yes, the compensation. The background of, what if I'm going to keep George Pickens, what does this mean, and what am I going to have to give up? Because, again, at this point, all it is just money, right? I mean, it's just money, right? Whereas, obviously, with Max Crosby, you're going to have to give up draft capital in order to go out and procure this young man. So that being said, I just wonder behind the scenes, that's my biggest issue. And I don't think it was a coincidence that Nick Harris, who reported last week or the week before about the issues they had, and I use issues, the term sparingly, all right, showed up late to some meetings. We know about the Vegas trip, had a few issues there down the stretch as far as, and I'm not talking about his route running. That's who he is. That's part of what makes him great is he's able to do that and look like he's playing at half speed, and the next thing you know, he's jumping over your defender and taking it to the house. But I can't have one of my highest paid players and one of my alleged leaders missing meetings, showing up late to meetings, I would ask both of you, do we think that either the Patriots or the Seahawks, do we think JSN was showing up late to meetings?
No.
Do we think Stephon Diggs was showing up late to meetings? Maybe. Maybe we didn't hear about it, but we know who Mike Vrabel is.
Yeah.
All right? And now, look, I don't know that I necessarily want Stephon Diggs, running my head count at night in the hotel room. That said, I just wonder if George Pickens at $3.5, $4 million, whatever he was making last year, and you lived with the headaches, are you willing to do that at 30, 35?
Well, yeah. Well, don't you think maybe just a little bit he got punished? And with the fact that, the Vegas story too, they
that's what
did.
I'm saying. Yeah.
So. Yeah, I think you bring up a lot of great points.
I just worry about George Pickens. The reputation is the reputation. And yes, is he a dog on the field? 1,000%. I don't worry about George Pickens on the field. Although, again, he wasn't great against Detroit. He wasn't great against Minnesota. All right? Two games you had to have. George Pickens was MIA.
Maybe the better question to ask yourself, Fred, is who would you rather have in a talent-to-talent perspective to help you win football games?
I mean, I would lean Max Crosby.
I don't hate that.
I would lean Max Crosby.
I don't hate that.
Because the one thing about Max Crosby that I like, no one's ever questioned his desire on the field. I mean, hell, the guy said he wanted to go back to the Raiders, for God's sake.
Yeah.
I mean, now maybe that should be a strike. I don't know. All right, coming up next, 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Tolo's on the telephone. Fatty's on the phone. Whatever you want to call it. We want to hear from you. It's a freestyle Sunday. Call in. Let's talk a little ball, or just tell us how your Valentine's Day went. Whatever it was, though, just don't say anything inappropriate. Fatty's on the phone. Tell the telephone coming next.
Hey, y'all, this is Post Malone. Back in '86, Stevie Ray Vaughan inspired Texans to take pride in ending roads.
Chevrolet in Grapevine, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Maybe it's the Jet Nelson. Maybe it's the Eric on Eric beef that we started and instigated early on in the show. Or maybe you guys are just having a little hankering for some fatties and tolos on the telephone today. We've got 7 calls right now lined up, okay? I've got about 8 minutes to get these in. Pause. So, that being said, when I throw to you, and I'm just going straight down the board, boys. I'm just going straight down the board. We're going 1 through 7 right now. And if we've got enough time, I'll work in at 8 or a 9. All right, I'll work in. Can we start 8, 9, 8, 9? No?
Probably not.
No. Then, look, it dies on the vine sometimes, boys. It dies on the vine. All right, so we're going 1 through 7 right now. Keep it quick. Keep it concise. All right? Keep it concise, and we will move this thing along rapid fire style, if you will. All right, here we go. You ready for this, Jet? You ready for this, Jet? You ready for this, Eric?
I'm ready.
Here we go. Let's start off with Kevin in the Colony. Kevin in the Colony, what's good?
What's going on, James? Got a quick question for you. Let's say you get put in charge of a major TV network.
Okay.
You show the NFL every year, show the NBA every year. What Olympic event that you only show every 4 years are you like, we're going to make this an every year rotation?
Ooh.
Now, are we talking summer or winter?
It is Winter Olympics right now, but I'll leave it up to you.
Like I have to cover this Olympics?
You're like, hey, we want this. We want to show this every year because it's such a great event.
Oh, track. I'm biased. Track.
I mean, Summer Olympics give me track all day, every day. I love track and field, so that would be I would do track and swimming. I would do track and swimming. Those would be my go-to events to do every year. Let me throw in a little pistol shooting as well from time to time because our Turkish guy that just showed up with like a pistol and some Oakleys and then was just, ended up taking the silver. And I think it was because he was pissed off at his ex-wife.
Hey,
never underestimate the scorn of a relationship as motivated. I think you need your heart broken, by the way.
You think so?
Okay. I think if you get your heart broken, Eric, you will run a 352.
How do you know I've never got my heart broken before yet, Fred?
Because you're only running 358. All right, let's go out to Chris in Fort Worth. What's up, Chris in Fort Worth?
Nothing much. Glad you're back. Glad you had a safe vacation.
It wasn't a vacation. It wasn't a vacation, but we took care of business. That's all that matters.
I know that's what I call myself. Yes, but the one Olympic sport, short track speed skating. I was watching that. I don't gamble anymore.
Yeah, but if you did,
I only gamble at the horse track. So,
okay,
but
don't hate it.
I was watching it and I was like, I'm starting to get that itch. That is why the short track relay speed skating. Is wild.
And did that have more to do with the participants than the actual race itself? Just saying, let's be honest, okay? Let's be honest, all right? Think about it. If you know, you know. If you know, you know.
You're exactly right. But it was the adrenaline rush. That's why I said
that's what some people call it. That's what some people call it. Chris, I got to go. You're great as always, my friend. We love you, brother. We love you. We'll talk to you tomorrow. All right, have a safe day. Let's go out to Charles in Grand Prairie. What's up, Charles in Grand Prairie?
Hey, man, what's going on? Hey, real quick, I want to keep George Pickens.
Okay.
CD starting showing propensity for injuries. I mean, he missed how many games this year? He missed, 7, 8 games?
No, he did. I don't think he missed 7 or 8. He had that 3 or 4 game stretch. Oh, well, he did have. Okay, but here's the thing, though, too, and I will ask you this real quick. Let's look at the 2 injuries that he had. He gets folded up on a goofy running play against the Bears, right, and has the high ankle sprain, okay? So that was kind of just a weird type of deal. And then the second one was a concussion with the way he came down. So I would argue, was it now? Luck, he did have the bad shoulder injury the year before, and that's just football being football. So I don't hate where you're going with it though. And we forget, and me and Blake brought this up last week. He led the team with 7 100-yard games and was balling against Detroit before he had the concussion. So I don't disagree with you there. Let me ask you real quick, Charles. Do you feel confident giving Charles? Do you feel confident giving Pickens $35 million?
No.
Exactly.
I don't trust him. I don't trust him.
I don't either.
He's going to act a damn fool.
Again, we're not here to assassinate characters here, but I'm with you. You sound like you and I might be in that same ballpark age-wise. There's just something that gives me a pause. Charles and Crayon Prairie, call back anytime. We love you, brother. Let's go out to Josh in Carrollton. What's up, Josh in Carrollton?
How y'all doing today?
Fantastic. What you got?
All right, I just kind of feel like the George Pickens thing, man. I disagree, y'all.
Okay, that's fair.
I feel like y'all are robbing Peter to pay Paul if we go get Max Crosby, and everything like that, because your offense will be hampered if you don't have a good wide receiver. You can try to go get somebody in the draft, but it's not a guarantee.
Sure.
You see, like for me, yes, Max Crosby's great, but I think you could have a better shot at getting somebody better in the draft on defense than you do on offense. If that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. I mean, it's a deeper, at least at the top of the board, defensive draft than it is wide receiver drafts. But
if George Pickens starts tripping, you can always trade him.
Well, but that's it. So we at the 30, we're rolling the dice on $35 million, saying we hope he doesn't start tripping. Whereas we're at least with Max Crosby, even in raggedy ass Vegas, has always been a tip top dude.
I would. I'm sorry. I really would.
No, I respect that.
The best it's ever looked as far as Dak's been concerned.
You're not wrong about that. I don't hate that take. Josh and Carrollton, call back anytime. We love you, brother. Let's go out.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, 100%. Let's go out to Hudson in Carroll. What's up, Hudson and Carroll?
Yo, what's up? All I gotta ask is, I heard y'all talking about the Rangers.
Yeah.
Y'all follow college baseball, and who's your college baseball team to look out for this year?
Look, There's No Future in Your Frontin', was a popular song in the late 80s and early 90s. I'm going to pretend that, I don't know. I mean, look, I ride with my Kansas Jayhawks because I don't know any better, and I'm not going to pretend to be a diehard college baseball fan. So unless you have a team that I should be, and as I like to say, Eric, unless you've got a huge college baseball team that you follow, Fred's bandwidth can only go so far.
I mean, dude, I was Texas A&M, but after what happened with Schwarzenegger a couple years ago, it hasn't been the same. We should have won that College World Series, but it is what it is. Nothing to be complained about. Watch out for any team in the SEC. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
There you go. Does that suffice?
Yes, sir.
Does that suffice?
Yeah, that suffices. You just got to watch out for the Longhorns, man. They run Texas.
All right, we're writing it down. See, I like that. See, a little UT on A&M hate. I appreciate it. Hudson, calling anytime. We appreciate you, brother. All right, Diamond Mike, the one and only OG Fatty Supreme right here. OG Fatty Supreme. Diamond Mike, what you got?
I got a PSA for you, Fred, and I got a PSA for the city of Dallas residents. Dallas ranks 34th in parks. You got to park within 10 minutes. You went from 38th to 34th. Also, I ran a couple of places, so I'll give you a little recommendation, Fred. I used to live in Austin, so I did the Arboretum, and boy, oh boy, it was amazing. It was cool. Okay. You had some nice scenery. You talking about all types of scenery. And then, I heard about my boys talked about Houston, and they tip-totted. It's that. But I would avoid Rock Lake for beginners. That's like advanced because you got that big old loop, and it gets wild, and there's snakes everywhere, kind of just scaring you out. I say do the Katy Trail. I used to work by it, and I used to drive by, and I ain't gonna lie, my neck was breaking. That was at stoplights.
Diamond Mike, please tweet out that information. I will retweet it so that way the other OG fatties can connect with you as well. And look, the Katy Trail, like you said, it will keep your head on a swivel for all the right reasons. Tim and Carthage, what you got?
Hey, I'm not gonna ask you how you doing because I'm not gonna take any time away from Polo and Garland in case he calls. Just want to say two things. Hope you had a good trip. Tell me something good about the trip.
Thank you.
And the second thing, remind Brian he had two great quotes this week. One about
the importance of taking care of your family first. And the second thing about the Mississippi judge yesterday. Have a good day. Bye.
Yes, sir. Tim and Carthage, great stuff. We got him coming on next, so we'll definitely throw that out to him. All right, final two calls. Let's wrap him up. Craig on I-35, what you got?
Fred and Eric, I got 4 real quick hits for you. One, the Olympic athletes are amazing, and the TV does not do justice to how talented they are.
Absolutely.
Number 2, I wouldn't trust Pickens with a big bag of money. I like what he brought to the team. I think he might go Trayvon Diggs on us, but I want the money and the picks we could get for him. For Max Crosby, I wouldn't go more than the 20th and maybe a 4th.
Okay.
That would be pushing it for me. And the last thing, the Pickens thing, I think Ryan Flanoy is ready to step up and be the number 2.
Okay.
And we got to do something about that offensive line, bro. Don't forget about that.
Yep.
Love it.
Into that.
Craig and I-35, quick, concise, and to the point. Aaron, the bug guy, take us home.
What's going on, fellas? I'm going to talk about a different sport thing. How the hell are you going to have beer league hockey at 3:15 on a Sunday?
That's a great question. It's a great question.
I've got a game in about 15 minutes, and so I'm sitting here thinking about the George Pickens, Max Crosby thing. I got stopped in the middle of it. I'm like, how the hell is there a beer league game at 3:15?
Unacceptable. Let's get the commissioner on the phone and see what we can do to switch that up.
Yeah. So super quick, Max Crosby would probably be a better addition than George Pickens. Just simply because you said the right thing. Is there going to be someone in the draft that's going to be able to come in and do what Max Crosby can do? Probably not. But the bigger question is there going to be someone in the next 5 years who can do what Max Crosby can do?
That's a fair point.
That's why you take him.
That's a fair point. Aaron, the bug guy, go enjoy your game here in the next 15 minutes. We love you being a total and a fatty. And to every single person that just called in, all 9 of you. That's a bell ring if I've ever heard one. Brian Broad is Super Bowl winning scout talking all things Dallas Cowboys NFL draft coming up next.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
250.
Brian Broaddus. And Brian, I have posed the question today, and of course we've gotten a little bit of, again, it just depends on what side of the aisle you fall on, George Pickens or Max Crosby. I don't think you can do both, but if you had to choose one, who would it be?
Man, this team really lacked pass rush. Mm-hmm. And, what we've learned about the draft is that wide receivers tend to go pretty deep in these things. So if you had to address it that way, I would say the defensive end room actually goes pretty deep as well. But I'm to the point where I kind of feel like that I would look at Max Crosby here. Yeah. And the thing with Pickens, and man, let's be honest about this. I talked to a couple of my gang of 7 guys, who I have general manager buddies around the league, and and I always ask them questions about what do you think you could get for George Pickens? And one of my buddies who was a playoff general manager told me, if you don't get a 1, don't trade him.
Okay.
And another one of my general manager buddies who was also in the playoffs, he said, listen, he goes, probably looking at maybe a 2, and probably because people are looking at it as like, we've got to give him over $35 million, and then you've got to give up the pick. So, there's a lot to go with that, but I think George Pickens did a hell of a job. And I've had guys ask me around the league, well, what's the problem with George Pickens? I said, George Pickens just likes to be late. That seems to be the biggest problem. Everybody is a teammate and a guy being around, and the coaches, everybody likes George Pickens. He's not a bad guy. George Pickens just doesn't always show up on time. And, so that's kind of where.
How big of an issue is that for you?
It's funny. I had this line one day when I heard about after the Vegas game where he was late for curfew and all that, and I was hearing from Bobby Belt, well, he's late for meetings too. And I said, well, damn, start the meetings when he gets there. Then that's what you need to do. He's not late if you just start the damn meetings when he gets there. So, but no, that's really kind of tongue in cheek. But it's one of those things where you really. It's about being a pro, and and the tolerance you have for players, and whether they have quirks or they just are chronically late or whatever it is, as long as he's not, we hear assault and batteries or anything like that. Those are the things that kind of, but players being late, it's responsibility, and they get fined, but you'd like for him to be on time. But like I say, it's not like he's assaulting anybody or anything like that where you would just say, well, we can't deal with that.
Yeah, Brian, you were talking a little bit with Wolchuk about the hypothetical trade between Cleveland getting number 12 and number 20. We get number 6, draft Ohio State, Caleb Downs, and 39. I kind of wanted you to elaborate on that, the possibility of Caleb Downs, how he fits in with this defense. And is that something you favor over keeping a guy like George Pickens or trading for a guy like Max Crosby using that pick?
Yeah, Eric, I appreciate you mentioning that. We did the first time. It was we have a show on Crown Global Media called The Stack, and it's myself and Zach and Aisha Morrison, and we were interested in kind of running a little bit through a mock draft, and we took the approach of we were looking at the board as the draft was coming down, and it was clear that Downs was coming our direction. The problem was, though, he was going to end up with the Commanders right ahead of us. Mm-hmm. And so, we made a determination, like, listen, if we think that the Commanders are the team that's going to take Downs, and it sounds like the Giants are really interested at 5. If you listen to, Harbaugh talk about him as a player, it sounds like that, he might not get past 5. But, yeah, we were interested if, let's try and get ahead of the Commanders and potentially take the best player on the board. This is a draft right now, and I think that if you ask, the media scouts how many guys they have on their board, or if you ask scouts around the league once they put their board together, they're probably going to say they're somewhere between 13 and 15 first-round grades. So, you're right inside the window at 12, but the 12, the 13 players, do you feel great about all of them? And and could Downs be the best player on the board, regardless of the position? And there's a possibility of that too. And, So we took the opportunity to go up with it in mind that maybe if we, maybe the player that we give up, the pick we give up at 20, we going to get the same player between 20 and 39. And we kind of found that the names, there were some names that we lost, but there were some also names that we would have absolutely considered there at 20, at 39. And, Key Messador is a defensive end from Miami who is an older guy and also is, has some things you're going to have to learn about the combine here at the end of the month about his feet. He's had some surgeries on his feet and stuff. So, there's possibly a guy like that sliding. There were some cornerbacks that are nickel players that we were able to kind of look at 39 as well. So we were kind of feeling like that we were getting the same player at 20 as we were at 39. And we were interested in getting that 39th pick. So we were trying to navigate this thing in a way where, we get our player, probably the best player on the board, and then go back to 39 and then address a need, whether it was a corner need, defensive end need, or potentially a linebacker need. So we kind of felt like that, we got the best player. We took care of the best player. Now we just needed to go back and make sure. And that 39th pick with Cleveland, and what was pretty cool about it is our sister station up there in Cleveland, it was funny, the next day they were talking about the trade itself. And they were like, well, yeah, those guys in Dallas are trying to do this. And they're like, yeah, we're on board with that. I mean, their radio station was completely on board with making the trade that way because they know they need players. And, 12 and 20 would give them that opportunity.
Brian Broad, a Super Bowl winning scout, Crown Global Media, joining us here talking all things Dallas Cowboys. One thing that's jumped out to me is when you look at what this defensive staff has looked like since it's been put together. And, of course, Christian Parker's gone out and got his own guys. And, you're talking about a staff ranging in age from 29 to 44. Yeah. All right. Yeah. This is definitely very non-Cowboy-esque, at least in the way they've gone about business in the last, decade to 15 years. And, of course, I will defer to you in the grand scheme of things when it comes to talking all things Dallas Cowboys in that sense. But I wonder, how much are you sensing that you're seeing the Cowboys kind of maybe look in a different direction as to how they go about the business of football? And B, with what you saw last year in real time, where you let Shoddy hire his people on the offensive side, you went old Cowboys right on the defensive side, and you saw how it turned out. Are we seeing a changing of the guard, or at least at the very least, a changing of mindset in how the Cowboys go about doing football business?
Yeah, I think so. I think that clearly you look at, I think when Brian Schottenheimer was sitting on the podium, with Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones, and Jerry looked at him and at Brian and goes, well, Shoddy was on board with the Matt Eberflus hire. And you could just see the reaction of Shoddy was like, okay, I see where this is going. And so I think that Shoddy's wielding a pretty big stick over there. I know some people in the video department that were shown the door, and I know that does not move the needle for the team stuff. But when coaches have the ability to move on from support staff or add support staff, that tells you a lot to what the Joneses are thinking, and this could either be really, really, really good in a way that if all this does work out, and this is my hope, is, guys, that, you might lose Christian Parker. If he turns everything around, you might lose him.
You got 2 years max with him, right?
My hope is there's somebody on this staff that can replace Christian Parker.
Mm-hmm.
One of these young guys, that's the thing. I mean, you look at the teams that have lost coaches, and the Rams are a real good example of this. They tend to hire younger guys. They kind of have an idea of how these guys, they've worked kind of at the bottom, and then they've kind of found a way to, get into positions where they're either a linebackers coach, secondary coach, or defensive coordinators. They turn into that. So my hope is that this staff that he has put together, it's not just about Christian Parker, but it's potentially about the next defensive coordinator that could kind of keep things on track. And I think this has clearly been Schottenheimer and Christian Parker working together to secure these coaches. You mentioned the average age of these guys. Man, sometimes that's a little bit of a scary proposition when it comes with maybe the lack of some of the experience. But the young guys they have hired do have NFL experience, but with the exception of the coach they just got from SMU.
Right, and I was joking around during crosstalk. I've never heard more people excited about the hiring of an inside linebackers coach in my life. I mean, you would have thought they had just gotten Dick Butkus, for crying out loud, to coach inside linebackers.
I've heard. Listen, I was when it kind of went down. I'm like, wow, that's great. Defensive coordinator at SMU gets the opportunity, and then when my connections over to SMU, I start talking about I start hearing the words like professional, ready for this, can coach the entire scheme, super smart,
creative.
Those are the kinds of things that we've heard that quite a bit about the staff that Christian Parker's put together. Everybody has been like a young, hardworking, up and coming, can coach the position, can coach the scheme. Those are the things that you absolutely want from your coaches. So, we'll see how it all plays out. I'm really excited about that aspect of it.
All right, I'm going to say something here that, I think half our audience will say, Fred, what are you talking about here? But I just wonder this, and I've said this out loud on Fan After Dark before, is do we think maybe Stephen Jones is wielding a little bit more control from a, football perspective? Because, you just wonder. I mean, look, we talk about the football acumen. We talk about Jerry. He's got too many things going on. Stephen Jones. We make fun of Jerry because it's like, okay, one of the most viral quotes this past season was him talking about, hey, if I've got a $100 million oil deal to do, I'm gonna do it. Okay, and right. Whereas with Stephen Jones, football's all he does. Okay, that's his gig, and I'm just wondering. Look. He picked a Hall of Famer over Johnny Manziel. Pretty shrewd move in the grand scheme of things when we look back at it, all right? Now, I don't know what, and you're going to know this better than I am, but I just wonder, does Stephen Jones have a little more football acumen than maybe we give him credit for?
Well, he clearly is, he's been around, since when his dad bought the team in '89. He was a young man. Yeah. And, now he's in his late 50s, and he's in a situation where he's been very fortunate, to learn and study under a guy like a Jimmy Johnson, to learn and study under a Bill Parcells. Mm-hmm. I knew one thing about Bill Parcells. When Bill Parcells wanted to get something done, he went to Stephen Jones. Okay. Is what he did. Instead of going to Jerry, he went to Stephen, and then they kind of sorted things out. Stephen Jones has been doing this, running the team for quite a long time. I'm going to say the day-to-day operations. I think Stephen and Will have been doing the day-to-day, and then they bring Jerry in on the stuff that they need done or the stuff that needs to be talked about. And so, that's kind of where I think all this is at. I mean, Stephen, I think, has been running the team for a while. And, there's people on my show, I think, that, there's like the Gavin Dawsons that are like, we need Jerry back running the team where it's the wildcatter, the go for it guy. They push all the chips in the middle of the table and gamble it off, and Dawson seems to think that Stephen is very much a cautious guy, and let's not do that, Dad, and that kind of thing. So I do know that Stephen has been running the day-to-day operations for quite a bit, but I think his ability, the things that he has learned along the way, I think it's kind of helped him in a way. I will say this offseason will be fascinating because I do actually think they're going to spend money. I don't think this is going to be bottom fish and draft and hope for the best. I kind of feel like that you're looking at, Stephen Jones, Jerry Jones. I do really believe that they're starting to hear what the fan base is saying. I think the fan base, I think this is the 30-year talk is really, really starting to wear them out. and they can't have answers for it anymore. So they do need to try something different. And if Stephen Jones is the guy to do that, well, then that's probably a pretty good thing.
Yeah, I'll leave you with this, Brian. I completely agree. I think we're going to be more aggressive this offseason. And I just wanted to ask real quick, if we are going to be spending money this offseason, is there a certain free agent that you are keeping your eye on that maybe the Cowboys could go after? Obviously, Trey Hendrickson is going to cost a lot of money, but you got other guys on the market like a Jalen Phillips, like an Odafe Owe. On the receiver side, you have an Alec Pierce, who's going to be a little bit more cheaper than possibly somebody like Pickens is asking for. Is there somebody that you're looking at that you think maybe we could go after?
Yeah, it's interesting. You brought up some really good names, and those edge rushers are probably going to cost you a little bit. That's kind of where this all works. But, you mentioned it's funny. Somebody the other day asked me if I would consider trading Pickens and then signing Pierce, that kind of thing. Yeah. And, for a lot cheaper. And I'm thinking, well, that's an interesting way of thinking about it. But, but every one of those names that you mentioned, I'm like I say, I'm going to be with Sean and RJ and Bobby at the Combine here at the end of the month. And I'm really looking forward to, I know where the Cowboys park that bus. At that hotel.
Right.
And I'm going to be really interested to see who agent-wise gets on and off that bus and who general manager and owner and president gets on and off that bus. I think this is going to be a very busy Combine for the Jones family on that bus. And I mean that not in a way of drinking Miller Lights. I mean it in a way of like
business getting done.
They're going to be throwing chum in the water. And I think that's why we heard what we heard about George Pickens, the tag situation. I think the Cowboys want to know what potentially they could fetch for George Pickens. But as you mentioned, Eric, there's a lot of really, really quality name. And I would not be surprised when we start to hear from the Combine, on our show every day. And then on the G-Bag Nation, what I hear, we'll see who gets on and off that bus because it'll tell us a lot about what the Cowboys are thinking about. And I think it's going to be in a very, very aggressive spring for this football team.
Will you be on the bus?
You know what? If they invite me on the bus, I'll go on the bus. The bus is a lot of fun. I mean, we've had situations before where they invite you on the bus, they hand you a beer, and then you get to talk a lot of ball and stuff like that. So it's kind of a fun thing. But it's if anytime you get invited on the bus, never turn down the opportunity to sit on the bus. It's a lot of fun.
Look, I can't wait to you'll be in town next week, but then the following week is when you're going to the Combine.
Yeah, it's kind of a. I really do appreciate. Our friends who have helped us, with getting me on the trip. But Sean and RJ and Bobby, I'll be with them Tuesday through Friday in Indianapolis, doing the morning show and then doing the afternoon show, the evening show.
Wow, so, you're doing both G-Bag and R&J?
We're going to run down some info, and so excited about that. And then, like I said, the following, I get back on Friday night. Saturday, I'm washing my clothes. And Sunday, I'm getting on a plane to go to Phoenix for Ranger spring training. So the next couple of weeks, I got a pretty busy agenda, but I really do appreciate that.
Will you be doing your Sean impersonation on Sean and RJ?
Yeah, I just, traveling with Broadus, he's such a pain in the ass. I wouldn't want to travel with him. I mean, I can't believe that Spittle wanted to put him on our show. I'm not going to deal with this guy at all.
Fireworks. That's what I'm looking for. I can't wait for it. Brian, you are the absolute best, my friend. I'll see you during Crosstalk tomorrow because it's a special edition of G-Bag, just you and Chiafalo.
Yeah, me and Chief. So look forward to it. Again, happy President's Day to everybody that has the day off. And, we'll be on doing some radio tomorrow. So look forward to it. And we'll be doing some stuff on Crown Global Media as well. So tune into that as well. We appreciate you.
Keep up the good work, Brian. We love you, brother. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, man. Love you guys. Take care.
There you have it. The one, the only, Mr. Brian Broadus. All right. We'll recap a couple things he said as far as the NFL draft and free agency goes. We'll read some of your text messages and more. Don't you go anywhere. This is 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the...
costs. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Welcome back in. It is 105 through the fan right here. I was going to say it's 105 through the fan right here on 105 through the fan. I'm so used to saying it's fan after dark right here on 105 through the fan that we almost slipped up. Shout out to our boy Brian Broaddus from the G-Bag Nation and Crown Global Media for stopping by on 3 o'clock and talking a little bit about what's going on. And apparently it has been misconstrued or from the 469. Hey, happy to hear you back on air, Fred, following your suspension.
Suspension? And
I said, suspension, FD? And he goes, for cussing on air. No, I wasn't suspended. I was out Friday to go see my son because they got dropped is what happened. And so the thing is, and so for those of us that have ever let one slip, as long as you get it off the terrestrial stream, and I say not the terrestrial stream, the terrestrial side of things, aka the 105.3 part of it, if you're listening on it, then you're good. Now, when it's the internet or the Odyssey app, you're going to hear it because it doesn't affect that, right, is essentially what it comes down to. But again, it's the internet, which you are, quote unquote, it isn't governed by the same FCC rules that 105.3, the terrestrial side of things is.
Yeah,
so.
It's funny because you left 2 weeks ago to go see your son in Kansas City, and they said that you quit, and then now it's a suspension.
Yeah, so apparently, someone's preying on my downfall, is what it sounds like. Someone is preying on Fred's downfall, is what it is. Is there like a sleeper campaign out there? Try to get me off the air? Is that what's going on here?
I have plus 1,500. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
wow! Jet Nelson, just
come back a joke out there.
Nelson, who it always be your own family. It always be the people close to you, as they say. That preying on your downfall. It hurts. It hurts. I've been quite vocal in my support of Jet Nelson. So for him to hear that he's taking the over on me getting canned hurts my heart. But no, we kid. So yeah, no, I was not suspended for cussing on the air.
Yeah,
so.
And you didn't quit either.
Okay. See, I'll tell you what, man. Online is wild. It is okay from the 469. It was just a joke that was going on online. I know Friday you were off to see your boy, but people were saying you got suspended. Wow,
that's crazy. The narratives they're creating about you.
My goodness. That's crazy. AI, dude. It's trying to get me.
Yeah.
It's trying to get me.
Yeah, be careful.
But you know what they say, if they're not talking about you, then you're not doing something right.
That's right.
Okay, so there's something to be said for that. So shout out to the 469, man, keeping your ear to the streets. I am not in any of those groups. Okay, I tend to, outside of, I dabble on the old X and Twitter. And then from time to time, you will find me on the old IGs, which I need to do a better job of being on there. But maybe I need to go the KD route and get a burner and start, posting and just kind of sniping what people are saying. Is this a little Fleetwood Mac you got going on in the background?
Yes, it is. It's dreams.
So I went on a Fleetwood Mac rabbit hole a couple weeks ago.
Oh yeah, because we did the Rick Six segment.
You did the Rick Six segment, which here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get out of this segment early. All right, I know that's hard for a lot of you guys to believe. So I will get out of this segment early here in the next few minutes. We will do Rick Six at 3:40. We will do Fair Foul at 4 o'clock. And we'll do just kind of a Fair Foul / NBA mix, if you will. And then we'll do Jet Fuel at 4:20. Because what better way or what better segment to talk about food than at 4:20?
The 360 said, Blake's producer said you were suspended Friday. Who's the producer on Friday?
That was me. I have never said a thing. Betting odds aside, I did not. I'm just kidding.
You're in deep waters right now, Jet Nelson.
I think they either have me. Trevor was on Friday night. Trevor was in the studio. If he was saying some things that I missed.
I didn't get to listen on Friday, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, so the 940 said the suspended thing is a running joke with KNC. Somebody done stole it. Oh, so Fred's providing content for the rest of the station is what it sounds like. Is that what's going on here?
They're always talking about Fred,
I'm okay
man.
with it. I'm okay with it. Look, at least, again, to your point, I am okay with it. So Trevor. So now we got Trevor.
That's the only assumption I can make at this point. I got to clear my name on the Friday night. There was nothing harsh said.
That hurts. I did listen to a little bit of the Friday night show. I caught a little bit of the why 13 is considered an unlucky number, and then I caught a little bit of the Clarence Hill conversation as well, which I don't know, was he hanging out of the car while he was doing that interview?
Pretty much.
Or, man, that was, the content was, the information was fantastic. It was just hard to hear. Okay, so we are going to do, let's lay out, again, we just laid out the show for you. Rick Six coming up here in a second segment. 4 o'clock, we'll do just kind of a show rewind, and then that's when we're just a few minutes away from the NBA All-Star Game getting underway, and then of course we'll do a little jet fuel 420 because, like I said, and my joke was that, hey, let's you know what 420 means, right? We all you can say it. It's okay. It's smoking the oski woski peasky whiskey, and then food.
Yep.
Because the old adage is, if you smoke, then you get hungry.
That's what they say.
You get a case of the munchies. And you'll be talking about munchies at 420.
Yeah. And the Mardi Gras munchies.
The Mardi Gras.
The Fat Tuesdays.
Ding, ding, ding.
Real quick, is it only Catholics that give up stuff for Lent? Is that pretty much how it works?
That's what I thought.
Right?
Yeah, I think so.
Other cultures might get in on it, too.
But
Okay, it was Trevor from the 360.
Okay.
Trevor's already gone, isn't he?
He's gone.
He's gone.
Oh, he's gone. I can't wait to see him next week. Praying on my downfall is what he is. Is it just Catholics that give up stuff for Lent? 877-881-1053.
Yeah, as far as I know.
All right, so if it's Fat Tuesday, then you got Ash Wednesday on Wednesday.
Yep.
Obviously, hello. Can't have an Ash Wednesday on a Thursday. And then I'm trying to decide, what should I give up? What should I give up for Lent this year, guys?
It's normally a meat. That's what they do.
Well, no. Meat you can give up. Meat you got to give up on Fridays. But I'm talking about you can give up anything, and I like how he went with meat being the thing he's going to give up. What exactly? I mean, it can be anything. Soda, cussing. Those are kind of the two, more popular things. What should Fred give up for Lent?
Coffee. Oh. But that might be too hard in the paint.
Dang, right in the jugular.
Bro. Coffee?
That's tough, though. At least a detox.
How about you have to
a lightening?
How about something like you can't wear any hats for 6 weeks, or you got to shave your beard or something?
That's a good one.
Well, but I don't. Here's the thing: I don't shave my beard every day. Right? So
that's true.
Shaving a beard off is more of a bet payoff.
Yeah, that is true.
Type thing, right? So this is something that would be part of my day-to-day, which I do need to clean this thing up. I look homeless.
Is there any sweets that you eat too much? Or
no, I'm not a big sweets guy necessarily. I mean, I would like to say, let's give up the Black and Milds. I have dabbled in those just a tad, a smidge. My Oski Woski resolution is still on point, so I feel good about that. Let's think about it. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Let's find out, what should Fred give up for Lent in 2026. All right, so let's talk about it. But Rick Six, where are we going?
Yep, Rick Six coming up next in the next segment. We're going to be talking about some minor or major, to some people's eyes, inconvenience in terms of anything, traveling, day-to-day things. What annoys you? What is an inconvenience for your part, for your standards? That's coming up next here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ here with the official new coffee of the morning show and the station. It's Just Love. Hit
dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone. They are all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Jet. That is your boy holding it down in the 1-2-3s as usual. That's Fred Davis. I'm Eric Casares. Welcome back to 105.3 on Fan Weekend. We are glad to be joining you. We are getting ready for this all-star shenanigans weekend, I should say, because things have been kind of hectic on the past 48 hours or so. You know, you had the Celebrity All-Star Game, the Celebrity Three-Point Contest, you had the Dunk Contest, which everyone's telling to throw away, and now you got people complaining about tanking, Fred, which doesn't seem to be going too well up with Adam Silver might be changing some things. What are your thoughts on the whole NBA tanking thing?
I'll tell you what. Let's do this real quick because I don't want to get into too much to it because we'll hijack your segment. We'll save this for the second. I'll tell you what. Let's do it for fair or foul. Let's do it for you. Let's set this up. Great job by you because I talk too much. So let's do this. Let's save it for fair or foul because I've got some audio from Steph Curry, who better to talk about it and his overall general impression of whether or not there is tanking in the NBA. Because I said this to Blake the other day. I said, how serious of a problem do we really think it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
I mean,
true.
So what? 2 or 3 teams are doing it. Who cares? I mean, and look, Denton Day said this perfectly yesterday, and I agree with it wholeheartedly. Like, are we really knocking down doors to go watch the Utah Jazz?
Not really.
Okay. And then, oh, by the way, they hit the Indiana Pacers with a tanking charge. Who's left to tank? I mean, the team's already beat up and bad.
Yeah.
So really, we're going to give them a hard time because they sat Pascal Siakam? I mean, doesn't the NBA have bigger issues to worry about than whether or not the Pacers are tanking? And, oh, by the way, you set this up, NBA. You can't win without a superstar. And how's the only way you're going to get a superstar? Is by tanking to go get a top 2 or 3 pick. And, oh, by the way, last thing, and then we'll hand it off to you, Rick Six. You've got 2, maybe 3 all-timers potentially at the top of this draft.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know where we're going with my boy DP yet, but there's another story for another time.
Yeah, no, we got plenty of things to get on into. We won't get too much into it. We'll get into it fair or foul next segment. But we call tanking because I brought it up because tanking is an inconvenience. And speaking of inconvenience, let's go ahead and get on into some inconvenience on this Rick Six segment. Let's get into it. All right, so Jet and Fred, we're going to be doing a little blind ranking on Rick Six today. Minor or major inconvenience. So I'm going to give you 8 different things, and y'all have to blindly rank them without knowing what comes next. So you got to be smart here. You know, you got to have some strategy here because you don't know what I'm going to give to you first. So starting off with number 1, Fred, we'll go to you first.
Okay.
Because you were ranting about this earlier.
I rant about a lot of things. Yeah. What about it?
1 through 8, where do you have it on? 1 being, it's the worst inconvenience, 8 being it's the lowest. Man, and it could be traffic for anything. It could be because there was an accident. It could be because, somebody was on their phone. Maybe I-35 is a little backed up because they're going to a football game or something. I don't know. Where does traffic rank on your inconvenience list?
We'll go with 6.
You're going to go 6?
Yeah, because 1 being the worst, right? Like,
yes,
1 is the most inconvenient.
Worst. Yes.
I'll put it, I'll put it as a 5. I'll put it as a 5 because I do tend to run late from time to time. And, I'll go with a solid 5.
Okay. Jet, where are you going to put traffic?
I think I liked his first number. I think I like 6 a little better. You're used to it. You know it, especially in this area.
We live in DFW.
Yeah.
We live in DFW. Now, I would say again with the highway construction, what have you, my only thing that I would rank higher if we did like a subset would be the people that, again, and I've said this time and time again, is the people that slide into the fast lane to slow down in front of you.
Oh, yeah.
Or just drive slow in the fast lane altogether.
Yeah. Yep.
And then when you mean mug them as you drive past, they just act like they don't have a care in the world.
Yeah. I'm going to put traffic at 5 for me.
Okay.
So it's got to be in the top 5. I would put it higher, but at the end of the day, you can avoid it by planning accordingly. Okay. Right. So I can't put it at number 1. So we got it 2 6s and number 5. Coming in at number, I guess the second one.
No, you had 2 5s, didn't you? You said 5 or 6?
I said 5.
Yeah, I said 5 too.
I think I was
saying 5. Okay. So Jet was the one that went with 6. All right, here we go. Saying you too when the waiter says enjoy your meal. So, this one's a little bit more of a social inconvenience, right? Because, some people get a little nervous and, things are going too fast and somebody says, hey, enjoy your meal or, hey, enjoy your flight. You say you too. Then you feel like an idiot because they're not getting on the plane with you or they're not eating.
I mean, if that's an inconvenience to somebody, I think you really need to reevaluate your life.
Hey, look, man, some people get social anxiety.
And that's fine. I mean, I think you can make a joke out of it. I mean, especially if the person is, of the opposite sex and is kind of cute. And maybe you want to strike up a conversation or just be, hey.
But what if that's the reason that you can't strike up a conversation because she's like, oh, this idiot,
Well, then she's not for you.
Okay. So Fred does not care.
Fred says number 8.
He makes it a joke.
Fred,
all right.
number 8.
What's you say, Jet Nelson?
I can agree with Fred in that if the girl really treats it that badly, yeah, you got to dodge that bullet. But I will say this is a common Jet moment, not as much as if it's social anxiety.
So you relate to
it more. Jet being Jet.
It's just a blonde moment. It is just my intuition failing me once again. And so
I love it. That's
I
the
will
most Jet
definitely
thing ever.
walk into the movie theater and tell that guy to enjoy his movie.
Yeah, you will.
It's
you
just.
will. I'm here for it.
And then sometimes you just have to do that joke. You have to be like, yeah, you're watching that movie, pal. You are enjoying that meal, waiter.
So you relate to it a little bit more than Fred
I
does.
relate to this.
Okay,
yes.
So where are you putting it?
I'll go with the 4.
Okay, see, that's high.
Just because it's like, man, I just had to go and say that, didn't I? It's just a little frustrating, but we work on it.
Not as bad as traffic for me. No. I'll put it at 7.
Okay.
All right, so you two saying it's socially awkward. I've had their moments, but not as bad as traffic.
Or 7 and 8.
Coming in next, and this one happened to me, Fred, this weekend.
Okay.
Realizing you lost your ID at the airport.
Oh.
Ouch.
It's a tough one.
So wait, you lost it at the airport, or you're at the airport and realize you lost it?
Like when you're going through TSA and you need to show them your ID and you realize that you don't have your ID. It's gone.
I don't even want to think about that happening.
That's tough, dude. Because that's happened to me before. Man. I mean, and again, it depends on how much you fly. I'm gonna go with 3 because I'm gonna say you're very Blake-ish in the sense that you will have a couple more that are larger inconveniences, but I'm gonna go 3 for me.
Okay.
Not having your ID at the airport.
I like that one. All right, Jet.
Yeah, I think I can second that. That sounds like a 3. Never happened to me, thank goodness. I can only imagine. Is that like game ending? Like you cannot get on the flight, or there's I know you can have your passport.
Yeah, great question, Jet. I think the worst feeling for me in that moment, because it happened to me this weekend, was that I was more so worried about, okay, well, if I don't have it now, then where the hell is it?
Someone else could have it.
Yeah, so I'm going crazy thinking about, I'm rechecking my steps thinking, oh, okay, is it in my pants back at home? Is it in the washer machine? Did I wash it? Did I leave it at the club in Dallas 3 weeks ago?
And you live dangerously, just raw dogging it with your ID, huh?
It's thinking about where it could be, and that's what gets me. So I start overthinking. I'm going to put it at 2. I did not like that feeling.
Well, and you're not wrong because, especially for me, when I fly, I typically have to go get a rental car, and now I'm cooked twice.
Yeah.
Because, okay, so what? So I can get on the airplane, but then what? Am I going to be able to get it without my driver's or without at the car rental place?
Yeah, fair enough. All right, so that was my number 2.
Okay.
So here we go. Next one. Phone alarm doesn't go off for work. So maybe, you wake up and you realize it's on snooze, or you just didn't hear it, or it didn't go off. What do you think?
So this is a common problem for me. And if there was actually an article about this, and again, I don't remember where I read this, about how Apple will have an issue with this, where your phone alarm will not go off, where you'll see it going, where's my phone at? Where you'll see it, the alarm will be, giving you the little bell ringing, but it's not making any noise.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, and I don't understand that. And like I said, somebody wrote about an article about this. So shout out to my little Alexa Echo deal. That thing always goes off.
Right.
Yeah.
That thing always goes off. And basically what you have to do is set like 3 or 4. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to go, because you should know that you're going to, if it's a day that you have to get up, I set 2 to 3 alarms. Because I'd rather be, sorry, not sorry. Or what? Wait, no,
Better
not
safe
sorry.
than
Better safe than sorry. Hello, I'm getting hangry, guys, if you couldn't tell. But put me at 4 on that one. Alarm not going off.
Okay, alarm.
I'm banking on some important ones coming up here.
Yeah,
Eric.
yeah. I mean, you still have 1 and 2 open for you.
I got
so that's
1, 2, 6, and 7.
Yeah,
still,
1, 2, 6.
still going.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
There you go. No 8 and 9 like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I think I'll go the 5 here. You should know. You got to be ready for those. And I've heard turning the ringer on kind of helps with that Apple issue.
Okay, see, I have my alarm and I have my ringer and notifications turned off.
But see, that kind of sucks. You turn your notifications on.
Oh, you damn right I did.
That text message is going to wake you up at 2.
That's okay. That's
okay.
I am A-okay with that. I am A-okay with that.
Okay, here we go. Here's the next one. And Fred, you still got 1 and 2. I wouldn't be surprised if if this one fills up. All right, here we go. Waking up in the middle of the night to take a piss.
Wow.
It's annoying, man. It's an inconvenience.
I like how you singled me out for that.
I just picture you being like, gosh darn, I got to go take another piss.
Well, I did reference that I will be 45 in 3 weeks. I'll be honest with you, I don't have that problem.
Really?
So I'm going to put it at 6.
Okay.
I mean, I hate to say it. I hate to be that guy. I typically go to the bathroom prior to going to bed.
Okay.
Now, as I get older, maybe that'll creep in to being an issue, but, I will continue to appreciate the fact that, if you guys can see on the... are we on the fan cam today?
Yes, I even threw myself on there.
Okay, as you should. As you can tell, all right, and it was funny because it was senior night at my son's basketball game on Friday, and I felt good knowing that, I had the brownest hair, less grayish hair of anybody out there on Friday night,
Really?
So shout out to me. Look, is it receding? Yes, I'll be the first to admit. But as far as the brownness of it, I mean, is that brown to you? You see any grays in my hair? Of course you don't. I'll answer for you. So that being said, now, do I look homeless with my beard and I need a trim? Yes, 100%. And if you know anybody that does it well, please let me know, all right? Because I do need to go get my beard trimmed. But that being said, I'm going to put urinating in the middle of the night at number 6.
Urinating in the middle of the night, Jet, where do you have it?
Yeah, I think I'll go this as my 8. I am at the age where this does not happen, unless it's like we just got done with the party, I forgot to.
Okay.
I will say that has run into a couple times, but always able to take care of it.
There you go.
I completely agree with you. This is my number 8. Yeah. I've never struggled with having to wake up and peeing in the middle of the night.
You guys are literally in your 20s, so I would hope not. This is more about you guys hopefully not having any health issues than anything else.
Or maybe I'm just not hydrated enough, too.
That could be it, too.
That could be next. All right, next one. This one, Fred.
I mean, you've already tried to dime me out twice, so let's see where this goes. Let's see where this goes.
Cramp/Charlie horse when you're relaxed. You're just chilling. And you're like, I got one in the leg or the calf.
I mean, I'm getting. I will get a Charlie horse from time to time. Have you guys ever had a Charlie horse during relations?
Wait, what?
No.
Yeah, you heard me. You ever had a Charlie horse during relations?
Not yet.
That's a pain, pun intended. Let's go and go with number 2.
Boom. I got him.
Charlie horse.
He still has his number 1. All right, what do you think, Jet?
Eric, remind me what numbers I have. I have not been writing them down.
Yeah, you're right.
I want to say you have 1.
Yeah, you have
1 and 2 open. I know
or do you have 1 and 3?
You have 1, 2.
Jet, I think I have 6 and 7.
You have 1, 2,
I have
and 7.
1, 2, and 7.
Yeah.
Let's throw that at the 7. Hasn't happened yet, but I can only imagine, especially during relations.
Wait, you really never had a Charlie horse?
Well, I mean, not really. Well, I feel like I've gotten a foot cramp
Not bad enough to where it bothered you.
Yeah, not bad enough to where I'm like,
No.
I got one in the hotel room the other night, and it was bad.
Do we think that maybe our boy Jet needs to be a little more active?
I think so.
I think that, and again, I'm not casting aspersions, but I will cast a minor one here. I think maybe you need to be a little more, a little more movement involved in your day-to-day routine.
Yeah, fishing doesn't get me moving that much.
No, it doesn't. So, and I say that because I care.
Right. I got to be better.
Because I care. You did put a plus 1,500 on me getting fired as well. So now we're even.
We got 2 more. We got 2 more spots here.
Two more.
I got 1 and 4. Fred's got 1 and 7, and then Jet's got 1 and 2. All right, here we go. Stuttering. I mean, we yap on the radio all day. It's bound to happen. And, hey, if you stutter in front of a lady, I mean, sometimes you look like a fool. Or if you stutter in front of your friends and they make fun of you.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I've gotten the anemone from my buddies before.
Said stuttering. I'm going to go with 7. There's so many things I could or couldn't say about it, but I will put that at number 7.
1 or 2, Jet?
I'll throw it at the 2. I feel like you got a heater coming next, but yeah, it does affect me.
It better because we all got 1s left.
Yeah, and I think we're going to collectively agree on here.
Okay.
Bad internet connection at number 1.
Oh, that's.
I love it.
That irritates the bejesus out of me. So there we go.
It can ruin your whole day.
Internet connection at number 1. Great stuff as always during the Rick 6. All right, coming up next, final hour of the program, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do a little show rewind. What in the heck's going on in the wide world of sports? We got the NBA All-Star getting underway and a little fair foul mixed in for good measure. Don't you go anywhere. This is 105 The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio.
We got a little Rick Six in the mix. We've had Kane McCutcheon join us at 2 o'clock.
Brian
talking all
Broaddus.
things. Brian Broaddus was in the house as well. Will he make it on the bus? I think that's the question we're all asking ourselves at this point. We found out that there was an online rumor that I had been suspended.
Yeah.
You know, we found out that other shows are talking about me, which, hey. And if they don't talk about you, if they don't love you,
then you're not doing it right.
And that's what I'm going to tell myself, boys, okay? So the love continues here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Fred Davis. That is the fastest man in DFW Sports Media. Now, I say fastest man. We know in the long distance game, we know anything a mile and up. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and say anything 800 meters and up.
Oh, I don't know about that one, Fred. But
who are you worried about?
Appreciate the. I know that.
Like if you had to run an 800 right now,
yeah,
you're getting it at least what 205, at least.
I can break 2.
Okay, so you can, bro. Seriously, who in Dallas sports media is running faster than a 2-minute 800?
Yeah, well, that is true. But
okay?
I mean, you never know.
So what about a 400? What's your 400? What right now? If you had to run a 400,
now you're giving me too much credit. I think, but
I think you're not taking into consideration who's in DFW Sports Media.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
No, I know I am. So what's your fastest 400 right now? If I had to run you, probably at least 55.
I can run like a 51.50.
Okay, so my man's running a 51.50 for a 155.8.
My PR is 154.
154.
Not very fast.
I like how you corrected that. No, 154. Let's get that straight. All right. So anything 400 meters and above, anything one time around a track and up, you're smoking. There's nobody in the DFW Metroplex.
In sports
media that is beating you. Now, the only thing maybe is a 100-yard dash.
You know what, Fred? I will take my chances against anybody in DFW Sports Media.
That's what I like to hear right there. So let's go back to what Fred initially said. The fastest man in DFW Sports Media, Mr. Eric Casares to my right. And then, of course, everybody's favorite married. Are you 22 or 23?
23 in May, so still 22.
Good God, you are the youngest. You're the youngest one here. Are you older than Black Adam, or is he older than you?
Good question. I don't know if I've asked his age. He was right out of college when he joined us.
Yeah.
So it's going to be close. It's going to be down to the wire.
All right, we'll find out whether Black Adam's married or stop. Hello, we know he's not married. Hello, I'm trying.
I haven't heard that at least.
No, we know that for a fact because I was trying to get his couple friend to hook him up with a friend of theirs, and apparently they don't have any friends
You're
except
a
for
wingman
Black
friend?
Adam. Oh, look, I'll wingman with the best of them.
Oh,
okay. Well, you need one?
I'll keep that in mind.
You need one?
I'll just say I'll keep that in mind.
Got you, bro.
All right,
Got you. Don't even worry about that. I mean, look, Blake was wingman for Trevor.
Yep.
On Friday night. Shout out to Trevor, even though I hear he's talking mess about me.
Yeah, no, you got some beef to squash with Trevor.
Look, I love Trevor like a foster brother. So, just a little friendly bantering back and forth. All right. So where are we going with all this? I promise you I had a point in all of this. Oh, the NBA All-Star format. So here's the deal. You got the USA Stars, the USA Stripes, and Team World. Just real quick, USA Stars team is comprised of Scotty Barnes, Devin Booker, Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, Anthony Edwards, Chet Holmgren, Jalen Johnson, and Tyrese Maxey. And then your USA Stripes, which is kind of quote-unquote the old heads, you got Jaylen Brown, Jalen Brunson. You did have Steph Curry, but he's injured, so he's out. KD, Brandon Ingram will be the Steph Curry replacement. LeBron James, Kawhi Leonard, and Donovan Mitchell, as well as De'Aaron Fox. And then on Team World, you've got Denny of
Avdia.
There you go. Luka Doncic, Shea, although he's out. Jokic, Jamal Murray, Şengün from the Rockets. He's going to be in there as a replacement. And then Siakam, Karl Anthony Towns, Victor Wembanyama, and Norman Powell.
That's a pretty nasty team.
That's
right there.
a nasty team right there, boys. I mean, I'm putting my money on Team World. Team Stars. Well, I think they'll be okay. I think you're going to have a Team Stripes and Team World in the finals. So basically, they play a 12-minute. It's a round-robin tournament between them, and the first team to play. Let's see here. I had it in my deal here. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Game 1 will be Team World versus the USA Stars, so that'll be the younger guys. Game 2 will be the winner of Game 1 versus the old heads. And then the loser of Game 1 will be against the old heads.
So they're doing it like tournament style.
That's it, mini round robin.
Okay. That explains the over-under of 82, which I was confused looking at the betting books.
And so if all teams finish 1-1, the top 2 teams are determined by total point differential. And, of course, each game will consist of a single 12-minute period. The payout structure, 125 GER for each team on the winning, or each player on the winning team, 50 GER for the runners-up, and 25 Gs for third place. So... not a bad gig.
Yeah.
Not a bad gig. We'll see. I'm kind of anxious to see how this thing plays out. Right now, they are knee deep in the, and it looks like that was John Tesh doing the original round ball rock. That's exactly who that is. Shout out, you two youngins have no idea who John Tesh is. However, your parents will absolutely know who John Tesh is. Do you have my Steph Curry audio?
Yes, I do.
All right. This was Steph Curry when asked, and this is kind of the fair foul portion of the program. This is the Steph Curry when asked about, is there or isn't there a tanking problem in the NBA?
How many teams are tanking right now? Is it you really? Yeah. Even the teams that are in the play-in chase?
The ones out.
Which that's how many is the third of the league, so 10 teams? Is it really that big of a problem? I'm asking. We feel like there's obviously a lot of competition. It's something I'm sure every year the NBA wants to address why the play-in tournament exists. Things evolve. Problems arise, and everybody wants to shine a spotlight on all the negatives of the league, but let's focus on the positives of how great the competition is at the top. There still is relevancy regular season-wise of the seeding and playoff chase. I know there's a conversation around how many games we're playing. That's probably where I would focus more the attention. But let's not forget the league is in in a great place overall in terms of the attention, the skill level, the global reach, all of that stuff. Every year you'll address the issues. I don't have those answers though.
Fair foul. The NBA has a tanking problem.
Fair.
Okay.
I think they do have a tanking problem, and it goes back to the Utah Jazz situation because to me it's like, okay, like it's one thing if you stink for a couple seasons, but if you stink every year and then you're in a situation like the Jazz where you go trade for an all-star caliber player and a multiple defensive player of the year in Jaren Jackson Jr., and then you just blatantly take him out of the lineup and for no reason, and you're losing games, and it's like the lineup you're putting out there. It's like, I don't really like that.
How much do you care about the Utah Jazz?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't care at all about the Utah Jazz. But what I do care about is the fact that they would just not play their star player just because they're
in the grand scheme
games.
of things, do you think the Utah Jazz, as you just mentioned, is it affecting the overall quality of the NBA?
No, but the question is do I think...
But that's why I'm asking these questions, because I say it's foul, right? In the grand scheme of things, and again, I said this...
So you're saying the Jazz is... Sorry to cut you off. You say the Jazz problem overall isn't enough to diminish over like the whole league. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. All right? I mean, let's think about it. When's the last time you cared about the Utah Jazz?
Maybe 96, before I was born.
Okay.
AK-47?
There you go. Andre Karolinko, right? I mean, in the grand scheme of things, do we really... how many teams are in the NBA? 30?
Yep.
Okay. With Lauri Markkanen and Jaren Jackson, do you really think that the top 8 teams in the West, I mean, yeah, you might lose to them every now and again, but I mean, isn't that usually a dub anyway for those teams? I mean, who are you really concerned? I mean, the bottom teams in the NBA as it stands right now, okay? Let's take a look at it. NBA standings as it sits right now, okay? In the Eastern Conference, the Wizards, are we mad at the Wizards, by the way? Because they're tanking. Are you as mad about the Wizards, or mad? Maybe not the right word. Are you as concerned about the Wizards and their tanking as you are about the Utah Jazz?
No, not necessarily.
Because they did the exact same thing, only did it under a different guise. Where instead of benching Jaren Jackson, you broke down Anthony Davis.
Yeah, and then Trae Young still hasn't played.
Trae Young still hasn't played, and from all intents and purposes, we know he's healthy.
But doesn't that go back to the point of the NBA having a tanking problem? Because it's not just the Jazz; now the Wizards are also doing it too.
Do they have a tanking problem, or do they just have a bad management problem? Because I would argue when it comes to the Wizards and the Jazz, here's the problem. Players aren't going there, all right? And they're hoping that, what's the kid they just got from Texas last year? Is it Keontae Johnson?
Trey Johnson?
Trey Johnson, okay? You got the Alex Sarr kid that you went out and got a year ago, okay? So, because here's the thing. Should we have been mad when they gave Bradley Beal $200+ million? Did we accuse them of tanking when they went out and got Russell Westbrook? Is it I think it's less about tanking and more about, okay, are you just good at drafting? I mean, does the NBA have a tanking problem, or does the NBA have you've just got a handful of teams that just aren't good at drafting? I mean, look, the Oklahoma City tanked a few years ago. But Sam Presti's a genius, remember? Because he stockpiled all these draft picks. He's one of the best GMs in the history of the game. Let Adam Silver tell it. Let NBA Twitter tell it. But were we mad when they were a bottom 5 NBA team? No, because they went and drafted well. They turned those picks into something useful. Okay, and they were able to jump back and bounce back pretty damn quick. And so, but we laud Sam Presti for what he's doing when he stockpiles picks. But yet, when other teams do it, and unless you hit, if the Cleveland Browns, who you could argue in some way, almost argue, were tanking last year. Right? Because you started, 4 different quarterbacks at one point? Okay? Same thing with the NFL, because people talk about, you can't really tank in the NFL. Well, no, you can. It just looks a little bit different, right? You can't do it as blatantly in the NFL as you can in, say, the NBA, all right? Yeah. Let's look at the, and I'll just say this because I was down there. Astros tanked. Made it clear. Jeff Luhnow said it, and on Jeff Luhnow let the entire world know, yes, we are tanking. Guess who? What was our boy from the Philadelphia 76ers? His name eludes me at the moment. The trust the process guy made it clear.
Ben Simmons?
We're now. That was the draft. I'm talking about the GM, and it'll come to me here. Somebody will text in 877-881-1053. The trust the process guy. Okay. It doesn't matter if you're tanking or not. The bottom line is, can you draft? All right, because yes, and the NBA rewards tanking, because the only way you're going to win a championship in the NBA is if you have a superstar. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, but
all right.
The counter argument to that, right, is you still have to draft, of course.
Absolutely.
But also there's some of those small market teams don't end up getting the number 1 overall pick because of the lottery system.
To your point, see, that's more of an issue. That's the bigger issue as I see it. I'm with you on that, because look, do we really think the Mavericks won the NBA draft lottery last year?
I don't. I love how you always bring this up, because this is one of your biggest conspiracy theories.
I mean, I'll stand by it, and until I'm proven wrong otherwise. And here, let's take it a step further. All right, and I agree. I agree with you 1,000% on that standpoint. Let's take it one step further.
Daryl Morey, by the way, Fred, was the GM for the Sixers.
Who was it?
Daryl Morey.
No. He's the GM now. I'm talking about the one from 10 years ago. Daryl Morey. It was the. It'll come to me. Look that up for me real quick. Who the GM was that said trust the process for the Philadelphia 76ers. But Daryl Morey's the one now. He was with the Rockets when that happened, though. If you're the NBA, do you want, and let's just pretend for the sake of this argument that Darren Peterson is going to figure it out and will be healthy and will stop. And mind you, I'm saying this for more than one reason. Anyway, Darren Peterson figures it out, okay? But you got Darren Peterson, AJ DeBonsta, Carlos Boozer, Caleb Wilson, you name it, right? Do you want A.J. DeBonster or Darren Peterson going to the Sacramento Kings?
No, it's just like you didn't want Cooper Flag going to the Bulls or I guess the Bulls would have been fine.
Bulls you'd be okay with.
Yeah,
Bulls, you'll send him to the Bulls all day long.
The Nets. You don't want Cooper Flag going to the Nets.
I don't know that you don't want him going to the Nets. I think from a market standpoint, you don't hate the idea.
The Jazz. You don't want Cooper Flag going to the Jazz.
You don't want Cooper Flag going to the Jazz. Now, if there's a white guy that can, if there was ever a team that, white guys excel, Jazz might be one of them, all right? Maybe, and maybe you can attract other people to go there. I say that tongue-in-cheek, of course, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't take that out of context. But to your point, exactly, right? Because here's the thing. Free agents aren't going to Utah. Free agents aren't going to Cleveland. Free agents aren't going to Sacramento.
Yeah.
Right? I'd be hard-pressed. I mean, how many free agents, big-name free agents, aren't really going to D.C., if we're being honest about it? So my point in all that is this. We talk about tanking being an issue. Why don't we be a little more critical of just teams that just are not good at their job? I mean, what is in the grand scheme of things, Sacramento should theoretically be the leader in the clubhouse to have the number one pick. Yeah. All right? If you're the NBA, there is no way on God's green earth you want A.J. DeBonster or Darren Peterson to go to Sacramento.
Well, let me ask you this, and I'll finish with this. Do you think tanking would become a problem had the format been like the NFL, where it's like, all right, there's no lottery, the worst team gets the number one pick every time, and they can blatantly tank and get the number one pick? So then that would attract more free agents to come to that small market team, like a Sacramento or a Utah, that nobody wants to go to now. Would it become more of a problem then?
I don't think it'd be any more problem. I mean, do we really think that suddenly the Wizards, Pacers, Nets, and Bucks are going to change at all?
I mean, shoot, if they get Darren Peterson 5 years in a row, or Darren Peterson-type player 5 years in a row because they're so bad, more people are going to want to play for them because eventually they'll get good. You would think. Maybe they won't.
I threw out this yesterday. Or not yesterday, but this week, is you can pick in the top 3 to 5 2 years in a row, and then and then depending upon where you're at, 1 to 3, 1 to 5, and maybe you do it, and then after that, you can't do it for 3 more years. Okay? So it encourages teams. You just can't be crap year after year after year after year, right? I mean, something has to give. And I don't agree with taking draft picks away, because then what's the point of I thought the whole point was we got to give you talent at some point. So if I take picks away from you, I'm only exacerbating the problem at that point. So I think part of it is that, when it comes to Adam Silver, I agree with Steph Curry. Like, man, let's just figure out, yes, is tanking a problem? I mean, can you address it and say, look, we're working on it, or at the very least, we're encouraging teams to be better about drafting, but maybe we just focus on improving the draft. Maybe we improve, work on, coming up with better information on how these guys can get better play. I don't know. All right. Maybe you work better with college, and so that you get rid of the one and done rule. Something along those lines.
It goes far beyond tanking in itself.
Tanking, to me, crap teams are always going to be crap teams. Why don't you start blaming the owners for having crappy owners for having crappy basketball departments that don't know how to draft? Enough about that. Let's go to a little jet fuel. Where are you taking us next?
We are going to the New Orleans French Quarters. Let's do some Mardi Gras, some Fat Tuesday next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on.
Academy. Fun can't lose.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Real quick. Sam Hankey. Did you find that, or did somebody text that in?
Someone did text that in.
Shout out to the texter that texted that in. Trust the process. And that was his thing. Well, we'll have to find out where he's at. Get him on the show. It's one of my go-to lines I like to use out there. And unfortunately, I think of all the times I've ever tried to, or anytime I've ever said, let's get him on the show, I don't think I've ever gotten them on the show. So there's a handful of folks that we have said, let's get him on the show. I think Barack Obama was one of the people that we've said, let's get him on the show. I want to say we've had who was the rapper that was it DaBaby or little young baby?
NBA
Young boy
boy?
NBA. That's what.
No,
Lil Baby?
it was the dude in Atlanta.
Lil Baby.
Lil Baby.
Yeah.
I knew it was something with a baby in it. It was the Gerber baby. We're trying to get him on the show too. He just can't talk. But Lil Baby is somebody that we've said, let's get him on the show.
Wow, I never thought I would hear that.
What, Lil Baby or get him on the show?
Like somebody say, let's get Lil Baby on 105 through the Fan.
Absolutely. Dude, let me tell you something just real quick. I was the first radio host to ever have Bun B from UGK on a sports radio show.
Okay.
In fact, he came on my show in Beaumont, Texas, and I had him drop a freestyle, which he did.
Did he do good?
Come on. You kidding me? It's Bun B, bruh. Bun B dropped bars on my Beaumont radio show way back when. I've done... Look, I'm all for having rappers on the air. I've had Busy Bone on the air. Great interview. He told an incredible Tupac story. I've had JT Money, if you know, you know, on the show. I've had Petey Pablo. Petey Pablo we brought to tears on the show. Okay, Petey Pablo was crying on the show. That's how intense it got with him. And then the most off-the-wall, and I do mean off-the-rails rapper interview I've ever done was with Rappin' Forte, who was actually calling from jail.
Who are these people?
Well, you're a little young, and so these are all rappers that you would not know. Now, Busy Bone is probably the most well-known of the people I just mentioned. Outside of Bun B, especially here locally. Are you familiar with the group Bone?
No.
And I'm not even going to ask Jet because
leave me out.
I'm just kidding. It's only because I love you, though. But yeah, if you're my age, or if you're like anybody my age knows everybody I just said. But yeah, Rappin' Forte was calling me from jail, and that's why anytime somebody says, "Hey, I can't call," or "I'm busy," I just think to myself, Rappin' Forte called me from jail. That's how serious he was about being on the air.
Yeah.
Like, you want to talk about a guy that kept his word. Shout out to his agent, August Keene. Still upheld his end of the bargain and called in. He did drop I think we dropped him 6 times because he kept cussing. And even though we'd tell him, hey, we can't. He told a great Tupac story as well. So anyway.
It'd probably be worse now getting like one of the Gen Z rappers on. They would probably have more of a potty mouth. Yeah.
I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it. First of all,
I don't even think it'd be worth it.
I seriously doubt it. First of all, there's not a Gen Z rapper that I would want to have on off the top of my head. Now, there's a local DFW rapper that I've reached out to, my boy South Oak Cliff. We've talked about him coming on. I've talked about having DOC come on. Now, DOC has agreed to. It's just we couldn't find a time for him to do it. We have a listener, Driss, who I've reached out to and talked to him about coming on the show before. So, look, I'm all for having rappers on the radio. I think they're great at what they do. And, part of what makes being a rapper great is their wordplay. And this is what we do here on the radio. So, yes, I'm all for having musicians, comedians, and of the like
the 214
on the radio.
The 214 said, yeah, Eric, when you said, who are these people, you definitely showed your age, LOL. Yeah, hey, I'm 26. I'm 26,
We're
man.
not mad at you for
I thought you were going to throw out some, maybe, Tupac, some, Notorious B.I.G., some Nas. I know those guys. I don't know, we're starting going
I wasn't, the thing is, I wasn't on the radio yet. I mean, you got to remember, I'm old, but I'm not that old. Tupac was, I was 15 when Tupac died. I was 16 when...
yeah, you're still young, man.
I was 16 when Biggie died. And so Nas we can still get on.
Yeah.
Nas,
call your shots right now. We're getting Nas on 105.3 The Fan.
We'll get Nas on the show. We've got some comedians we're trying to get on as well. So there you have it. Shout out to my boy South Oak Cliff. If you know, you know. All right, Jet Fuel, where are you taking us? Let's go.
Let's go to Mardi Gras here on Jet Fuel.
There you go, Captain. Topped off with the finest jet fuel in Prop Wash Junction.
What about this one? Butylated hydroxytoluene. A good rule of thumb is not to eat foods that share ingredients with jet fuel.
It is none other than Jet Nelson.
I have jet fuel in my blood.
So Fat Tuesday is this Tuesday. Welcome into Jet Fuel, 877-881-1053. Let us know what you had for dinner on Valentine's Day, what you're having for dinner tonight, or what your Mardi Gras plan is. We want to hear it. 877-881-1053. I wish I could make this one more of a back and forth argument one, but I think it's hard to argue on Mardi Gras and Cajun foods.
Ooh, I like where your head's at. Because first of all, let's just preface by saying I am starving.
Yeah,
like Marvin
hungry.
right
I'm
now.
very hungry too.
Let's go ahead and just add to it. Come on.
Let's go. King cake. So this is the one. Maybe you've heard of this. I found out about this one actually in Hispanic culture.
Yeah.
Because the Catholics like to put that baby in the cake. If you're the one who gets that baby in the cake, you have the lucky year or the next to have a child. Yeah.
The Catholics like to put the baby in the cake.
But it's true. You can find the baby Jesus little guy in the king cake.
You know what? Somebody brought a king cake to the station a few weeks ago, and guess who got the baby? Ya boy.
Yep. So lucky Fred this year.
I don't know what it means though. But here's the misnomer is that the baby doesn't necessarily bring good luck. It just means that the next time you have a party, you have to supply it.
That's what I've heard as well.
So that kind of sucks, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so
you're really not winning.
You just have to host next.
Yeah, that's not fun. That's not, and I'm not much of a party hoster. So I'm more of a party pooper. That makes it.
A party Trevor.
He's cooking right now.
So let's go over to beignets.
Ooh.
That is the kind of French NOLA concept of a donut.
Yeah.
They throw the powdered sugar on there.
Beignets, man.
I love a good beignet.
I've heard Café Du Monde.
How do you spell
in New
that?
Orleans. BEIGNETS.
Okay. All right. Shout out to the beignets.
So, yeah, you can I've seen them come in squares, the donut hole shapes.
Okay.
However you get them, and they are good. So.
All right. Beignets and king cake. So far, so good.
Jambalaya. You can't talk about NOLA without it.
You can't.
Rice dis packed with meat and vegetables, originated in Louisiana.
You're so hungry you can't even say it.
Yeah, it's messing me up back here. Cajun and Creole style, normally with those andouille sausages.
Who's the best cook in your family?
I'd have to go with Pops, my dad.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He slacked on Super Bowl Sunday.
But you know what? We talked about this.
The game
vindicated him.
Yeah.
The game vindicated him.
So yeah, he's definitely made a mean jambalaya before. I wish Brian could bring us up. Brian brought us.
Brian,
needs
if you're
to bring
listening,
up a thing of jambalaya.
881-1053, and let's go with the jambalaya. What about you? I know your dad, Papa Casares, is the go-to cook in your family.
Yeah, no, he's great with it. I feel like jambalaya would probably be more of like my mom's type of dish thing if she would have cooked something like that.
Okay, all right,
thinking of the Cajun spice. Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, God, man, I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, some Old Bay seasoning in there. Slap your mama, maybe. Kind of on the same line. Not Dylan.
I was going to say, that's the Dylan in you. You can't help it. You can't help it. If you know, you know.
Next up, gumbo. Kind of on the same track there. It's just more of the soupy kind, the crawfish in there.
I don't know if I've ever had gumbo.
Really?
Maybe.
All right, well, we know you. 877-881-1053. Best gumbo in Dallas. Best gumbo in the DFW. Let us know where it's at so that way we can point Eric in that direction. Who knows how I might stop by too.
Okay, never mind. I can confirm I have had gumbo before.
Capperson over here. Continue.
Let's go over to the Po' Boys. You can't. Yeah, another staple.
I mean, they don't miss in New Orleans, do they?
No.
They don't miss in New Orleans.
And with the Po' Boy, you can go in any direction. French bread, white bread, rye bread. Throw crawfish, shrimp, fish, even just classic meat you can throw into that sandwich, a po' boy always hits.
I just read something the other day, and I just saw where the Dallas Mafia underworld is strongly influenced by New Orleans. So just take that for what it's worth. Just random aside.
I'll stick with
random
it.
Aside.
Another type of sandwich here, the muffaletta.
Oh,
see, this is new to me. That would be a first if I went and tried that.
Muffalettas. Now, the only muffaletta I've ever had, and again, this is where I'm going to probably catch some blowback from this, was at Starbucks. Was it Schlotzsky's? Now,
Starbucks.
Yeah. Well, hey, you never know. And Schlotzsky's is already a very divisive term in the sandwich world. I'm a Schlotzsky's guy. Okay.
Really?
I'll take care of some
Schlotzsky's.
I think I've been to Schlotzsky's once, and it's pretty good.
It's damn good. It's damn
good. It had
good.
been like in 2010.
Nate's Seafood in Addison.
Is that for gumbo?
I'll have to try that. They probably
I'm
got
guessing
everything.
it's probably a little bit of everything. So from 469, Nate's Seafood in Addison.
Okay.
There you go.
That's probably right down the road.
And let's get to our final two here, the crawfish. You got to put them on the list. Man, you spice them up. That's where I really go spicy. I get too hot to handle.
Who does Rick do the crawfish at the house?
We go and buy ours. We'll go out.
Okay.
And I think you meant Brad.
Why do I keep thinking your dad's Rick Nelson? I think it's because he's a singer.
Yeah. I think he's talking about my dad.
I've been calling your dad Rick for the last couple of weeks when you weren't on the show. So shout out to Rick Nelson, the singer. Brad is who I was referring to.
Yeah, no harm, no foul. But yeah, we go out to
Rick
the
could be an
Catch is
uncle.
Our Spot down in Arlington off Little Road. The Catch is Our Spot to go get crawfish. They should be coming right in season about right now.
You guys are too much on the text line. I'll tell you what. This may be an unpopular opinion. Not a fan of the crawfish.
That's fair. It's not. It's a lot of work.
hassle to eat.
It's a pain in the look. Here's what I to borrow a phrase from Blake. Two things can be true at once. Great social food. Okay, crawfish. When you're popping a few, brewskis with the boys, or at a family outing, or just an event, you can't go wrong. It's a social food. I'm a bang for my buck kind of guy. If I'm going to eat, I'm going to eat. It's not worth the hassle to me, to Fred, for... Now, will I eat it if given this, if I have to? Sure. Am I a fan of the corn and the cob that comes with it? Am I a fan of the new potatoes that come with it? 1,000%. But bang for your buck, I would look elsewhere. But when done right, to your point... Elite crawfish, and we've had a couple people text in. Dare I say, if you're going to get Cajun food, you're going to find better Cajun food in Houston than you will
probably.
in Dallas.
I would bet on that.
Okay, that might be a hot take, but
might have to go to Houston.
Might have to go to Houston for that, unless we can be swayed by somebody on the text line of a great place to go to outside of Nate's Seafood in Addison. There you have it. Fred was getting some muffaletta behind the Starbucks parking lot. That's from the 469. Shout out to you. I would never do such a thing. Anything else?
Last one, throw the Hurricane in there. Gotta get a drink on here. So it's just that Bourbon Street favorite. It comes about this tall, I've seen.
Oh, have you ever had one?
Yeah, it's just a really strong drink.
You've had one?
I went down there about a year ago, for Halloween, and that's a blast.
Did you have a Hurricane?
I had a couple.
Not just one, Fred.
He said I had a couple. Were you a little tipsy afterwards?
Oh, yeah. But you do get the headache with the Hurricane. A lot of sugar in there, so yeah, I'd stick at about 2 or 3. Don't go over that.
Wow, even 2 or 3. Okay, you?
You see me?
What? You don't drink?
Not good for the running, I bet.
I'm a lightway, bro.
Oh, so just one.
One.
I wasn't sure where you were going with that. I was like, I don't know what that means. Okay. Final segment. Another solid jet fuel in the books. Another solid. Doty's in Rockwall is also being thrown in as a potential place to go to. All right, keep them coming. Tell me where I can go get my beard trimmed up because it looks a mess right now. Lots to get to. Final segment. This is 105.3 The Fan.
The 250th Golden Chick opens Tuesday, February 17th in Little Elm on the corner of 423 and Panther Creek.
and Plumbing. Your one and only home of the Rangers is 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you are in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
All right. Final 8 minutes of the program coming up right here. What a show it's been. Hats off to you guys. Okay, I'll tell you what. Hats off to Eric Castares, the fastest man in sports media here in the DFW. I'll put. What were the odds that you gave me earlier? Plus 1,500.
Yeah, plus 1,500.
Okay,
so an underdog. You were not the favorite.
Oh, is that what that means?
I thought so.
Plus 1,500. Then those are the pretty.
It's high, right?
Slim odds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very slim.
Okay. Jet. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. A little backhanded compliment right there. I'll take it. I will take it. Somebody said on the text message, got to get a lucky dog when on Bourbon Street. And that is a steamed hot dog, is from what it looks like. Dog-shaped stand for steamed hot dogs since 1948 at street corners.
Okay.
Plus locations at airports and casinos.
That's what I thought. I've seen the one in Caesar's Palace, but yeah, I'll have to check out the stands.
Okay, so there you go. You learned something new today. Shout out to you, Texter, from the 469. You know what it is? Is that what it was? No, 601. What is that? Do we know?
Good question.
Where are you from?
601.
Here's a callback right here for the 817. Yo, Fred Flintstone, you take Yaritza out for Valentine's Day. That's a hard pass. And not because there's anything wrong with Yaritza, okay? That's not because there's anything wrong with Yaritza. She's a fine human being. But no, I did not.
601 knows what he's talking about. He is from the central to southern Mississippi area.
Oh, okay.
He's been there a few times.
He's a reputable source for sure.
He is. Let's just read off some of these text messages here real quick from the 469. The Green Gator in Frisco.
Okay.
Okay, if you know, you know. I don't. From the 817, best crawfish in Fort Worth Mid-Cities is Toadies in Bedford.
Okay.
That's close by.
Okay, do you know that area?
Yeah, HEB.
You know that area.
Yeah.
What, HEB?
Yeah.
Hurst Euless Bedford.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah. there's two types of HEBs. Yes.
That's right. Have you been to Toadies?
I've never been to Toadies, but Mid-Cities is pretty close.
Okay. From the 817 is Rick's sixth segment with a CK asking for a friend, Eric.
Calling it out.
You know what? If this is the same Eric that was here earlier chomping, why didn't you come in on Fatty's on the phone? I got a bone to pick with you. Come on, man.
No, this is not PhD Eric.
Okay, this ain't PhD Eric?
This was 817 who said, damn, I liked you till now. Don't hate on the Erics, bud.
Okay.
So this is an Eric with a CK. This is Eric on Eric Violence is what this is. Eric on Eric Violence from the 817. And from the 601, you're exactly right. He's from Jackson, Mississippi. Is where he's from. So shout out to you. From 817, hand grenade on NOLA.
That's another one of those drinks.
Okay.
Yep,
all right.
yep.
Fair enough. And then here's an interesting, we're up against it. We got a few minutes so we can kind of delve into this just a little bit. But just a quick, kind of off segment fair or foul from the 214. Can't pop brewskis and suck crawfish head with the boys. Definitely a no diddy. I'm going to say foul on this one. Okay. I mean, I don't know that we're trying to sexualize crawfish.
Yeah. I will shout that guy out. Sucking on the head is for the real ones. That's where you get the juice out.
Clip it.
I will stand
Clip
on
it.
that hill. But clip it, mark it, man. You got to suck the juice out of Oh, that really put it over the top. Sucking the juice.
Oh, my goodness.
I'll tell you what, we're finding more things out.
This is your fault, Jet.
I had Jet low on the list of who would have the creepiest or craziest search history of all the producers here at 105.3 The Fan, and I had Jet low on my list.
He's risen.
In fact, Dylan was my number one. All right, because the silent ones are always the one you got to watch out for. But I'm starting to think that Jet has a lot more freaky deaky in him than we give him credit for.
He made it worse. He put it there, and then it just
then doubled down on it.
He doubled down.
Stood on it.
Okay, shout out to this one from the 254. There's this little place up in DFW called Razoo's. Check it out. Yep, it's on Alliance Town Center, which is pretty close to me.
Well, do you not know the inside joke about Razoo's?
No.
Okay.
Fred loves his Razoo's.
Here's the deal. So I'm a Razoo's guy.
There's a Razoo's in Louisville, right?
There's Razoo's everywhere.
Okay.
Problem is, when I brought up Razoo's, I got laughed out of the station. Everybody to a man clowned on Razoo's.
It used to be better, I will say.
Well, and here's the problem. They're in bankruptcy right now.
Are they really?
They are. So that's why Razoo's has been left off the list of places to go to for. And, I mean, look, I had no problem with the Razoo's in Louisville.
Yeah.
Now, my only real issue with them was that they continuously left my salad dressing out of the salad. Okay, that's a foul. But yeah.
It looks like Toadies is the place to check out. They said it's legit.
Now, from the 817, Razoo's should be banned in Texas. See, this is what I'm telling you. Razoo's should be banned in Texas.
Wow. I mean, I don't hate the take because the last time I did go,
it was bad.
It was pretty mid.
Yeah,
very mid.
I won't hate the food of Razoo's, but it will take a good hour for your food to come out.
Really?
Yeah, I've done some slow service.
You know, I went to high school with the guy that I think works at Razoo's. Just random thought. So he might be looking for a new job.
But you graduated 8 years ago. Do we think he's still there?
Well, he was younger than me.
Oh. Like by a year or two or what?
I had it was 2 years.
I mean, having a high school, working at Razoo's in high school is one. And again, I want to be careful. I don't want to sound like I'm, little broing people here. Do we think he's still there? Or was there? Because, I mean, at some point, you got to leave Razoo's, right? Unless you're the general manager.
It was pretty close to over a year ago, so maybe.
Oh, and you saw him there?
I saw him there. Yeah, like I went there.
Oh, so when you went there a year ago, what was he doing?
He was working.
Oh, wow. What was he doing there?
Serving.
Like, he was at the front. I don't know if he was like...
Was he a host? Or maybe he was a manager?
I think he might have been like a
Did he have
manager.
a polo on?
He didn't have like the serving outfit, whatever that is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we think he might have been running the Razoo's.
Yeah, I think so.
But it wasn't very good.
Well, the service wasn't bad, but the food was mid.
That's an indictment on him.
Maybe.
That's an indictment on him.
I didn't tell him that, and so
you
I
should
guess
have.
If he's listening, then yeah, sorry, your food kind of stunk.
Well, I mean, right now, hopefully he's looking for jobs. Hopefully he's looking for jobs right now. Let's see. Here we go. From the 214, they just closed 9 restaurants. Crawfish is the best flavor in town, though. And then Nate's is getting a lot of love.
Okay.
Nate's and Addison from the 928. Nate's has some awesome crawfish. Best I have had here. Charlie's Creole Kitchen in East Dallas off the Greenville Avenue. All right, is getting a lot of love. Not Cajun food, but Arlander's Chicken Joint in Bedford has great fried catfish and chicken. So, look, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about you, but I am starving like Marvin, and I'm out to go eat as soon as I leave this damn radio station. I'll tell you what, once again, round of applause for Jet Nelson and the fastest man in sports media here in the DFW, Mr. Eric Casares. Got to give a shout out, as always, to our boy Kane McCutcheon from Roundtable Sports. Give him a follow. You will be glad you did. And then, of course, the one, the only, Mr. Brian Broaddus as well. Go follow Crown Global Media also. Last thing, it is a President's Day edition of all the shows tomorrow. I will be on from 10 to 2 with Corey Majors and Mr. Jet Nelson as well. So a little KNC masterpiece with your boy, Freddie D, tomorrow. For the one, the only Jet Nelson, for the one, the only Eric Casares, I am Fred Davis. Good night. God bless. We'll see you tomorrow.
Are you turning 65 or new to Medicare? Humana knows not everyone has the same needs when picking a Medicare Advantage plan.
Now that I'm retired, I want to enjoy the life I've worked hard to build. So I want a plan that covers me when I'm traveling the country.
Humana has a plan for that.